All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and everybody watching right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as we are taking a beautiful look at Air Force One there as the clouds look like they are leaving there. It was cloudy when we first had the shot available to us this morning, but President Trump getting ready to depart Joint Base Andrews to head on over to Philadelphia to take part in the GOP retreat that is going on right now. A little bit later, we'll have some sound from Speaker of the House at the retreat already talking to reporters. We'll have that for you a little bit later, but we first want to show you President Trump departing. This will be the first time that he'll be using Air Force One as president. So we appreciate you guys all joining live with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. GOP leaders in the House and Senate say torturing suspected terrorists is illegal, and that position distances them from President Donald Trump's endorsement of the effectiveness of harsh interrogation techniques. The U.S. has a legal ban on torture. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky tells reporters that virtually all GOP senators are comfortable with the state of the law on that issue. And House Speaker Paul Ryan of Wisconsin says torture's not legal, and we agree with it not being legal. In other news, House Speaker Paul Ryan and President Donald Trump's border wall will cost $12 to $15 billion, and Ryan says Congress will pay for it by this fall. Speaking to reporters at the GOP retreat in Philadelphia, Ryan was pressed on whether the wall's price tag would be added to the deficit or whether Congress would find some ways to offset that cost. But he couldn't comment on that. The point, Ryan says, is that Congress will pay for the construction of a physical barrier on the border. Trump is set to speak to lawmakers today, a day after signing an executive order calling for that wall. The Mexican government has no immediate reaction to a tweet by Donald Trump that appeared aimed at canceling a planned meeting next week with the Mexican president. Trump tweeted today that if Mexico isn't willing to pay for the border wall, then it would be better to cancel the upcoming meeting in Washington. Officials said yesterday that Mexico was considering canceling. In other news, even though Americans pulled back sharply from buying new homes last month, sales for all of 2016 are still the highest since 2007. The government says new home sales last month fell by 10%, but sales for the year were up 12.2% over 2015. New home purchases fell in the Midwest, South, and West last month and increased in the Northeast. And a Pennsylvania priest is apologizing for sharing a Facebook meme mocking fat women who participated in Saturday's post-inauguration march in Washington, D.C. Reverend Patrick McDowell says he impulsively shared the meme showing overweight marchers with the caption, "In one day, Trump got more fat women out walking than Michelle Obama did in 8 years." The 74-year-old pastor says at 5'6" and 230 pounds, he's not in a position to criticize people who are overweight. He added that he made a massive mistake. McDowell says he's a Republican because of one issue: abortion. Immigration to the United States has come in swells and dips over the past 2+ centuries, driven by shifts in U.S. policy, the mood in the country, and world events. Labor shortages, racial tension, economic forces, religious prejudice, and national security concerns all fit into the picture. Here we are, the United States, a nation of nations with the iconic symbol of the Statue of Liberty, and yet we are still arguing about the people of America, says American University historian Alan Kraut. We are constantly in a tension between, on the one hand, a desire for freedom and the desire to serve our national interests. In the modern era, the foreign-born share of the U.S. population hit a low of 4.7% in 1970. It's now hit historic highs, hitting at 13% in 2015. Congress will move legislation this year providing up to $15 billion to build a wall along the Mexican boundary, Republican leaders said today, but they would not say how they would prevent the massive project from adding to federal deficits. Trump has repeatedly said Mexico will pay for the wall, but Mexican leaders oppose it and have said that they will not finance it. All right, it looks like President Trump's team. There's Kellyanne Conway. She's making her way up to Air Force One. Pretty soon we will be seeing the president and his motorcade arrive at Joint Base Andrews to depart. President Donald Trump says NAFTA has been a one-sided deal with jobs and companies suffering as a result. The president's tweet early this morning is directed at Mexico and comes one day after he said he would jumpstart construction of a U.S.-Mexico border wall and cut federal grants for immigrant protecting sanctuary cities. Trump referred to a meeting he has planned next week with Mexico's president, saying if Mexico is unwilling to pay for the badly needed wall, then it would be better to cancel this upcoming meeting. Trump also says he wants to renegotiate the NAFTA trade deal with Mexico and Canada. He said today the deal has resulted in massive numbers of jobs and companies lost. President Donald Trump says it's terrible that convicted Army leaker Chelsea Manning is now calling President Barack Obama a weak leader. but that is not what Manning said. In an opinion piece published today in The Guardian, Manning says Obama's biggest shortcoming was a tendency to compromise because opponents would call him weak. Manning writes, "What we need is an unapologetic progressive leader." She says, "We need someone who is unafraid to be criticized, since you will inevitably be criticized. We need someone willing to face all of the vitriol, hatred, and dogged determination of those opposed to us." Obama commuted Manning's prison sentence in his final days in office. And folks, while we are waiting for the president to first come to Air Force One and then depart, we ask you, if you haven't already done so, to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we are covering breaking news for you anywhere across the country, and all of President Trump's big policy remarks we will have for you on News Now. We are your source for uninterrupted news briefings and press conferences and breaking news alerts. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you an inside look to President Trump's first 100 days. And folks, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the stream. President Donald Trump will be speaking today to fellow Republicans at the annual policy retreat in Pennsylvania. Despite Trump's veering off course to make false claims about voter fraud and his inaugural crowd size, many GOP lawmakers remain optimistic at the prospect of the work they can do together. They hope to see a Trump focused on unity and results. This is also the first time that Trump will be traveling on Air Force One. And President Donald Trump is expected to inform Congress today that he plans to start bilateral trade negotiations with most of the countries in the Trans-Pacific Partnership Pact. Earlier this week, Trump moved to pull the U.S. out of the 12-nation Pacific Rim Agreement, which he said would be damaging for American workers. Trump says he wants to negotiate with countries individually. And a top aide to President Donald Trump is asserting that his critics are, quote, cherry-picking and questioning his claims of election fraud last November. Kellyanne Conway said, "I hardly think it's an ego issue," she said today. Trump has repeatedly argued that as many as 3 to 5 million votes in the presidential contest was cast fraudulently. Earlier this week, he said he's seeking an investigation into possible fraud. Trump won the election by collecting 306 electoral college votes, well above the 270 needed, but he lost the popular vote by nearly 3 million votes to Hillary Clinton. Kellyanne Conway said, "I think everybody is cherry picking to call this an ego trip. Why not have an investigation? What's everybody afraid of?" That's what Kellyanne Conway said today. And let us know in the comment section while we are waiting for President Trump to depart. Let us know, do you think there was voter fraud, heavy voter fraud, this past election? Let me know what you think in that comment section. NASA says it's business as usual on social media despite the emergence of a rogue Twitter account claiming to have been set up by government workers to speak out about climate change. The rogue NASA account on Twitter has gained more than 300,000 followers since it began on Wednesday. It describes itself as the unofficial resistance team at NASA. Its tweets have focused on climate change and criticism of President Donald Trump. The account was launched days after tweets related to climate change from Badlands National Park were deleted. The National Park Service says they were posted by a former employee who still had access to the park's Twitter account. A NASA spokeswoman says the agency has heard nothing from the Trump administration regarding social media use. A little bit later in the show, while we are waiting for President Trump to arrive in Philadelphia, we will be showing you statements made earlier today from the Speaker of the House as well as the Senate Majority Leader talking at the GOP retreat. We'll have that for you in full in just a little bit after the President departs at Joint Base Andrews and while we wait for him to arrive in Philadelphia. It's all going to be right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, and it looks like President Trump is arriving at Joint Base Andrews. We're going to turn up the volume now so you can listen in here. All right, everybody, for those of you just joining us, President Donald Trump is in Air Force One, just moments away from departing from Joint Base Andrews on its way to Philadelphia. We're going to watch as President Trump makes his first departure from Joint Base Andrews. everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Stay right here with us as we will be giving you full coverage of President Trump in Philadelphia today. He is going to be speaking at the GOP retreat as soon as he gets to Philadelphia. Let's show you now Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader speaking to reporters at the GOP retreat.
Morning, everybody. How are you? Well, on behalf of the leader here, I want to congratulate the leader on his sweater. We are bringing Argyle back, and we're very serious of purpose on this. We are actually having a fantastic opportunity right here in Philadelphia, where our Constitution was inked, where the Declaration was signed. We are here exciting, talking about how we improve people's lives and get our country back on track. House Republicans and Senate Republicans are working on a plan and a bold agenda to get moving and to work with our new administration. We're very excited that we're going to be hosting Vice President Pence, President Trump, and we have Prime Minister May coming as well. So we have a lot in store. Our members are excited. We have a big, bold agenda that we're working on. And so that is what we're up here in Philadelphia to discuss. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, one of the things that is going to be explored here is a new relationship with the United Kingdom, one of our earliest and oldest allies. With their changes in their approach to trade, it opens up the opportunity for the President to discuss with the Prime Minister the possibility of a bilateral trade agreement with the British people. Interesting new topic. In the Senate, as you know, we're concentrating on getting the President's cabinet in place. We'll have a very busy week in that regard, starting Monday. We'll also be taking Congressional Review Act proposals from the House and taking those up as well as we begin to change America and go in a different direction.
Questions? Casey. We are on the same page with the White House. We're going to be hearing from the President today. We've been working with...
All right, everybody, we are going to have to step away. Now we're taking you out to Philadelphia live right now, where there are protesters right outside the venue of the GOP retreat. Let's listen in a little.
Gentrification makes us more vulnerable to things like HIV/AIDS. When we get pushed out of our communities, we have food deserts. When there's lack of access to food,
Hey, did you see that stuff the other day?
Of course,
I know, that guy. He's just a protester.
when we can't trust the medical industrial complex.
No, I know. It's weird.
Tuskegee happened, hello.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. We shall see.
We know who our ancestors are.
Okay, bye.
What we have come to is a moment in history that generations, hundreds of years
Okay, now the question is, do you want for your sort of logistics start moving so we're over there to get in front of it? Absolutely. Can we hold that as a cue? Come here, Nancy. Kathy. Oh, nice to meet you. We're gonna wander over back to the corner here. We want to get in front of it.
Our generation will never allow Trayvon Martin, Rakia Boyd, Ayana Jones, Tanisha Anderson, Jamir Wilson, Sandra Bland, LaQuan McDonald, and Anton Sterling to be murdered and the killers have to be held accountable. Our generation.
Commissioner. How are you? You been well? Yeah, we're out and about, out and about. Yes, sir. Commissioner. How about that? If you don't mind, that's a big help. Yeah, let's look at it. We're going to stay here for a bit? Yeah, because I think if they march, they start marching this way, right? Well, there's no hotel's that direction. Yeah. Yeah, it's like over there. Yeah, perfect. This is great.
We're excited. We have a big, bold agenda that we're working on. And so that is what we're up here in Philadelphia to discuss. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, one of the things that is going to be explored here is a new relationship with the United Kingdom, one of our earliest and oldest allies. With their changes in their approach to trade, it opens up the opportunity for the President to discuss with the Prime Minister the possibility of a bilateral trade agreement with the British people. Interesting new topic. In the Senate, as you know, we're concentrating on getting the President's cabinet in place. We'll have a very busy week in that regard, starting Monday. We'll also be taking Congressional Review Act proposals from the House and taking those up as well as we begin to change America and go in a different direction.
Questions? Casey. We are on the same page with the White House. We're going to be hearing from the President today. We've been working with the administration on a daily basis to map out and plan a very bold and aggressive agenda to make good on our campaign promises and to fix these problems, to repeal and replace and repair our broken healthcare system, to reform our tax code to get jobs and economic growth, to clear out the regulatory underbrush so we can get economic growth going. So we are on the same page with the administration, and we've actually worked with the administration on just basically the kind of timetable and the legislative agenda we have for 2017. So yes, we are on the same page. This is going to be an unconventional presidency. I think you know this by now, Casey. And I think we're going to see unconventional activities like tweets and things like that. And I think that's just something that we're all going to have to get used to.
Yeah, let me just add, for myself, I don't tend to be kind of reacting to daily comments. What the Speaker has done, which I entirely concur with and the administration's on board with, is to lay out a game plan through the August recess of what we want to try to accomplish. And for myself, I intend to stick to the plan and make as much progress as we can. Yeah, Manu. Yeah, I don't have any advice to give to the President about that issue. We are moving ahead, as the Speaker pointed out to our group yesterday, with of roughly
12 to 15.
Yeah, 12 to $15 billion. So we intend to address the wall issue ourselves, and the President can deal with his relations with other countries on that issue and other issues.
I think we'll be fine. Drucker.
Thanks a lot. On your agenda, how do you guys move, I know you're moving forward with your agenda, but how do you feel confident that you're going to get to a conclusion that the President's opinion appears to change from day to day? How is that impacting your ability?
I actually would not describe it that way. I don't share that opinion that he changes his opinion on day to day. You'll see different emphasis, but with respect to the core agenda that we have laid out for our members, that we are planning and coordinating in the House and the Senate, we've done this in conjunction with the administration. We ran on these issues all of 2016. So there's no surprise here. And the President agrees with this agenda, and we've laid out not just the issues that we're going to be focusing on, but the timeline. And so that is consistent, and that has not changed.
One follow-up on borders adjustability, which is a very big deal for you. The President has said publicly he doesn't like it, and he says, no, maybe I like it. So has he told you specifically?
We are in a very good place on tax reform. It can get complicated when you get into the details of tax reform, but once we go through how tax reform works and what it's going to take to get the kind of competitive tax system, the kind of competitive tax rates, I think most people will agree that this is the right approach.
Where's the Senate on it?
We're going to work the legislative process through. Sherman, you want it?
Do you intend to offset the cost of this wall?
President Trump said he wants to look at, maybe modify, the ban on torture. Is this a debate that your members want to have? What's your take?
Well, I think the director of the CIA has made it clear he's going to follow the law, and I believe virtually all of my members are comfortable with the state of the law on that issue now.
And torture is illegal. And torture is not legal. So, and we agree with it not being legal. Oh, the lady in the glasses behind you.
British television, just how important is
A little louder, please.
just how important is making a deal with Britain, and just how difficult will it be with
Well, the last part of your question is not even a document from the Trump administration. That's not policy from the Trump administration, so push that aside. We have a very, very special and unique relationship with Great Britain. We value this relationship. I think the fact that the Prime Minister is coming to meet with us today is testament to the fact that this is a very important relationship that we value, and we believe going forward we can do more things like trade and the rest to help increase our bonds and our ties and to help each of our two nations.
Speaker Ryan has laid out a very aggressive agenda for the next 250 days. We know that the Senate is not always on the same timetable, not able to.
Really?
So quickly, could you address the agenda as laid out and whether the Senate can move at that speed?
Yeah, the two biggest issues we're moving forward with in the first half of the year, obviously, are repealing and replacing Obamacare and tax reform. Both of those we anticipate having little or no Democratic cooperation. So we are working with the House to make sure these measures are reconcilable. And the Speaker understands the challenges of getting things through the Senate. That's been true for 240 years. But we're aware of those challenges, and we think we can move forward. In addition, obviously, we have all this other responsibility the House doesn't have, 1,200 presidential appointments that are subject to Senate confirmation. So we're big in the personnel business on top of the other challenges of moving forward. But that's why you can anticipate two reconciliation measures in the first 6 months.
Yeah, let me just jump on that. We are in complete concert with one another, and we in the House respect the fact that they have a different rule system and it takes more time. Oh, and that they have additional responsibilities than we have in the House, as the Majority Leader just said, approving not just cabinet secretaries. They're going to have judges coming through. They're going to have lower level appointments, with 1,200, I think, altogether. So our agenda is designed to incorporate that as well, and that is something we walked our members through so that they can appreciate the differences between the House and the Senate and the responsibilities. Even with all of that, we have a very good agenda and timetable in store. Yeah. Well, so we don't want to set arbitrary deadlines on things. We want to get things right. We want to get them done the right way. We want to move quickly, but we want to get things right. There are statutory deadlines that we clearly will have to deal with. April 28th is a pretty important statutory deadline. September 30th is an important statutory deadline. Those are the things that clearly are going to help guide us. The reason we've moved our agenda from a 100-day agenda to a 200-day agenda is to appreciate the last question, which is the Senate has to do more things. We're anticipating a Supreme Court justice. They have to process that. They've got all of the cabinet. That is why we've moved our agenda basically to filling most of the calendar for 2017, which is a very bold and aggressive agenda, because we feel that we have an obligation to make good on the commitments we made in this campaign. We are trying to fix people's problems in this country. Healthcare is collapsing. We've got to fix it. The economy is nowhere near its potential. That's why regulatory reform and tax reform are important for faster economic growth, a healthy economy, more jobs, higher wages. These are the things that people elected us to do. Now we want to follow up on those, and that's why it's going to take more than simply 100 days. Oh, the cost of the wall, we anticipate a supplemental coming from the administration. First of all, we have to get the OMB director over in place, and then we will anticipate a supplemental, like any administration, when they come in, to give a supplemental to Congress, and then we'll process that supplemental before the end of the current fiscal year expires.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you bringing up the statutory deadlines for the appropriations measures. Obviously, if you're doing health care reform, tax reform, you've got a lot on your plate. Last year, without all that stuff, you guys did not get the 12 appropriation bills passed through the House. The Senate didn't get very many either, and that was a big goal. Will you have time to do the appropriations process in regular order? And what about the debt ceiling deadline as well? How do you plan to handle that?
Well, on the appropriations process, obviously Senate Democrats last year with President Obama in the White House believed it was to their advantage to not have an appropriations process. And as you recall, they prevented us from going to the defense appropriation bill on multiple occasions. I'm hopeful that with a different president in the White House, they won't conclude that it's to their advantage to prevent some semblance of a normal appropriations process. We do have a heavy non-appropriations agenda, as the Speaker has laid out, but we hope we can have some semblance of a regular order, even with all of this, and get at least some appropriation bills through the Senate so that we'll have something closer to a regular order appropriations process. Most members don't like being completely irrelevant, and when you hand the administration, it was particularly absurd, of course, to hand the previous administration a blank check. We're not going to want to hand this one a blank check either, and so there'll be a lot of interest in trying to achieve that. You're right, it will be challenging.
We budgeted a lot of time for appropriations. That's up to the Treasury. So we will, in consultations with the Treasury Secretary, find out when they anticipate the penetration of the debt ceiling, and that's something we're going to deal with in conjunction with the White House at that time. Okay. We don't do people shouting out, okay? Chad. It's quite the opposite, Chad. President Obama used his pen and phone and executive orders to exceed his power in our perspective. Everything that President Obama did by executive order, this new president can undo. We would like to see these things undone, and we'd like to see power restored to the people in the states, not the federal government. And that is what this new president is doing. He's restoring the proper balance, and in our opinion, he is undoing a lot of damage that was done by the last president who exceeded his power. Gary. I think if you take a look at the history of this of the Secure Fence Act, the last administration frustrated the deployment of the fence. This administration is doing the opposite of it. They're facilitating the deployment of the fence. We agree with this. We voted for this in 2006, along with plenty of people like our friend Chuck Schumer, the minority leader of the Senate, voted for the Secure Fence Act. Now we're going to actually deploy this fence, and we will anticipate a supplemental coming from the administration very shortly on how to finish construction and the funding of the fence. And then if there are any other barriers in the way, we will deal with those barriers. But a lot of those barriers we think can be done by executive order through the administration, just like the last administration frustrated the deployment of the fence or the wall to speak. Anybody else? So as far as the offset, we're going to wait and see from the administration what their supplemental looks like. I'm not going to get ahead of a policy and a bill that has not been written yet. But the point is we are going to finance the Secure Fence Act, which is the construction of the physical barrier on the border. We have ambitious goals and ambitious timelines. Our goal is to get these laws done in 2017. We aspire to get most of these big things done by the August recess because that's when Congress does most of its legislating. But by and large, our goal is by the end of 2017, we have made good on so many of the promises that we made to the people and the policies that we ran on. Again, the reason we're doing this is because there are people hurting this country. The reason we're doing this is because America is not anywhere near its potential. We want faster economic growth, a healthier economy, more wages, and we want American businesses to be able to compete. We are losing businesses left and right. They're moving overseas. They're being bought by foreign companies. They're inverting and becoming foreign companies. We have to fix this so that we keep American businesses in America. And we also believe comprehensive fundamental tax reform can put American businesses in a better position to keep businesses here and make things in America and export them around the world. That creates a lot of good jobs. Healthcare, you all know the law is collapsing. Double-digit premium increases. Deductibles are so high, they're 3 times the rate or the size of those in the large group market. This law is collapsing. 5 states 5 states only have one healthcare insurance company, one healthcare plan. 1 out of 3 counties in America only have one healthcare plan. That is not a choice, that is a monopoly. So we believe, on behalf of the American people who are struggling under this law that is collapsing, we have to act. We've got time for one more.
Let me just add on Obamacare.
No yelling.
Remember Bill Clinton said last year, it's the craziest thing you've ever seen. 8 out of 10 Americans wanted either repealed entirely or dramatically changed. If Hillary Clinton were president and Chuck Schumer were the majority leader, we'd be revisiting Obamacare. The status quo is clearly unacceptable. Obviously, if Hillary Clinton was president and Chuck Schumer were majority leader, we'd be moving toward a single-payer system. That's not our vision of how this ought to be handled. But the status quo is completely unsustainable.
Yeah, if you could both do speak specifically overall about your agenda. Can you say that the Republican Party, the majority members, will not take actions that, as suggested at the end of the year, we're not going to have higher deficits from actions that we take, whether it be on taxes, whether it be on Obamacare, whether it be on the infrastructure package? Because, whenever anybody comes in and takes power, suddenly it's easier to form up and more pressure sort of comes out. But can you sort of make that commitment now that at the end of the year, you want to pass this one up?
You know us well. You've been covering budgets for a long time. We are fiscal conservatives. What that means is we believe government should not live beyond its means. We believe that hardworking taxpayers in this country deserve a break in this country. And that means Washington takes less.
I gave him just the Air Force guy standing here because I didn't know what else to give him. I gave him the one Air Force guy standing here just in case they were going to take it. It's a little hard. It'll be more than a minute before that plane's back, just in case you guys.
All right, folks, as you can see there, Air Force One just landing there moments ago. We will see President Trump get out momentarily. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, joined by Ron Hoon, fresh from AZAM. Just wrapped up the show. Now he's on the News Now stream, and look what we have here. Just arriving now, the president in Philadelphia.
It's so impressive to see Air Force One. I never get tired of seeing it. We had 8 years of President Obama coming down off the steps. We're about to see the new president, Donald Trump, come down off the steps and emerge and head straight to a hotel in downtown Philadelphia.
There we go. And you know what? It was some of our viewers picked up on this, that when he was departing from Maryland today, he didn't do when he went up the steps of the.
He didn't do the turn and wave.
He did not do the turn and wave.
Right.
And many of the people in the chat were saying that was all business. He is all business. he doesn't even have time to turn around.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think absolutely. You know, everything's different.
Oh, yeah.
Everything is different about this presidency from the previous presidency. So we see the red carpet, the stairs being rolled up. I wonder if every major airport has a set of red stairs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, because it's a red carpet deal when the president arrives.
Sure. I would say every major, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless it's part of the detail, the pre-arrival detail, because they do all kinds of things.
Yeah.
You know, in the 24 to 48 hours before the president.
Yeah, because they got to come with all the SUVs and everything. They got to come with.
Exactly.
It's such a mission to get the president in and around places.
You know, and in reality, it is. It's such an undertaking, and yet they pull it off so smoothly.
I know.
It really is pretty impressive. I mean, those stairs will be up to the doorway, I would guess, within about 60 seconds. We'll probably see the doorway opens within 60 seconds after that. And although sometimes, the president's on a phone call or whatever,
sure.
and it may be a little while before he comes down. But boy, what an interesting day this is shaping up to be in Philadelphia. I'm just as interested to hear what the British Prime Minister has to say. Equally interested as I am in what we hear in terms of the remarks from President Trump.
Now, why is she coming to the GOP retreat and not coming to the White House?
Yeah. So I believe the state visit, the more formal visit, I believe, is actually happening tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
But I think when somebody in the scheduling office probably said, well, hold on, if she's coming over here to meet with President Trump,
yes,
why not invite her to address the group? I mean, she is a representative of what would be the British equivalent of the Republican Party, the Tories or the Conservatives over there. And it's a chance for her to actually meet in one fell swoop with all of the top Republican leaders from Capitol Hill. They're all right there.
There you go.
From Mitch McConnell to Paul Ryan to Kevin McCarthy to you name it. They're going to be there. And I think, a lot of them do want to strengthen that relationship. I mean, we're getting some word that they may actually be working on a deal that would eliminate all tariffs between the two countries on any product sold back and forth. Now, remember, the criticism of Donald Trump is, he's going to get us into a trade war. But what he's been saying, if you really look at it, is, I want to cut individual deals, one-on-one deals. We don't want to be tied to 11 different nations, 12 different countries, etc. I'm going to cut the best deal I can for our country. And so if you eliminate all of the trade barriers, it's the opposite of a trade war. In fact, it's going to encourage more fair trade between the two countries. And, there'll be producers of British products. They're going to have the door opened a little wider to the U.S. market, which is a huge market for them. And then we've got our items, like Boeing airplanes that we're looking at right here, that maybe we sell more to, in terms of British businesses.
Yeah, and speaking of Boeing stock did very well yesterday, so we'll see if that has any Trump effect to that as well.
I thought it was really interesting, Mike. The market didn't sell off this morning.
No, it didn't.
Almost always. Well, I shouldn't say. You can't predict the market, but so often when we see a big up day,
you're going to have a sell-off day.
You see a sell-off, and there's been no sell-off. Last I checked, it was up another 45 points or so. So, yeah, the door, look at that. I mean, see how quickly they got the stairs up and the door open? Now it's just a matter of when does the president come bounding down the steps
He's going to come
head
with a
off
big
to the
wave for
hotel.
this one, guaranteed this time.
Yeah.
It'll be a big wave to welcome, and everybody that's watching on Fox 10 Phoenix, we're trying to get to your chats, but it's so hard to read. I mean, it is flying through right now.
Yeah, if you're watching it on, do you have to be watching on YouTube to see that feed?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
so the feed it's literally because we have, well now, I mean, we're going to hit 20,000 viewers
Yes.
here in just a moment. We're at 18,494 people watching, and people discover this stream. Be sure to like us here on YouTube.
Oh, definitely.
And subscribe to the channel so you can get updates. But also, just grab the app on your phone, fox10phoenix.com. We are a live, uninterrupted, commercial-free streaming news service from the Fox News station out of Phoenix.
Yes, definitely. And since the inauguration, we've picked up 32,000 subscribers. I mean, people are really finding and checking us out now, knowing that we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And they like it because it's uninterruptible.
Yep.
If you get a press conference, we're going to show you the whole press conference.
Yes, exactly.
So
yeah,
people like that. Not just the soundbite, but the whole thing.
And the other thing, we're streaming live when all the big news events are happening, but we also manage to roll an hour earlier, 3 hours earlier. I mean,
yes.
I see you already, and a lot of people might have missed because it happened while they were getting ready for work. What did Mitch McConnell actually have to say about building the border wall? He and Paul Ryan were speaking. You've got that all clipped.
Yep.
And
We had that ready to go.
And so when we get some downtime after we've heard from the president, et cetera, folks will have a chance to actually listen, again, unedited, uninterrupted, to hear what was actually being said regarding the wall.
President right now. Let's take a look. As he is walking down the steps, he waved as soon as he came out. There's the waves. Look at that, with the thumbs up.
There you go.
We'll put up just a little for you guys to listen in. And it'll be interesting to see who's waiting for him there. There's a limo. Also, nobody was there to greet him.
Interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Okay, well, I mean, that's clearly at the direction of the president. I think he decided everything's going to be different. He didn't, when he got on board Air Force One, he didn't turn and wave at, who knows, if it's 10 people at the airport or whatever.
Yeah.
And he gets right in the limo, and the usual greeting party is apparently not going to be a Trump thing. We saw that a lot with President Obama.
Yes.
Instead, he's in the limo, and we're going to watch that thing pull out in a matter of probably
this
seconds.
This is, and that's what Secret Service likes to do. They just like to get you in there and go.
Yep.
So many times we would see with President Obama when he would come to different airports, he would have these. He not go in the limo right away. He'd go and greet these people that are waiting at the airport, and you could just see Secret Service go, because that's a scary time. I would imagine.
Yeah.
As the risk goes always up when you're interacting with the public so much.
Right. All right. So, a lot of the actual give and take and horse trading that's going to go on is, will happen in some of these various meetings there at the Lowe's Hotel in Philadelphia. But it'll be interesting just to hear the speech, the tone the president sets. Everybody knows that a big part of what is going to be happening over the next 24 hours or so is trying to come to some sort of a deal on what the Obamacare replacement thing is going to look like.
Yeah,
because people are really interested in that, right?
Yeah, they're going to have to come up with some plan. Now, was it yesterday that Rand Paul said that there's a plan in place for maybe Monday or Tuesday they're going to dish out some more details of what this replacement could look like?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
That does sound right, although I don't know if it's going to be much different from what we already heard from Susan Collins, who's considered, she can reach out to some Democrats. I know they really would like to have some Democrats on board so that, as opposed to when Obamacare was first rushed through the Congress, it was not bipartisan.
Yeah.
So I know they want to have some Democratic support. But basically the plan is, and there goes the departure.
Yeah, here we
of
go.
The presidential limousine. The plan is currently that we will see money doled out to the states one by one by one and they can choose if they want to basically completely duplicate the current Obamacare setup or go with something different that is more customized for their state. So that is an interesting way to do it, that's for sure.
Yeah, there we go. And
Look at
we're
that.
watching the limo now as it is taking President Trump to that venue.
By the
to
way,
give a
one thing,
speech.
I have to believe that one thing that should be on a president's mind is how long do you need to, be out there kibitzing on the tarmac anyway? Think about when a president arrives, it does have an impact on other people's air travel.
Oh, sure,
right?
that and the roadways as well, because they are blocking a lot of
Oh, yeah.
roadways off for that as well, and you can see all the Secret Service there and different presidential limousines. They got to have more than one just so you don't know exactly which one he's in, and you can see the detail behind him.
Look at
there.
that, man.
Look at that.
Look at some of those things.
And you
coming
know
on.
those aren't just normal doors that because when you
Right.
see them open it,
Right.
they got to open it with two hands.
Yeah, man, it's amazing.
That is interesting. But let's show right now. Let's go to Philadelphia, where these protesters are outside the venue right now, waiting for President Trump to arrive. You know, when you look at this, and when I look at these sorts of images, what I can't help but is, when do these people work? That's what I mean, you figure
Well,
it's noon there in Philly.
Maybe they took a vacation day from their job. I mean, no, nobody really does seem to know. But
I just don't get it.
Yeah, so I will never get the answer to that imponderable, Michael. But let me just say that police have estimated that the crowd is, in terms of the amount of protesters, could be as much as about 10,000.
Okay.
And we see a lot of different signs. Don't repeal the ACA.
Looks like we have that reporter there back.
Reporter jumps in the shot,
Yeah,
so
we'll just take you back now and show you a little bit.
a little bit more of Air Force One.
Yes.
So, pretty big headline coming in the last 30 minutes that the president of Mexico says, you know what, I'm not coming. I'm canceling my meeting.
So they canceled the
After
meeting.
Donald Trump earlier this morning said, maybe it's best if you do.
Yeah, so President Trump really initiated that to say you better not come if you're not going to pay for the wall.
Right. So that's you could sort of predict that was the way it was going to go. I mean, both sides have to appear to be, men of strength within their own countries.
Oh, sure.
And so, we will see how that all plays out, that's for sure.
Now, what are some ways, though, without them directly writing a check?
Yes.
What are some of the ways, though, that we can have Mexico pay for the wall, but not just write us a check?
My understanding is, matter of fact, I believe Donald Trump tweeted it, that the trade deficit that we have with Mexico, the amount of products that they make and sell into our huge economy, number one economy in the world, despite what you hear people say about China, we're the biggest, is to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Not a surprise when the trend has been for so many years until Trump got into the White House. The trend has been for businesses to close down in the United States and open in Mexico and pay much, much, much lower wages. Well, if in fact you have tens of billions of dollars of your products being sold into this country, if he puts a tariff on that and that slows it down, that is a huge item of leverage to use in terms of how you get that country to respond to you. That's number one. Number two, my research this morning indicated that the amount of foreign aid that we give to Mexico every year is to the tune of about $400 million. So that's another piece of leverage. This is where, on the campaign trail, Donald Trump talked about that we're not cutting good deals.
Yeah, and that was one of his big promises to the American people, saying, we're going to put up that wall.
Yep. Hey, also, I'm going to mention, because the remarks go by so fast, we really can't even see them on
Yes.
our YouTube channel. Come on over to, I am Ron Hoon Fox 10. That's 10. Ron Hoon Fox 10. Oh, the protest pics are back, by the way.
Yes,
Good.
yep, we got those up.
And share your remarks. Let us know where you're watching from this morning. Over 20,000 people all over the world watching our live streaming news feed. And your thoughts on where things stand today in relation between the United States and Mexico, in relation to the replace and repeal of Obamacare, or just where you think we stand now, 6 days into the Trump White House.
I can't believe, all these cable channels.
Yes.
They have the day 6 of the first 100 days. I mean, they have this countdown that's right in the corner of their screens, like it's like New Year's Eve or something. We're having a countdown.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. We ran a story earlier this morning that the latest polling numbers, it's very early, just the first few days into the presidency, but of those who strongly approve with what he's done so far, that number has grown from, I'm doing this off the top of my head, but I believe from 38% to 44% over the course of a week. And that's pretty strong.
Yes.
That's a pretty strong growth number. So, yeah, there are a lot of protesters out there and a lot of people unhappy with him and with his policies. But overall, it seems like it is moving in the direction that would be positive for a new administration.
There we go. So, folks, if you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm Mike Page. This is Ron Hoon, and we're taking you, we're just moments away from President Trump going to be making some statements at the GOP retreat there in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, right? And right now we're looking at protesters saying, well, we really wish you weren't here, though.
Yeah. Well, that's American democracy, no doubt about it. Now, so let's go to Twitter. Here's Ned Flanders. This guy's hilarious. I love his Twitter handle, Mr. Ned Flanders, watching live from Muncie, Indiana. And it is interesting because we do know that we get a lot of viewers out in the Midwestern part of the country and also on the East Coast where it's a little bit later in the day. Matter of fact, when we were streaming the inauguration live, we had AP political and history classes watching us from various high schools on the East Coast and off toward Tennessee. So anyway, the question then out of Muncie is, do you know if all the men and women in uniform on Air Force One are armed? I don't know the answer to that. And I would think that the answer would be no, probably not all of them. But certainly there's going to be plenty of firepower to protect the president. I mean, the Secret Service is primarily responsible for the protection of the president. Obviously, they're all going to be armed. And then Jurgen is writing in from Belgium. Now, this is great because we had a lot of people from other parts of the world, international response to our streaming channel. And Jurgen wrote, "Hi again from Belgium. When do you think the protests will end?" I don't think they're going to. I would actually be kind of surprised if they were to come to an end because, you hear people jokingly say, well, how come there weren't a bunch of Mitt Romney protesters after the 2012 election, that took to the streets and tried to disrupt traffic and all those kinds of things? And I don't know. I mean, it just wasn't in their makeup, I guess, to do it. So now, you got people who do feel like, hey, the thing to do is to protest, and they may not like any answers that come from Donald Trump over the next 3 days or 3 weeks or 3 months. I do think they will die down. Sure. Because after a while, they do kind of lose their punch.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But there are going to be people who just don't like him and won't like him until the day he leaves office. And so as a result, I mean, take a look. I think it's been 8 or 9 years ago that actually one of the most kind of laid-back cities in America, Seattle, hosted a WTO meeting, a World Trade Organization meeting. And they had all these anarchists in the street. And I thought, what are people, where's the anger coming from here?
Yeah.
You know, and they actually, and it was so surprising for a city like Seattle to see that. And it just turned out in many cases, they were people who came in from other cities just to protest.
Yeah.
Take a look at Washington, D.C. on the day of the inauguration. Some people were protesting politically. Unfortunately, we also have people in this country who will take advantage of the political situation to just be hooligans.
Oh, sure.
And not do political protest, but do kind of violent
Yeah.
protest, you know, smashing windows, destroying property, those kinds of things. And unfortunately, those kind of people are always going to be out there too.
Yeah. I think the way to stop protesters and having protesters in areas, you know how you stop them? I think you stop sending the cameras. Once you stop sending the cameras and they're not giving the coverage, they'll be like, why are we doing this?
Yes.
So that could be an option.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. It's always a fine line you got to, you know, I mean, we've got to cover the news, and if there are protests going on, it is part of, you know, it's part of the job that we've got to cover.
Yep.
But yeah, you do hate to think that it would encourage anybody to get out there.
Yeah, but when you start seeing them,
when you see the violence, yeah, it's so
bashing
frustrating
businesses
and aggravating. Okay, all kinds of Twitter remarks here, so let's go to
Beautiful.
it. Lexington, Kentucky is Jimmy James. Love your content, guys. Just subscribe. Jimmy, thank you. I was in Lexington for the first time in my life just a few months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it's been almost a year. What a great town. Great college town.
Nice.
Incredible UK campus. You know, they're ready to go out there and win the Final Four, which, by the way, is going to happen right here in Phoenix.
There we go.
Just a few blocks, very walkable from our TV studios. Anyway, gorgeous city, great history there, great architecture, great campus, and I think a lot of excitement this year for that Kentucky team. Okay, go ahead.
I have one here from Daniel Lippens saying, thanks for the stream. What part of White House personnel is not replaced when a new president takes office? And I would, well, a lot of the maids,
yes,
they're not replaced. They've been there for years.
Right.
Butlers.
Kitchen staff.
Oh, yeah,
everything.
kitchen staff.
Yeah. So there are all kinds of staff members that you would think of in terms of less of a political or administrative position and more just in terms of actually operating the White House.
Yes.
Day to day, that remain on board. The number is in the hundreds. By the way, we had our own little in-house trivia question we were asking amongst ourselves on the morning show this morning.
What was it?
What is the square footage of the White House?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind,
that
does not include, this is just the living quarters.
Oh,
of the
just
White
the
House.
living, not the West Wing? Or
Not the West Wing,
okay.
Not the administrative offices off to the west or to the east, which are two huge wings.
Yeah.
But just in terms of the traditional White House, the way it was originally built
Wow.
and existed for a long time,
what is it?
I was off.
What is it?
So I guessed, let's see, what did Celeste guess? I think she guessed 8,000. I guessed 25,000.
Yeah.
It turns out it's about 50,000 square feet.
Wow.
In fact, it's a little over that. I think it's around 57,000 square feet. And so that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I saw a report the other day that they valued the White House at like over $400 million.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's an expensive piece
Yeah,
of property.
that's a property there.
Hey, here's Chris Reed, who's watching from Winnipeg, Canada, who said, I have read that the doors on the limo are 8 inches thick and weigh as much as the doors on a 757, watching from Winnipeg. Hashtag Winnipeg. Chris, that's fantastic. I've heard from Chris in the past because he is, he's got a microphone there. And,
Nice.
I don't know if he does a regular radio show or a streaming show, but he's a voice artist and all the rest.
Well, yeah, that's why we would see those Secret Service agents really just have to really get a workout in.
Yes. Thanks for the follows as well, you guys. That's always appreciated. Okay, here's a question from Remixed, Better Mixmaster. How many of these protesters do you think are paid for? They look a little too organized.
Oh.
You know what I always consider, that's a great question too. What I always consider a good tip off to that is how professional do their signs look, and are there duplicative signs?
Oh.
So if you see the same sign, that doesn't look like it was handmade but looks like it was professionally printed, and you see it, over and over again, there's a guarantee that those people, are obviously out there as a group.
Yes, yes.
An organized effort. I'm sure that some of many of the protesters are out there all on their own. Others are joining some sort of community group, and then others, it does happen where people are paid.
And we
to get
are
out there and
also
show up.
now, not only on fox10phoenix.com, but thanks to everybody just joining in now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live.
Okay, great.
So we're on the Facebook stream as well now, Ron, as we're taking a live look. If for those of you just joining us here, we're taking a live look at protesters here in Philadelphia, where we're just moments away from President Trump to make some remarks at the GOP retreat.
Yeah. Okay, so here's Andrew Kadat. I'll weigh in on this one. Do you have any comments to make about Trump's remarks towards CNN, calling them fake news? So I actually think that if you spent the next 24 hours just taking notes on that particular network's, as we call them in our business, the lower third, it seems to me that about 90% of the coverage, I'm just guessing, has been not exactly positive. And so I think there may be, an effort to look at, and there are plenty of negative stories out there. So, but CNN's not fake news. They ran a story that the president didn't like. He called them fake news, and I think there may be a little bit of tension there. They have a solid reputation of covering stories. They're going to be stories that we run right here on our streaming news channel that the president's not going to like. And so, it is part of the business that we're in, that you do. People don't like you.
Oh yeah.
I do think that. Let me just back up for 1 second, though, to say that I do think that is part of the reason that people like us. Because we can be as interactive as we can, and we're as interactive as we possibly can be, and we stream live, commercial-free, uninterrupted, and we try to just, once he starts talking, we're going to carry the whole thing live. We'll probably clip it, be able to carry the whole thing for you on replay later. I know you've already got the clips of Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan from earlier this morning, so. Unfortunately, there are sites out there, especially websites, that run fake news, and it gives everybody in the business a black eye.
Oh yeah,
you hate to hear it.
Yeah, you hate to see that stuff, and then what I see sometimes, even on my own Facebook page, where I've seen my own friends are sharing fake news.
Really? See,
where you could always tell fake news, because sometimes with these websites they look exactly like an ABC or an NBC or a Fox, but what they'll do instead of having like foxnews.com, it'll be foxnews.co. It won't be the .com, and that's where you really got to watch for. When these people are sharing these kind of bizarre stories.
Right. So here's Scott Tarana, who says, watching Mike Page, at Mike Page Fox 10 and at Ron Hoon Fox 10, live streaming from Phoenix, up here in Chicopee, Massachusetts. Glad to find this today, and will subscribe. So, hey, that's fantastic. We especially love our viewers on the East Coast, because as the day goes on and more people get online, I think they discover us sometimes for the first time.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right. So what is it here? 10:30 in the morning.
So it's 12:30 there.
12:30 there. I can almost guarantee you we have people watching right now in the UK.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
And so
great friends there.
Because it's prime time over there.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
We all, in the business we're in, we see these charts and these flows that show as the afternoon and we get into the evening, the numbers continue to grow of people who hop on their phones, mostly, or on their laptop or on their home computer. And so as the afternoon or the evening wears on, we end up getting a lot of people who do watch us streaming live all the way over there. By the way, you are looking live at pictures of a protest in Philadelphia that the police are estimating is going to be about 10,000 is what they're
Wow.
prepared for in the downtown area. If, in Philly, they refer to it differently. It's called Center City. Don't call it downtown.
Yeah.
It's Center City, Philadelphia. And it really is sort of the nation's historic heart
There we go.
to be there. I mean, that is one cool place to walk into Independence Hall.
I've never
You
been.
know?
Yeah, I've never been there. I gotta
it's
go.
So
I gotta go.
impressive.
I gotta see it.
Yeah, they tell you when you're in Independence Hall on that tour that there's only, I believe, one original in terms of the pieces of furniture. There's one original chair that was actually there.
Look at that.
In the building, in that room, when all of the great events in our nation's history, with
Wow.
the Declaration of Independence,
That's
the
special.
Constitution, that it all unfolded there. And the reason there's only one chair is, after they declared independence,
Yeah.
King George III did not like that at all. And he sends ships sailing up the river to Philadelphia. They disembarked, and the Continental Congress got out of there in the nick of time, and actually, a lot of people don't realize this, moved the entire Congress, basically the de facto capital of the United States, to York, Pennsylvania. How about that?
Yeah.
They got a big Harley Davidson factory there. I mean, it's probably more known for Harleys than anything else,
Sure.
but at one time was the de facto capital of the United States. And when they got inside Independence Hall, they started burning these chairs, and all the furniture they could find and everything else.
Wow.
So only one chair actually survives. It's just really cool to walk into an area where you knew George Washington, Ben Franklin, Thomas
Definitely.
Jefferson,
Andrew Jackson. Yeah.
that some of the earliest names stood there. So I've got to run into a meeting.
All right, it's meeting time for Ron, but you know what? The stream continues. It just keeps going.
Well, you've got
Yeah.
you got shot of the protesters. You got a shot of the podium.
Yeah, we'll show you that podium. That's where President Trump's speaking in a little bit. We'll take you back out here. So,
So thanks for all your Twitter feedback. I know we didn't get to all your comments, but gosh, love it. Really love it.
Yeah,
We'll definitely look through. We'll definitely look through your.
and it's a great way to interact too, because like we were saying in the chat, it's great to have the chat there, but it just goes so fast we can't keep up.
Yeah.
This way you can interact with us all day even too. So.
Yeah. By the way, Amanda just said hello from Niagara Falls, Canada. Subscribed after the inauguration. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Amanda. And all the way over into Scotland, James
Look at that.
Mountain 90.
So you called it.
Before he
You called
starts
it.
his night shift, there's a country everybody needs to go spend a little bit of time in.
Nice.
If you find yourself in the UK, go into Scotland and just spend a few days. Edinburgh, Glasgow, Isle of Skye. Michael?
This guy's a traveler.
It's beautiful. Okay, nice hanging out with you guys, and enjoy the live stream here. In
There
the next
we
little while.
go. All right, Ron, thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. And special thanks for Ron for always coming up and stopping by and being part of the coverage here. Folks, we are just moments away from President Trump to be speaking live in Philadelphia at the GOP retreat. You can see there in the top right corner of your screen. We are waiting for that to happen. Once that does take place, of course, we will take that full for you here and leave the protesters in Philadelphia as they are taken to the streets. Ron just said, about 10,000 people they were expecting there live. So we haven't gotten any aerial views. I'll be sure to see if we get any aerial views. I'll be able to share that with you here on the stream. Thanks so much for being part of Fox 10 Phoenix. .com and Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. If you haven't already done so, I'd say, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way, you'll always be in the know of when we are covering political events for you or breaking news anywhere across the country. We got you covered on that angle. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you for the next couple of hours here. Mary Kate, my colleague, is coming up at 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock Eastern. The chief of the Border Patrol has left the agency that's in charge of securing America's borders with Mexico and Canada. According to a U.S. official and a former official, Border Patrol agents have been told that Mark Morgan is no longer on the job. It's not immediately clear whether Morgan resigned or was asked to leave. The U.S. official wasn't authorized to discuss the move before a public announcement and spoke on the former official asked not to be identified before a government announcement. Morgan's departure comes a day after President Donald Trump announced plans to build a wall at the Mexican border and hire 5,000 Border Patrol agents. Just received a tweet from one of our viewers, Daniel, saying, will the press secretary do a press conference today? If so, at what time? Not today, because of the president is on the road today. He will not be doing a press conference at the briefing, but he will be doing what we're being told is a press gaggle on Air Force One after this event. So we should be getting video in from after the event. It'll most likely be tape playback because they won't be able to do that live. But it should be a gaggle on Air Force One where the press secretary, Sean Spicer, will be talking to the media there. So it won't be a formal press briefing, but we'll have some sort of interaction with Sean and the media there. So thanks so much for your tweet there, Daniel.
Turn here. That's it. I don't know where they're going. He's saying, turning. Oh, good. They're not connected, so it doesn't matter. I thought they had them all connected, so you couldn't jump over. Yeah. They're not connected, so okay, good. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I thought they were connected. Yeah, 1.5 hours.
A spokesman said President Donald Trump will sign an executive action today to commission an investigation into widespread voter fraud, raising the prospect of a federal government probe into a widely debunked claim and sparking alarm among experts and Democrats. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer said Trump would sign the order in the Oval Office but did not provide more details as to what it might entail. Trump had announced in a pair of tweets early Wednesday that a major investigation will look at those registered to vote in more than one state, those who are illegal, and even those registered to vote who are dead, and many for a long time, he said, depending on results. The Republican tweeted on his 6th day in office, "We will strengthen up voting procedures." He went further later, claiming you have people registered in 2 states. They're registered in New York and New Jersey. They vote twice. There are millions of votes, in my opinion, Trump said. Of those votes cast, none of them come to me. None of them come to me, he reiterated. All 50 states and the District of Columbia have finalized their election results with no reports of the kind of widespread fraud that Trump alleges. Spicer would not say whether the investigation would be led by the FBI or some other agency. He said Wednesday that its only goal would be to understand where the problem exists and how deep it goes, and that it would not be limited to the 2016 election. Looks like the event is going to be starting. You're watching live right now on the Fox 10 News Now streaming.
Yeah, I think. Well, where are you putting him? I don't know. You're blocking Judy and Jen. It'll be a while.
Congress will move legislation this year providing up to $15 billion to build a wall along the Mexican boundary. Republican leaders said Thursday, but they would not say how they prevent the massive project from worsening federal deficits, and were meeting resistance from GOP lawmakers. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer says the Trump administration will keep the lines of communication open with the Mexican president after he canceled a planned visit to Washington. Spicer says the administration will look for a date to schedule something in the future.
McConnell be right to the speak, the president's immediate left.
All right, folks, while we do wait for this event to start, we're going to take you back outside now of the event where protesters are still lined up in the streets protesting Donald Trump being in Philadelphia.
Are they lying down over there? They're dying in. There we go.
We could see now some of the, what appears to be some of the protesters laying down. I don't know if they are, don't know what they are doing at this point here, but we are following live for you right now in the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Right now they are kneeling down and laying down in the middle of the street here. We don't know if they are taking a break maybe. Maybe they are tired from already protesting here on the streets in Philadelphia here.
Yeah, so am I. Would you be offended? Would you see that dot? Or would you want to get the dot? You gotta do what you got. You gotta do what you got. Yeah, you're just getting the shot of that dot. It actually, it's there if you just hold that. Yep. You're fine now. Okay. I don't want to. Thank you for covering. No, I don't want to tell you to do it. Not at all. All of a sudden I realized. It's all over. I don't see it. Well, they died in over there, and now they're doing it over here.
I'll wait there. I'll wait right here.
Once again, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We welcome you to the News Now stream. If maybe you're new to the stream today, maybe this is your first time getting to check us out, well, we thank you for watching. And really hope that you hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering political events anywhere across the country. And we are extensively covering President Trump in his first 100 days. We are going to be hearing from him very shortly. We are just moments away from his remarks at the GOP retreat in Philadelphia. Right now, we are taking a live look outside of that venue of the Lowe's Hotel where Donald Trump will be speaking, and we're seeing protesters. We've heard as high as maybe about 10,000 people will be out on the streets here in Philly, and we're seeing some of them. We see a sign there that says no mandate. That says, that's for the ACA. We're trying to read some other signs there as well. I see in the background there an Obama sign, but can't make out what it says. We do see some protesters here laying in the streets. Some are kneeling right now. It looks like they're in a bottleneck situation where they really can't move at all at this moment. I think they've trapped themselves a little here or are just content with stopping here. So you guys are watching live from all over the world, and we definitely appreciate that. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you extensive coverage of all breaking news events that happen across the country. Let me tell you, something always happens. That's why we're here to cover it for you. We stream it on your smartphone, tablet, computer, even your smart TV. We have you covered. So we welcome you to our stream, and it's a great honor to give you this coverage here today. But we do see these protesters now laying in the street. It looks like what we are seeing now is they are staging a die-in. We've seen this sometimes with protesters. What they'll do is they'll stage a die-in to show the amount of people that takes to make a statement here. So we'll continue to watch here and wait for President Trump to be making remarks very soon. I'm Mike Pace. I'll be your host here for the next 2 hours on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It looks like that shot froze up on us. Let's take it back now inside where we are awaiting President Trump. President Donald Trump is trying to cement support from Republican House and Senate members and line up shared goals as he addresses them during their annual policy retreat. Trump's midday remarks today in Philadelphia come a day after he began overhauling the nation's immigration rules and moved to jumpstart construction of his promised U.S.-Mexico border wall. He also ordered cuts yesterday in federal grants for sanctuary cities, which shield some immigrants from federal law enforcement, and increases in the number of Border Patrol agents and immigration officers. Trump's moves to restrict immigration caused immediate friction with Mexico, prompting their president to cancel the trip in Washington next week for the first meeting with the new president. It was a remarkable move by an ally and neighbor. The White House sought to avoid making too much of the Mexico president's decision. Spokesperson Sean Spicer said the White House would keep the lines of communication open in hopes of scheduling a future meeting. After returning to the White House, Trump plans to sign an executive action commissioning a probe of widespread voter fraud today. Additional actions are planned for Friday as well, but Spicer said decisions were still to be made on exactly what Trump would sign. The president is also expected to take steps, possibly as soon as this week, to restrict the flow of refugees into the United States, and he is considering plans to negotiate individual trade deals with the countries that have signed onto the proposed Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Pact. Trump took steps earlier in the week to withdraw the U.S. from TPP, which he said puts American workers at a disadvantage. The White House had said Trump would also meet this afternoon with Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah. The meeting with Hatch, who is chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, has been rescheduled, the White House said a little bit ago. Folks, what I'm going to put just in the top right corner of your screen while we wait for this event to start, we're going to show you just what happened earlier this morning at the retreat as the Speaker of the House and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell addressed the press.
It's going to be explored here is a new relationship with the United Kingdom. One of our earliest and oldest allies. With their changes in their approach to trade, it opens up the opportunity for the President to discuss with the Prime Minister the possibility of a bilateral trade agreement with the British people. Interesting new topic. In the Senate, as you know, we're concentrating on getting the President's cabinet in place. We'll have a very busy week in that regard, starting Monday. We'll also be taking Congressional Review Act proposals from the House and taking those up as well as we begin to change America and go in a different direction.
Questions? Casey. We are on the same page with the White House, and we're going to be hearing from the President today. We've been working with the administration on a daily basis to map out and plan a very bold and aggressive agenda to make good on our campaign promises and to fix these problems, to repeal and replace and repair our broken healthcare system, to reform our tax code to get jobs and economic growth, to clear out the regulatory underbrush so we can get economic growth going. So we are on the same page with the administration, and we've actually worked with the administration on just basically the kind of timetable and the legislative agenda we have for 2017. So yes, we are on the same page. This is going to be an unconventional presidency. I think you know this by now, Casey. And I think we're going to see unconventional activities like tweets and things like that. And I think that's just something that we're all going to have to get used to.
Yeah, let me just add, for myself, I don't tend to be kind of reacting to daily comments. What the Speaker has done, which I entirely concur with and the administration's on board with, is to lay out a game plan through the August recess of what we want to try to accomplish. And for myself, I intend to stick to the plan and make as much progress as we can. Yeah, Manu. Yeah, I don't have any advice to give to the president about that issue. We are moving ahead, as the speaker pointed out to our group yesterday, with of roughly
12 to 15.
Yeah, 12 to 15 billion dollars. So we intend to address the ball issue ourselves, and the president can deal with his relations with other countries on that issue and other issues.
I think we'll be fine. Drucker.
Thanks a lot. On your agenda, how do you guys move, I know you're moving forward with your agenda, but how do you feel confident you're going to get to a conclusion when the president's opinion appears to change from day to day? How is that impacting your ability?
I actually would not describe it that way. I don't share that opinion that he changes his opinion on day to day. You'll see different emphasis, but with respect to the core agenda that we have laid out for our members, that we are planning and coordinating in the House and the Senate, we've done this in conjunction with the administration. We ran on these issues all of 2016. So there's no surprise here. And the president agrees with this agenda, and we've laid out not just the issues that we're going to be focusing on, but the timeline. And so that is consistent, and that has not changed.
One follow-up on border adjustability, which is a very big deal for you. The president has said publicly he doesn't like it, then he says, no, maybe I like it. So has he told you specifically?
We are in a very good place on tax reform. It can get complicated when you get into the details of tax reform, but once we go through how tax reform works.
Let's pray together. Father, you have called us all, and you've given us a task and a responsibility. Pray that you would make us equal to the task, that you give us the wisdom that we need, that you give us the patience and the grace and the joy in the task that we need. Father, we join millions of Americans praying for the president and the vice president, that you would give them the wisdom to make wise choices, to have the confidence to know what to do and the boldness to do it. Pray that you give them unique discernment in the task. Give them the ability to make right choices, whether it be people and staff, whether it be direction and executive actions they take. Father, I pray for their staff. There are thousands of people right now getting organized around this new presidency. Equip them, make them ready for the task. Father, you have called us all to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves, to stand up for justice, and to speak out in defense of the poor and the needy. God, I pray that you would help us to do that in the days ahead. Bless our president and our vice president. Use this time to prepare us and to draw us together as a nation. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Please welcome the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul Ryan. Please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Please welcome to introduce our special guest, the Majority Leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell.
Not many Americans know this, but at the beginning of our country, the presidents were all part of the establishment. For 40 years, from Washington down to John Quincy Adams. And then Andrew Jackson came along. He was the voice of the people, and regular people sent this new president to the Oval Office, to the White House, and he made history by serving 2 terms and changing America. My first visit to our new president in the Oval Office the other day, I looked up behind his desk, and there was a sculpture of Andrew Jackson. How appropriate. Join me in welcoming the next president who's going to make history and turn America around, Donald Trump.
Thank you very much, Mitch. So nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So nice. Nice to win. Do we agree? It's been a while. It's been a while since we had this position. Nice to win. And I want to thank everybody in the room. So many friends. Thank you very much. Sit down, everybody. Let's enjoy ourselves. It's great to be in Philadelphia. I went to school in Philadelphia. This is a very special place in our nation's history. It's the place where we launched our American independence. The state of Pennsylvania is very special to me for lots of reasons, especially from a couple of months ago, remember? Pennsylvania cannot be won. Remember? Pennsylvania cannot be won, right, Congressman? There is no path to victory for Trump in Pennsylvania, except we won. Now, it has been a long time since you guys did this, but it was just a great victory. It was a great evening. It was a great evening, I will tell you, but it sort of started in Pennsylvania. They all said that Pennsylvania was the bride that got away, that it was the state that everybody from the Republican Party that ran in Pennsylvania for 38 years thought they won, except they never won. And I thought I won too, but I was afraid to say it, Mitch, because it just seemed that it wasn't working out. So I just said, you know what, I think we did great, let's see what happens. But good things happen. So we love this state, and we will see it many times again. Now is the dawn of a new era of American independence, a rededication to the idea that the people are in charge of their own destiny. I want to thank Majority Leader McConnell, great guy, and Speaker Paul Ryan, very, very special. And he is writing his heart out, right? And we're actually going to sign the stuff that you're writing. You're not wasting your time. He would write it, he'd send it up, and nothing would happen. But now it's going to happen. For their leadership and for inviting me here today, thank you very much. And thank you, Leader McCarthy, Senator Cornyn, Congressman Scalise, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers, and Congressman Messer for your leadership as well. It's been terrific. This Congress is going to be the busiest Congress we've had in decades, maybe ever. Maybe ever. Think of that. And think of everything we can achieve. And remember who we must achieve it for. We're here now because tens of millions of Americans have placed their hopes in us to transfer power from Washington, D.C., and give it back to the people. So important. Now we have to deliver. Enough all talk, no action. We have to deliver. This is our chance to achieve great and lasting change for our beloved nation. Since taking office, I have taken major contractual steps to restore the rule of law and to return power to everyday Americans. And even though it's only a few days, we've done it in record numbers. We've issued executive orders to build the Keystone and Dakota pipelines. And issued a new requirement for American pipelines to be made with American steel and fabricated in the United States. And I was sitting at my desk, and I'm getting ready to sign Keystone and Dakota. I say, where's the pipe coming from? And I won't tell you where, but you wouldn't be happy. I say, why is it we build pipelines and we're not using pipe that's made in our country? I say, let's put that little clause in, like it's a one-sentence clause, but that clause is going to attract a lot of people, and we're going to make that pipe right here in America, okay? If people want to build pipelines on our land, we want the pipe to be manufactured. And not only that, manufactured here, but you will see a level of quality that you're not going to see when they bring pipe from far distances, have to bring it in small chunks and then fabricate it on the land. Give me a break. We can do much better than that, and we're going to do it much better, and it's going to end up costing less money, believe me. We've reinstated the Mexico City policy, a long-standing policy Isn't that nice? And by the way, on Friday, a lot of people are going to be showing up to Washington, right, Mike? A lot of people. You know, the press never gives them the credit that they deserve. They'll have 300, 400, 500, 600,000 people. You won't even read about it. When other people show up, you read big time about it, right? So it's not fair, but nothing fair about the media. Nothing. A long-standing policy to ensure taxpayer dollars do not fund abortion services overseas. We've issued executive orders to remove wasteful regulations that slow down commerce and delay infrastructure, which we desperately need. The very beginning of a massive effort to reduce the crushing regulations on our economy, and we are going to reduce regulations big time. We've also withdrawn from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, paving the way for new one-on-one trade deals that protect and defend the American worker. And believe me, we're going to have a lot of trade deals. Mitch, don't worry about it. Just give me a little time. But there'll be one-on-one. There won't be a whole big mash pot. There'll be one-on-one deals, and if that particular country doesn't treat us fairly, we send them a 30-day termination, notice of termination. And then they'll come and say, please don't do that, and we'll negotiate a better deal during that 30-day period. The other way, you can't get out of it. It's like quicksand. Plus, we're going to have very, very strong controls over monetary manipulation and devaluation, which they didn't have in TPP. So this is going to be so much better, and we're already on it. I would like to have my Commerce Secretary, Wilbur, approved, because I hear he did fantastically well, but they're not quick with the pen on signing these people, because we'd like to have him approved as soon as possible. So I know, and Mitch says it will be done, and it will be. They could move faster on the other side, I will say that. Could move faster. I mean, I'm meeting with the Prime Minister tomorrow, as you know, Great Britain. So I'm meeting with her tomorrow. I don't have my Commerce Secretary. They want to talk trade. So I'll have to handle it myself. Which is okay. We've put in place the first steps in our immigration plan, ordering the immediate construction of the border wall, putting an end to catch and release, expediting the removal of criminal this is so important to me. From day one, I've said it, and I mean the immediate removal of criminal aliens. They're going to be gone fast. And finally, at long last, cracking down on sanctuary cities. It's time to restore the civil rights of Americans, to protect their jobs, their hopes, and their dreams for a much better future. Congress passed these laws to serve our citizens, and it's about time those laws were properly enforced. They're not enforced. The hour of justice for the American worker has arrived. Border security is a serious, serious national issue and problem. A lack of security poses a substantial threat to the sovereignty and safety of the United States of America and its citizens. Most illegal immigration is coming from our southern border. I've said many times that the American people will not pay for the wall. And I've made that clear to the government of Mexico. NAFTA has been a terrible deal, a total disaster for the United States from its inception, costing us as much as $60 billion a year with Mexico alone in trade deficits. You say, who negotiates these deals? Not to mention millions of jobs and thousands of factories and plants closing down all over our country. On top of that are the trillions of dollars the U.S. taxpayers have spent to pay the cost of illegal immigration. Much of it has then been sent back, and much of it goes back to other countries. And oftentimes, because they don't respect us, the other countries will not accept the criminals that we send back to them that are illegally in our country. I promise you they will start accepting them again, quickly. We're not going to have them any longer. I will not allow the taxpayers or the citizens of the United States to pay the cost of this defective transaction, NAFTA, one that should have been renegotiated many years ago, except that the politicians were too preoccupied to do so. Now, these people are not in that category. You understand that. This is a different group. I think, right? To that end, the President of Mexico and myself have agreed to cancel our planned meeting scheduled for next week. Unless Mexico is going to treat the United States fairly, with respect, such a meeting would be fruitless, and I want to go a different route. We have no choice. Paul Ryan and other leaders in Congress and I and Mike Pence, who, by the way, how good a choice was Vice President Mike Pence. Everybody loves him. In fact, anytime I got myself into a jam early, I haven't been doing this stuff too long, right? But anytime I got myself into a jam, oftentimes they'd say on television, yeah, But look, he picked Mike Pence. So he's got to have something going, right? So Mike really helped me a lot. Well, we're working on a tax reform bill that will reduce our trade deficits, increase American exports, and will generate revenue from Mexico that will pay for the wall if we decide to go that route. It is time that the American people had a president fighting as hard for its citizens as other countries do for theirs. And that's exactly what I am going to do for you. Believe me. Thank you. Thank you. It's time that somebody fought for our country and didn't let anyone take advantage of us anymore. The world has taken advantage of us for many years. Not going to happen anymore. We will have an ambitious legislative agenda as well. Our legislative work starts with repealing and replacing Obamacare and saving families from the catastrophic rise in premiums and debilitating loss of choice and just about everything else. And remember this for this room in particular. Obamacare is a disaster. The Democrats are up and they're saying, oh, they're putting up signs like it's wonderful. It's a disaster. I actually talked with Paul and the group about just doing nothing for 2 years, and the Dems would come begging to do something because 17 is going to be catastrophic price increases. Your deductibles are through the roof. You can't use it. You can't use it. And they would come to us, except we have one problem. We have to take care of the American people immediately. So we can't wait. But every time they tell you about Obamacare, we're taking them out of a big jam. Big jam. We're putting ourselves at risk to a certain extent because we're taking it off their platter. But I think, Congressman, I think we have no choice. I think we have no choice. We have to get it going. I'm serious. If we waited 2 years, it's going to explode like you've never seen an explosion. Nobody's going to be able to afford it. It's a disaster. And that's politically what we should do, but we don't want to do that. We want to get something done and get it done right. And by the way, Tom Price is going to do a phenomenal job. I don't know if he's here, but he's going to do a phenomenal job. On my first day in office, I signed an executive order to roll back the burdens of Obamacare and pave the way for real reform, like health savings accounts that empower individuals to choose the customized plan that is truly right for them and have so many choices. Tom Price will soon be leading Health and Human Services. He is a true advocate for patients. He's going to do a phenomenal job. We have no doubt about that. He joins an all-star roster that includes many of your colleagues, Ryan Zinke, Mick Mulvaney. These guys have had a pretty tough time in Congress, too, but they in the Senate, but actually came out very well. Mike Pompeo. Is Mike here? Mike? Mike Pompeo, phenomenal guy. And Jeff Sessions. Jeff is a fine person. Jeff was one of my earliest endorsers and never endorsed a presidential candidate before, and he was one of my earliest endorsers, respected by everybody, and did unbelievably in front of committee. Unbelievable. In addition to fixing our health care, we're going to pursue new trade deals that create higher wages and more opportunities for American workers, bringing back those magnificent words, made in the USA. We used to have that. We don't have it anymore. It's going to be America first again. We will create millions of new, good-paying jobs by removing the economic burdens that cripple our ability to compete. At the center of that agenda is bold tax reform that massively lowers taxes for our middle class and for all American businesses. We will also pursue financial reform that will help striving Americans get the credit they need to realize their dreams. Republicans have always been the party of American industry and the American worker. We must embrace that heritage, rebuilding this country with American goods and American labor. And we've started, believe me, over the last couple of months. I don't know, I'd like to say I did about as much as anybody or more in terms of getting industry to start coming back to our country before I took office. But we have a lot of great news with Ford and General Motors and Fiat Chrysler and so many others. We have a lot of great news. Lockheed is adding a lot of different people, a lot of additional people, Boeing. We have a lot of positive things happening, and it's really going to start bursting out. You're going to be seeing it very soon. We want to get our people off of welfare and back to work. So important. It's out of control. It's out of control. And we believe that the world's best country ought to have the world's best infrastructure. It's what our people deserve, and it's what we will ensure they get. Our infrastructure is in serious trouble. We will build new roads and highways and tunnels and airports and railways across the nation. We will fix our existing product before we build anything brand new, however. We have to fix what we have. It's a mess. So we're going to fix it first. The thing I do best in life is build. We will fix it first because we have a lot of things that are in bad shape. And we will rebuild our military and take care of our great veterans. Thank you. And we're working hard with the veterans. We're going to do something very special with the veterans. It's time. At the same time, we will unleash the full power of American energy, ending the job-killing restrictions on shale, oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful coal. And we're going to put our coal miners back to work. Thank you. And we will protect our farmers, our ranchers, our hunters, our anglers, and all who enjoy the outdoors. But to be a rich country, we must also be a safe country. Right now, too many families don't feel secure. Just look at the 30 largest cities. In the last year alone, the murder rate has increased by an estimated 14%. Here in Philadelphia, the murder rate has been steady, just terribly increasing. And then you look at Chicago. What's going on in Chicago? I said the other day, what the hell is going on? A lot of truth to it. That is why we will continue to stand with the incredible men and women of law enforcement. Yesterday, I had the honor of swearing in General John Kelly as our Secretary of Homeland Security. It's going to be amazing. Tomorrow, I will swear in General James Mattis as our new Secretary of Defense. These men have devoted their lives to defending America, and now I look forward to working with them, along with our great new head of the CSA. You know, we have so many different people that we are putting in office. I think it's the group of all-stars like really nobody has seen before, right? Where is Pompeo? Where the hell is he? Did he ever come here? Oh, he's working? He is going to be another one of the big stars. I have to mention him every single time. He's going to be great. One of you. And with you in Congress to keep our country safe from the many threats we face today. That includes protecting Americans from radical Islamic terrorism. We also need to keep the ballot box safe from illegal voting. And believe me, you take a look at what's registering, folks. They like to say, oh, Trump, Trump, Trump. Take a look at what's registering. We are going to protect the integrity of the ballot box, and we are going to defend the votes of the American citizens, so important. All of us here today, for the same reason, to serve the citizens of our country. We are not here for ourselves. We are here for them. We are here for the people. We are blessed by divinity and honored by history with the task of preserving this great republic and expanding its blessings to every single American. Thank you. Thank you. All of us are joined in this effort. All of us are bound by duty and bound by God to give our full devotion to this country and its people. That obligation forms the moral foundation of our agenda. That agenda includes a lean, efficient government, appointing Supreme Court justices, so important, who will uphold and defend our Constitution, reducing taxation and regulation, fair trade that creates a level playing field as opposed to what we have right now, and fostering respect for our country and its flag. We are now only at the beginning of this incredible journey together. I am honored to be your partner in this amazing quest. I am privileged to stand with you, shoulder to shoulder, as we work every single day to make America great again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we will be giving you an encore presentation of that speech, but we're taking you out now live in Philadelphia, where we're being told close to 10,000 protesters are taking to the streets here.
Kind of iffy if it gets knocked around. I used to use a JVC, and the things, the cable kept getting bent and broken. You need a camera about this big, and the only thing in the back is a BNC.
folks, and just in case you are just coming onto the stream, we are going to replay Donald Trump speaking at the GOP retreat while we stay on the live shot of the protesters.
Wisdom to make wise choices, to have the confidence to know what to do and the boldness to do it. Pray that you give them unique discernment in the task. Give them the ability to make right choices, whether it be people and staff, whether it be direction and executive actions they take. Father, I pray for their staff. There are thousands of people right now getting organized around this new presidency. Equip them, make them ready for the task. Father, you have called us all to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves, to stand up for justice, and to speak out in defense of the poor and the needy. God, I pray that you would help us to do that in the days ahead. Bless our president and our vice president. Use this time to prepare us and to draw us together as a nation. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Please welcome the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul Ryan. Please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence. Please welcome, to introduce our special guest, the Majority Leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell.
Not many Americans know this, but at the beginning of our country, the presidents were all part of the establishment. For 40 years, from Washington down to John Quincy Adams. And then Andrew Jackson came along. He was the voice of the people, and regular people sent this new president to the Oval Office, to the White House, and he made history by serving 2 terms and changing America. My first visit to our new president in the Oval Office the other day, I looked up behind his desk, and there was a sculpture of Andrew Jackson. How appropriate. Join me in welcoming the next president who's going to make history and turn America around, Donald Trump.
Thank you very much, Mitch. So nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So nice. Nice to win. Do we agree? It's been a while. It's been a while since we had this position. Nice to win. And I want to thank everybody in the room. So many friends. Thank you very much. Sit down, everybody. Let's enjoy ourselves. It's great to be in Philadelphia. I went to school in Philadelphia. There's a very special place in our nation's history. It's the place where we launched our American independence. The state of Pennsylvania is very special to me for lots of reasons, especially from a couple of months ago, remember? Pennsylvania cannot be won. Remember? Pennsylvania cannot be won. Right, Congressman? There is no path to victory for Trump in Pennsylvania, except we won. Now, it has been a long time since you guys did this, but it was just a great victory. It was a great evening. It was a great evening, I will tell you, but it sort of started in Pennsylvania. They all said that Pennsylvania was the bride that got away, that it was the state that everybody from the Republican Party that ran in Pennsylvania for 38 years thought they won, except they never won. And I thought I won too, but I was afraid to say it, Mitch, because it just seemed that it wasn't working out. So I just said, you know what, I think we did great, let's see what happens. But good things happen. So we love this state, and we will see it many times again. Now is the dawn of a new era of American independence, a rededication to the idea that the people are in charge of their own destiny. I want to thank Majority Leader McConnell, great guy, and Speaker Paul Ryan, very, very special. And he is writing his heart out, right? And we're actually going to sign the stuff that you're writing. You're not wasting your time. He would write and he'd send it up and nothing would happen. But now it's going to happen. For their leadership and for inviting me here today, thank you very much. And thank you, Leader McCarthy, Senator Cornyn, Congressman Scalise, Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rogers, and Congressman Messer for your leadership as well. It's been terrific. This Congress is going to be the busiest Congress we've had in decades, maybe ever. Maybe ever. Think of that. And think of everything we can achieve. And remember who we must achieve it for. We're here now because tens of millions of Americans have placed their hopes in us to transfer power from Washington, D.C. and give it back to the people. So important. Now we have to deliver. Enough all talk, no action. We have to deliver. This is our chance to achieve great and lasting change for our beloved nation. Since taking office, I have taken major contractual steps to restore the rule of law and to return power to everyday Americans. And even though it's only a few days, we've done it in record numbers. We've issued executive orders to build the Keystone and Dakota pipelines. And issued a new requirement for American pipelines to be made with American steel and fabricated in the United States. And I was sitting at my desk, and I'm getting ready to sign Keystone and Dakota. I say, where's the pipe coming from? And I won't tell you where, but you wouldn't be happy. I say, why is it we build pipelines and we're not using pipe that's made in our country? I say, let's put that little clause in, like it's a one-sentence clause, but that clause is going to attract a lot of people, and we're going to make that pipe right here in America, okay? If people want to build pipelines on our land, we want the pipe to be manufactured, and not only that, manufactured here, but you will see a level of quality that you're not going to see when they bring pipe from far distances, have to bring it in small chunks and then fabricate it on the land. Give me a break. We can do much better than that, and we're going to do it much better, and it's going to end up costing less money, believe me. We've reinstated the Mexico City policy a long-standing policy Not nice. And by the way, on Friday, a lot of people are going to be showing up to Washington, right, Mike? A lot of people. You know, the press never gives them the credit that they deserve. They'll have 300, 400, 500, 600,000 people. You won't even read about it. When other people show up, you read big time about it, right? So it's not fair, but nothing fair about the media. Nothing. A long-standing policy to ensure taxpayer dollars do not fund abortion services overseas. We've issued executive orders to remove wasteful regulations that slow down commerce and delay infrastructure, which we desperately need. The very beginning of a massive effort to reduce the crushing regulations on our economy, and we are going to reduce regulations big time. We've also withdrawn from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, paving the way for new one-on-one trade deals that protect and defend the American worker. And believe me, we're going to have a lot of trade deals. Mitch, don't worry about it. Just give me a little time. But there'll be one-on-one. There won't be a whole big mash pot. There'll be one-on-one deals, and if that particular country doesn't treat us fairly, we send them a 30-day termination, notice of termination. And then they'll come and say, please don't do that, and we'll negotiate a better deal during that 30-day period. The other way, you can't get out of it. It's like quicksand. Plus, we're going to have very, very strong controls over monetary manipulation and devaluation, which they didn't have in TPP. So this is going to be so much better, and we're already on it. I would like to have my Commerce Secretary, Wilbur, approved, because I hear he did fantastically well, but they're not quick with the pen on signing these people, because we'd like to have him approved as soon as possible. So I know, and Mitch says it will be done, and it will be. They could move faster on the other side, I will say that. Could move faster. I mean, I'm meeting with the Prime Minister tomorrow, as you know, Great Britain. So I'm meeting with her tomorrow. I don't have my Commerce Secretary. They want to talk trade. So I'll have to handle it myself. Which is okay. We've put in place the first steps in our immigration plan, ordering the immediate construction of the border wall, putting an end to catch and release, expediting the removal of criminal this is so important to me. From day one, I've said it, and I mean the immediate removal of criminal aliens. They're going to be gone fast. And finally, at long last, cracking down on sanctuary cities. It's time to restore the civil rights of Americans, to protect their jobs, their hopes, and their dreams for a much better future. Congress passed these laws to serve our citizens, and it's about time those laws were properly enforced. They're not enforced. The hour of justice for the American worker has arrived. Border security is a serious, serious national issue and problem. A lack of security poses a substantial threat to the sovereignty and safety of the United States of America and its citizens. Most illegal immigration is coming from our southern border. I've said many times that the American people will not pay for the wall. And I've made that clear to the government of Mexico. NAFTA has been a terrible deal, a total disaster for the United States from its inception, costing us as much as $60 billion a year with Mexico alone in trade deficits. You say, who negotiates these deals? Not to mention millions of jobs and thousands of factories and plants closing down all over our country. On top of that are the trillions of dollars the U.S. taxpayers have spent to pay the cost of illegal immigration. Much of it has then been sent back, and much of it goes back to other countries. And oftentimes, because they don't respect us, the other countries will not accept the criminals that we send back to them that are illegally in our country. I promise you they will start accepting them again, quickly. We're not going to have them any longer. I will not allow the taxpayers or the citizens of the United States to pay the cost of this defective transaction, NAFTA, one that should have been renegotiated many years ago, except that the politicians were too preoccupied to do so. Now, these people are not in that category. You understand that. This is a different group. I think, right? To that end, the President of Mexico and myself have agreed to cancel our planned meeting scheduled for next week. Unless Mexico is going to treat the United States fairly, with respect, such a meeting would be fruitless, and I want to go a different route. We have no choice. Paul Ryan and other leaders in Congress and I and Mike Pence, who, by the way, how good a choice was Vice President Mike Pence. Everybody loves him. In fact, anytime I got myself into a jam early, I haven't been doing this stuff too long, right? But anytime I got myself into a jam, oftentimes they'd say on television, yeah, but look, he picked Mike Pence. So he's got to have something going, right? So Mike really helped me a lot. Well, we're working on a tax reform bill that will reduce our trade deficits, increase American exports, and will generate revenue from Mexico that will pay for the wall if we decide to go that route. It is time that the American people had a president fighting as hard for its citizens as other countries do for theirs. And that's exactly what I am going to do for you. Believe me. Thank you. Thank you. It's time that somebody fought for our country and didn't let anyone take advantage of us anymore. The world has taken advantage of us for many years. Not going to happen anymore. We will have an ambitious legislative agenda as well. Our legislative work starts with repealing and replacing Obamacare and saving families from the catastrophic rise in premiums and debilitating loss of choice and just about everything else. And remember this for this room in particular. Obamacare is a disaster. The Democrats are up and they're saying, oh, they're putting up signs like it's wonderful. It's a disaster. I actually talked with Paul and the group about just doing nothing for 2 years, and the Dems would come begging to do something because 17 is going to be catastrophic price increases. Your deductibles are through the roof. You can't use it. You can't use it. And they would come to us, except we have one problem. We have to take care of the American people immediately. So we can't wait. But every time they tell you about Obamacare, we're taking them out of a big jam. Big jam. We're putting ourselves at risk to a certain extent because we're taking it off their platter. But I think, Congressman, I think we have no choice. I think we have no choice. We have to get it going. I'm serious. If we waited 2 years, it's going to explode like you've never seen an explosion. Nobody's going to be able to afford it. It's a disaster. And that's politically what we should do, but we don't want to do that. We want to get something done and get it done right. And by the way, Tom Price is going to do a phenomenal job. I don't know if he's here, but he's going to do a phenomenal job. On my first day in office, I signed an executive order to roll back the burdens of Obamacare and pave the way for real reform, like health savings accounts that empower individuals to choose the customized plan that is truly right for them and have so many choices. Tom Price will soon be leading Health and Human Services. He is a true advocate for patients. He's going to do a phenomenal job. We have no doubt about that. He joins an all-star roster that includes many of your colleagues, Ryan Zinke, Mick Mulvaney. These guys have had a pretty tough time in Congress, too, but they in the Senate, but actually came out very well. Mike Pompeo. Is Mike here? Mike? Mike Pompeo, phenomenal guy. And Jeff Sessions. Jeff is a fine person. Jeff was one of my earliest endorsers and never endorsed a presidential candidate before, and he was one of my earliest endorsers, respected by everybody, and did unbelievably in front of committee. Unbelievable. In addition to fixing our health care, we're going to pursue new trade deals that create higher wages and more opportunities for American workers, bringing back those magnificent words, made in the USA. We used to have that. We don't have it anymore. It's going to be America first again. We will create millions of new, good-paying jobs by removing the economic burdens that cripple our ability to compete. At the center of that agenda is bold tax reform that massively lowers taxes for our middle class and for all American businesses. We will also pursue financial reform that will help striving Americans get the credit they need to realize their dreams. Republicans have always been the party of American industry and the American worker. We must embrace that heritage, rebuilding this country with American goods and American labor. And we've started, believe me, over the last couple of months. I don't know, I'd like to say I did about as much as anybody or more in terms of getting industry to start coming back to our country before I took office. But we have a lot of great news with Ford and General Motors and Fiat Chrysler and so many others. We have a lot of great news. Lockheed is adding a lot of different people, a lot of additional people. Boeing. We have a lot of positive things happening, and it's really going to start bursting out. You're going to be seeing it very soon. We want to get our people off of welfare and back to work. So important. It's out of control. It's out of control. And we believe that the world's best country ought to have the world's best infrastructure. It's what our people deserve, and it's what we will ensure they get. Our infrastructure is in serious trouble. We will build new roads and highways and tunnels and airports and railways across the nation. We will fix our existing product before we build anything brand new, however. We have to fix what we have. It's a mess. So we're going to fix it first. The thing I do best in life is build. We will fix it first because we have a lot of things that are in bad shape. And we will rebuild our military and take care of our great veterans. Thank you. And we're working hard with the veterans. We're going to do something very special with the veterans. It's time. At the same time, we will unleash the full power of American energy, ending the job-killing restrictions on shale, oil, natural gas, and clean, beautiful coal. And we're going to put our coal miners back to work. Thank you. And we will protect our farmers, our ranchers, our hunters, our anglers, and all who enjoy the outdoors. But to be a rich country, we must also be a safe country. Right now, too many families don't feel secure. Just look at the 30 largest cities. In the last year alone, the murder rate has increased by an estimated 14%. Here in Philadelphia, the murder rate has been steady, just terribly increasing. And then you look at Chicago. What's going on in Chicago? I said the other day, what the hell is going on? Lot of truth to it. That is why we will continue to stand with the incredible men and women of law enforcement. Yesterday, I had the honor of swearing in General John Kelly as our Secretary of Homeland Security. It's going to be amazing. Tomorrow, I will swear in General James Mattis as our new Secretary of Defense. These men have devoted their lives to defending America, and now I look forward to working with them, along with our great new head of the CSA. You know, we have so many different people that we are putting in office. I think it's the group of all-stars like really nobody has seen before, right? Where is Pompeo? Where the hell is he? Did he ever come here? Oh, he's working? He is going to be another one of the big stars. I have to mention him every single time. He's going to be great. One of you. And with you in Congress to keep our country safe from the many threats we face today. That includes protecting Americans from radical Islamic terrorism. We also need to keep the ballot box safe from illegal voting. And believe me, you take a look at what's registering, folks. They like to say, oh, Trump, Trump, Trump. Take a look at what's registering. We are going to protect the integrity of the ballot box, and we are going to defend the votes of the American citizens, so important. All of us here today, for the same reason, to serve the citizens of our country. We are not here for ourselves. We are here for them. We are here for the people. We are blessed by divinity and honored by history with the task of preserving this great republic and expanding its blessings to every single American. Thank you. Thank you. All of us are joined in this effort. All of us are bound by duty and bound by God to give our full devotion to this country and its people. That obligation forms the moral foundation of our agenda. That agenda includes a lean, efficient government, appointing Supreme Court justices, so important, who will uphold and defend our Constitution, reducing taxation and regulation, fair trade that creates a level playing field as opposed to what we have right now, and fostering respect for our country and its flag. We are now only at the beginning of this incredible journey together. I am honored to be your partner in this amazing quest. I am privileged to stand with you, shoulder to shoulder, as we work every single day to make America great again. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, folks, that was a replay of President Donald Trump speaking in Philadelphia. You're taking now a live look at protesters in Philadelphia here. All right, folks, just coming to our newsroom from an ex-transition official, President Trump seeks big budget staff cuts at the EPA. That's just coming down right now on our Fox 10 News Now stream. Taking a live look at protesters here of anti-Trump rallies in Center City, Philadelphia.
I think this is spinning out to be.
No, they're not. One
Yeah, right. That's not. You keep shouting about being on shows and put us in. That's how I found out about the
Thank you. That look okay?
Nothing was great.
Did I give you enough time?
Absolutely. Nice and smooth. Yeah, thank you. I lost another headset, so I couldn't listen to you. It must have fallen off my icon. I put one ear. Oh, yeah. Direct machine common, collected the whole time.
That's what you want. 15, 20 seconds, and then just let the minor five. And then I wanted to go. Just to be encouraged people about putting like serious people on and shoot and have the whole thing. Right. So, again, they get longer. She said that there's a second option. Getting out so he was born in Pennsylvania, and for this CIA, and all the other folks, they were both I know, right?
Yeah, you're going to lunch. I'm going to turn the president off.
Yeah, so, this was permitted, essentially, to the city, and that ends now.
President Donald Trump today rallied fellow Republicans who control the White House and Congress for the first time in more than a decade, telling lawmakers they will be busier than they have been in decades helping him implement a broad agenda. And you can take a look, and we do have that shot unfrozen there for you. He said, "Think of everything we can achieve and who we can achieve it for, Trump told GOP House and Senate lawmakers at their annual retreat. This is our chance to achieve great and lasting change for our beloved nation. President Trump has moved swiftly since taking office last Friday to begin reshaping the government and American society. He has taken executive action to revive oil pipelines that were blocked by President Barack Obama, pull the U.S. out of a multinational trade agreement, and overhaul the immigration system, among other steps. President Trump's midday remarks today in Philadelphia came a day after he began overhauling the nation's immigration rules and moved to jumpstart construction of his promised U.S.-Mexico border wall. He also ordered cuts Wednesday in federal grants for sanctuary cities, which shield some immigrants from federal law enforcement. You can see our shot did freeze there. We're going to take you now to just a shot of the White House for the time being. We'll work to see if we could get that shot established for you once again here. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And everybody watching on Facebook Live as well, we do appreciate you. We didn't get a chance to show you in full of the Speaker of the House and Senate Majority Leader doing their press conference earlier this morning. Let's show that to you now.
Argyle back. We're very serious of purpose on this. We are actually having a fantastic opportunity right here in Philadelphia, where our Constitution was inked, where the Declaration was signed. We are here exciting, talking about how we improve people's lives and get our country back on track. House Republicans and Senate Republicans are working on a plan and a bold agenda to get moving and to work with our new administration. We're very excited that we're going to be hosting Vice President Pence, President Trump, and we have Prime Minister May coming as well. So we have a lot in store. Our members are excited. We have a big, bold agenda that we're working on. And so that is what we're up here in Philadelphia to discuss. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, one of the things that is going to be explored here is a new relationship with the United Kingdom, one of our earliest and oldest allies. With their changes in their approach to trade, it opens up the opportunity for the President to discuss with the Prime Minister the possibility of a bilateral trade agreement with the British people. Interesting new topic. In the Senate, as you know, we're concentrating on getting the President's cabinet in place. We'll have a very busy week in that regard, starting Monday. We'll also be taking Congressional Review Act proposals from the House and taking those up as well as we begin to change America and go in a different direction.
Questions? Casey. We are on the same page with the White House. We're going to be hearing from the President today. We've been working with the administration on a daily basis to map out and plan a very bold and aggressive agenda to make good on our campaign promises and to fix these problems, to repeal and replace and repair our broken healthcare system, to reform our tax code to get jobs and economic growth, to clear out the regulatory underbrush so we can get economic growth going. So we are on the same page with the administration, and we've actually worked with the administration on just basically the kind of timetable and the legislative agenda we have for 2017. So yes, we are on the same page. This is going to be an unconventional presidency. I think you know this by now, Casey. And I think we're going to see unconventional activities like tweets and things like that. And I think that's just something that we're all going to have to get used to.
Yeah, let me just add, for myself, I don't tend to be kind of reacting to daily comments. What the Speaker has done, which I entirely concur with and the administration's on board with, is to lay out a game plan through the August recess of what we want to try to accomplish. And for myself, I intend to stick to the plan and make as much progress as we can. Yeah, Manu. Yeah, I don't have any advice to give to the president about that issue. We are moving ahead, as the speaker pointed out to our group yesterday, with of roughly
12 to 15.
Yeah, 12 to 15 billion dollars. So we intend to address the wall issue ourselves, and the president can deal with his relations with other countries on that issue and other issues.
I think we'll be fine. Drucker.
Thanks a lot. On your agenda, how do you guys move, I know you're moving forward with your agenda, but how do you feel confident that you're going to get to a conclusion that the president's opinion appears to change from day to day? How is that impacting your ability?
I actually would not describe it that way. I don't share that opinion that he changes his opinion on day to day. You'll see different emphasis, but with respect to the core agenda that we have laid out for our members, that we are planning and coordinating in the House and the Senate, we've done this in conjunction with the administration. We ran on these issues all of 2016. So there's no surprise here. And the president agrees with this agenda, and we've laid out not just the issues that we're going to be focusing on, but the timeline. And so that is consistent, and that has not changed.
One follow-up on border adjustability, which is a very big deal for you. The president has said publicly he doesn't like it, then he says, no, maybe I like it. So has he told you specifically?
We are in a very good place on tax reform. It can get complicated when you get into the details of tax reform, but once we go through how tax reform works and what it's going to take to get the kind of competitive tax system, the kind of competitive tax rates, I think most people agree that this is the right approach.
Where's the Senate on it?
We're going to work the legislative process through. Sherman, you want it?
Do you intend to offset the cost of this wall?
President Trump said he wants to look at, maybe modify the ban on torture. Is this a debate that your members want to have? What's your take?
Well, I think the director of the CIA has made it clear he's going to follow the law, and I believe virtually all of my members are comfortable with the state of the law on that issue now.
And torture is illegal. And torture is not legal. So, and we agree with it not being legal.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, it's the lady in the glasses behind you.
British television, just how important is...
A little louder, please.
Just how important is making a deal with Britain, and just how difficult will it be with talk of black sites, extreme vetting, rules which fundamentally go against British policy?
Well, the last part of your question is not even a document from the Trump administration. That's not policy from the Trump administration, so push that aside. We have a very, very special and unique relationship with Great Britain. We value this relationship. I think the fact that the Prime Minister is coming to meet with us today is testament to the fact that this is a very important relationship that we value, and we believe going forward we can do more things like trade and the rest to help increase our bonds and our ties and to help each of our two nations.
Speaker Ryan has laid out a very aggressive agenda for the next 250 days. We know that the Senate is not always on the same timetable, not able to...
Really?
So could you address the agenda as laid out and whether the Senate can move at that speed?
Yeah, the two biggest issues we're moving forward with in the first half of the year, obviously, are repealing and replacing Obamacare and tax reform. Both of those we anticipate having little or no Democratic cooperation. So we are working with the House to make sure these measures are reconcilable. And the Speaker understands the challenges of getting things through the Senate. That's been true for 240 years. But we're aware of those challenges, and we think we can move forward. In addition, obviously, we have all this other responsibility the House doesn't have, 1,200 presidential appointments that are subject to Senate confirmation. So we're big in the personnel business on top of the other challenges of moving forward. But that's why you can anticipate two reconciliation measures in the first 6 months.
Yeah, let me just jump on that. We are in complete concert with one another, and we in the House respect the fact that they have a different rule system and it takes more time. Oh, and that they have additional responsibilities than we have in the House, as the Majority Leader just said, approving not just cabinet secretaries. They're going to have judges coming through. They're going to have lower level appointments, 1,200, I think, altogether. So our agenda is designed to incorporate that as well, and that is something we walked our members through so that they can appreciate the differences between the House and the Senate and the responsibilities. Even with all of that, we have a very good agenda and timetable in store. Yeah. Well, so we don't want to set arbitrary deadlines on things. We want to get things right. We want to get them done the right way. We want to move quickly, but we want to get things right. There are statutory deadlines that we clearly will have to deal with. April 28th is a pretty important statutory deadline. September 30th is an important statutory deadline. Those are the things that clearly are going to help guide us. The reason we've moved our agenda from a 100-day agenda to a 200-day agenda is to appreciate the last question, which is the Senate has to do more things. We're anticipating a Supreme Court justice. They have to process that. They've got all of the cabinet. That is why we've moved our agenda basically to filling most of the calendar for 2017, which is a very bold and aggressive agenda, because we feel that we have an obligation to make good on the commitments we made in this campaign. We are trying to fix people's problems in this country. Healthcare is collapsing. We've got to fix it. The economy is nowhere near its potential. That's why regulatory reform and tax reform are important for faster economic growth, a healthy economy, more jobs, higher wages. These are the things that people elected us to do. Now we want to follow up on those, and that's why it's going to take more than simply 100 days. Oh, the cost of the wall, we anticipate a supplemental coming from the administration. First of all, we have to get the OMB director over in place, and then we will anticipate a supplemental, like any administration, when they come in, to give a supplemental to Congress, and then we'll process that supplemental before the end of the current fiscal year expires.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate you bringing up the statutory deadlines for the appropriations measures. Obviously, if you're doing health care reform, tax reform, you've got a lot on your plate. Last year, without all that stuff, you guys did not get the 12 appropriation bills passed through the House. The Senate didn't get very many either, and that was a big goal. Will you have time to do the appropriations process in regular order? And what about the debt ceiling deadline as well? How do you plan to handle that?
Well, on the appropriations process, obviously Senate Democrats last year with President Obama in the White House believed it was to their advantage to not have an appropriations process. And as you recall, they prevented us from going to the defense appropriation bill on multiple occasions. I'm hopeful that with a different president in the White House, they won't conclude that it's to their advantage to prevent some semblance of a normal appropriations process. We do have a heavy non-appropriations agenda, as the Speaker has laid out, but we hope we can have some semblance of a regular order, even with all of this, and get at least some appropriation bills through the Senate so that we'll have something closer to a regular order appropriations process. Most members don't like being completely irrelevant, and when you hand the administration, it was particularly absurd, of course, to hand the previous administration a blank check. We're not going to want to hand this one a blank check either, and so there'll be a lot of interest in trying to achieve that. You're right, it will be challenging.
We budgeted a lot of time for appropriations. That's up to the Treasury. So we will, in consultations with the Treasury Secretary, find out when they anticipate the penetration of the debt ceiling, and that's something we're going to deal with in conjunction with the White House at that time. Okay. We don't do people shouting out, okay? Chad. It's quite the opposite, Chad. President Obama used his pen and phone and executive orders to exceed his power in our perspective. Everything that President Obama did by executive order, this new president can undo. We would like to see these things undone, and we'd like to see power restored to the people in the states, not the federal government. And that is what this new president is doing. He's restoring the proper balance, and in our opinion, he is undoing a lot of damage that was done by the last president who exceeded his power. Gary. I think if you take a look at the history of this of the Secure Fence Act, the last administration frustrated the deployment of the fence. This administration is doing the opposite of it. They're facilitating the deployment of the fence. We agree with this. We voted for this in 2006, along with plenty of people like our friend Chuck Schumer, the minority leader of the Senate, voted for the Secure Fence Act. Now we're going to actually deploy this fence, and we will anticipate a supplemental coming from the administration very shortly on how to finish construction and the funding of the fence. And then if there are any other barriers in the way, we will deal with those barriers. But a lot of those barriers we think can be done by executive order through the administration, just like the last administration frustrated the deployment of the fence or the wall, to speak. Anybody else? So as far as the offset, we're going to wait and see from the administration what their supplemental looks like. I'm not going to get ahead of a policy and a bill that has not been written yet. But the point is we are going to finance the Secure Fence Act, which is the construction of the physical barrier on the border. We have ambitious goals and ambitious timelines. Our goal is to get these laws done in 2017. We aspire to get most of these big things done by the August recess because that's when Congress does most of its legislating. But by and large, our goal is by the end of 2017, we have made good on so many of the promises that we made to the people and the policies that we ran on. Again, the reason we're doing this is because there are people hurting this country. The reason we're doing this is because America is not anywhere near its potential. We want faster economic growth, a healthier economy, more wages, and we want American businesses to be able to compete. We are losing businesses left and right. They're moving overseas. They're being bought by foreign companies. They're inverting and becoming foreign companies. We have to fix this so that we keep American businesses in America. And we also believe comprehensive fundamental tax reform can put American businesses in a better position to keep businesses here and make things in America and export them around the world. That creates a lot of good jobs. Healthcare, you all know the law is collapsing. Double-digit premium increases. Deductibles are so high, they're 3 times the rate or the size of those in the large group market. This law is collapsing. 5 states only have one healthcare insurance company, one healthcare plan. 1 out of 3 counties in America only have one healthcare plan. That is not a choice, that is a monopoly. So we believe, on behalf of the American people who are struggling under this law that is collapsing, we have to act. We've got time for one more.
Let me just add on Obamacare. Remember, Bill Clinton said last year, it's the craziest thing you've ever seen. 8 out of 10 Americans wanted either repealed entirely or dramatically changed. If Hillary Clinton were president and Chuck Schumer were the majority leader, we'd be revisiting Obamacare. The status quo is clearly unacceptable. Obviously, if Hillary Clinton was president and Chuck Schumer were majority leader, we'd be moving toward a single-payer system. That's not our vision of how this ought to be handled. But the status quo is completely unsustainable.
Yeah, if you could both do specifically overall about your agenda. Can you say that the Republican Party, the majority of them, will not take action that adds to the deficit? At the end of the year, we're not going to have higher deficits from actions that we take, whether we have taxes, whether we have Obamacare, whether we have the infrastructure actions. Because, whenever anybody comes in and they take power, it's going to be easier to farm up. And
You know us well. You've been covering budgets for a long time. We are fiscal conservatives. What that means is we believe government should not live beyond its means. We believe that hardworking taxpayers in this country deserve a break in this country. And that means Washington takes less money from them, and we also spend less here. That means we have to get our fiscal house in order to prevent a debt crisis in the future. There are two things that we can do this year that we think will move us in a great direction on fiscal policy. Get health care fixed. The driving force of our coming debt crisis are out-of-control health care programs that are collapsing. If we can help fix health care, bring more choice and more competition so we have better quality and lower costs and lower prices, that will dramatically help improve our budget situation. And then if we can get people back to work. If we can get people who are on welfare, who aren't on work, back into the workforce, it's better for them. We need them in the economy. We need these people working for the sake of them in our communities. And that means we have more people working, more people paying taxes, faster economic growth, and more revenues. Those two things right there are some of the best things we could do to improve our fiscal situation, to wall off or prevent an oncoming debt crisis that we know is coming. We are fiscal conservatives. If we're going to be spending on things like, say, infrastructure, we're going to find the fiscal space to pay for that in our spring budget. And so those are the things we're planning on doing. These are the ideas and the principles we ran on, and that is why we've laid out for our members a very bold and aggressive agenda to make good on these things, because at the end of the day, if we get these things done, we really believe that we're going to get this country back on the right track and turn things around for the people who sent us here to work for them.
Thanks, everybody. We gotta go.
Thanks.
All right, folks, taking a live look right now at the Capitol. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up next, Mary Kate Gaffney. She'll be with you in just a little bit. I'm going to get to some of the top headlines in the world of politics in just a little bit. The former head of President Donald Trump's transition team at the Environmental Protection Agency says he expects the new administration to seek significant budget and staff cuts. The fast food empire run by President Donald Trump's pick for labor secretary outsourced its technology department to the Philippines, a move that runs counter to Trump's mantra to keep jobs in the United States. A filing with the Department of Labor and Trump's criticism of outsourcing could be raised at Andrew Puzder's confirmation hearing with Democrats questioning how well he can advocate for workers. Puzder's company, CKE Restaurants Incorporated, notified the government in August of 2010 that it was outsourcing its restaurant information technology division to the Philippines. Doing so, the agency found, contributed importantly to the layoffs of both CKE employees and those of an outside staffing firm at an Anaheim, California facility. The agency's findings made workers eligible for federally funded benefits meant to dampen the impact of globalization on employees. By outsourcing the function to a firm that employs hundreds of help desk specialists, CKE was able to improve the quality of service levels to their restaurants, the company said in a statement to the Associated Press. A spokesman said President Donald Trump will sign an executive action to commission an investigation into widespread voter fraud, raising the prospect of a federal government probe into a widely debunked claim and sparking alarm among experts and Democrats. White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer said today that Trump would sign the order in the Oval Office, but did not provide more details as to what it might detail. Trump had announced in a pair of tweets early yesterday that a major investigation will look at those registered to vote in more than one state. those who are illegal, and even those registered to vote who are dead, and many for a long time, he said. Depending on results, the Republican tweeted on his 6th day in office, "We will strengthen up voting procedures." All right, folks, Mary Kate is coming up next. While we get ready for Mary Kate to come on, let's show you an interview she did talking about the border yesterday. We'll bring that to you right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. An expert weighing in on the border wall.
Andy Gordon, who is a former Homeland Security official, up here with me right now on the show to discuss Trump's speech today, his proposal. He just signed those executive orders today, right?
I heard that they were being signed. I actually haven't seen the executive order or memorandum yet, but they said they were signed.
Yeah. So tell me, what do you, because you used to work at the Homeland Security, what do you think about this? And obviously it's no surprise that he's moving forward with wanting to build this wall, right? I mean, I know people are still upset about it, but...
Well, I mean, it was a big campaign issue for him. I don't think he has any idea the complexity, the expense, the obstacles for doing this. You know, I said to someone earlier today, you cannot tweet 700 miles of fence or wall into existence. You actually have to go out and find a way to build it.
Right.
Currently, when I got to Homeland Security, which is at the beginning of the Obama administration, the Bush administration had built about 580 miles. The original proposal was about 700 miles. Secretary Napolitano, who I worked for, and the president had committed to finish the last 120 miles, which was one of my responsibilities. It took, between the Bush administration and our administration, about 7 to 8 years to build that much fence, between getting it through Congress, getting approvals, getting appropriation, the whole contracting and engineering process.
Just to build 7 to 8 miles of...
No, 700 miles.
700 miles. Right.
So Trump says he wants to build about another 700 miles.
Okay.
They can probably get construction started on some land currently owned by the federal government within the year, but you have to go through the whole contracting process, bidding process, engineering. He wants to build a wall, which is a solid concrete structure, which
a little harder than a fence, right?
Much harder than a fence, particularly some of the terrain. And I think people here in Arizona know some of the terrain is very rugged. The construction problems are very difficult. And then another problem is that between the Bush administration and the Obama administration, we built the fence in all the areas where we thought it was the most critical. So there is a diminishing value, diminishing return, if you want to look, as you add more fence, because we think we got most of the spots where there was a lot of flow of illegal immigrants.
And is this the fence that we're playing here, or we just showed it a
Well,
little bit?
actually, what you're showing here, this is, that's the fence, absolutely right there. And what's interesting is you can, I think this is from the San Diego sector. I think I recognize this part, actually.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And you can see that it's not a matter of just building the fence, but if we build it right on the border, and you can see it clearly there, we have a roadway that goes next to it. So, and then sometimes we don't build it right on the border, and that in those cases we'd have roadway on both sides. But so you have to acquire the fence site. Yes, this is San Diego. This is Imperial Beach. You've got to build and then you need the roadway. So
Okay.
the federal government owns some of that land, but a lot of it doesn't. In Arizona, huge dispute with the Tohono O'odham Nation. The
Okay.
Tohono O'odham Nation is on both sides of the border. We wanted to build through parts of the nation. They've got about 75 miles. We could never negotiate final negotiations of a deal with them.
Because they own that part of the land.
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying?
part of their
Oh, okay.
nation. And the president, no matter how much he stomps his foot or how much he tweets, he cannot just take that land away from them.
Yeah.
He's either going, well, if you can't reach an agreement with the nation, it would probably take an act of Congress to get it, and of course that has all kinds of issues.
More
and all,
time to
yeah,
take too.
Yeah, that's right.
So what would they really do if they, obviously you're saying they're going to say, no, you can't use our land. What are they really, what's the other option then? Just part of it's not going to be
Right.
blocked
Well,
off?
which is the case right now. So, as I said, their land constitutes about 75 miles of the border, and there's no fence there right now. And it's not a big deal. And ultimately, there are a lot of considerations that go into it. So, it becomes part of a much larger negotiation process. And if they can't reach a deal and he's convinced that you need it, then they're going to have to go to Congress. And, some very big players on that are here in Arizona. Senator McCain and Senator Flake, and to some extent, Congresswoman McSally down in Tucson are going to be significant players in that. And I've been out and about today, so I haven't seen any statements from Senator Flake or Senator McCain about what they think about this proposal.
What do you think that they would say about it?
Well, I don't think Senator Flake is a huge fan of this. I think he thinks, frankly, as do I, I'm a Democrat, but I agree with Senator Flake on this, that we've got the biggest bang for our buck on what we've got already, and that there are other ways we should be spending our money to deal with the immigration problem. Now, he may say something different. Senator Flake doesn't call me an ass.
Listen, I got to tell you what I think about this, Andy.
Yeah. And
that's a good guess of what he might feel, right?
Right. And I think Senator McCain is also very sensitive to our relationship with Mexico and trade issues. And to the extent that Trump wants to get Mexico to pay for this, he's going to have to get it negotiated in some kind of treaties. In Arizona, by far, our largest trading partner is Mexico. And if Mexico gets more angry than they already are, and they start taking reprisals and make trade more difficult or more expensive, we're going to bear the impact. There's another, this is kind of a geeky nuance, and I apologize, but we have a treaty with Mexico that says we can't do anything that interferes with water flow back and forth between the two countries without their agreement. We have a treaty commission on this, and about 24 miles of the San Pedro River here in Arizona go back and forth, and that's always been a very big issue in the past. And then in Texas, a huge part of the border is the Rio Grande.
Okay.
So that is subject to negotiation. It's just, as I said, you can't just stomp your foot and make it happen.
And how can he really force Mexico to pay for the wall?
He can't force Mexico.
He can't, right?
He could, what he could do is he could try and reduce, put trade embargoes or money that's flowing to Mexico, he could try and take it out of that. But as I said, what that really threatens is a trade war with Mexico, which...
All right, folks, we are going to now take you live. This is live right now of Air Force One coming in on its approach to land. At Joint Base Andrews right now.
hard to measure how much.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. Looks like media is actually in that plane right now. Let's take a look.
Watch the equipment, watch the wall.
Free carpet hardwood tile, free padding and material, and free installation.
Good. Thank you. Beautiful.
How many hotels does Trivago?
Great plan.
1,000?
Really beautiful.
200,000. Trivago now compares prices for more than a million hotels. To find your ideal hotel for the
Did you
best
go all
price.
around, sir?
Hotel Trivago.
Pilot? I did. Terrific. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Your whole day stops.
Well, that's a good one too, but this is a very special play
But
for a
just
lot of
one
reasons.
can last 12 hours.
Outside of just making a play.
And quit after 6.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time.
They just gave me that. Yeah.
So live whole.
Pretty cool jacket, right?
And check your Sunday paper for big savings.
How's the flying conditions? Good. You like this better? You like this better than your other flight?
Thank you very much. Buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you taking the time to come up. Have a good day.
That's what I was looking.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. That was just taped playback of Donald Trump on Air Force One. But we were showing you live a little bit earlier when he was actually leaving. Looks like they're going to give us that playback again, this time with Sean Spicer. Let's play it.
Agenda on so many fronts. He talked about
All right, looks like now they give us a live look of the White House, but looks like we were about to get that taped playback of White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer. So if we do get that back, I'll be sure to take you there. All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we're bringing you all the live events throughout the day with President Donald Trump and his team. Again, we were just showing you just a few seconds ago Donald Trump leaving and, well, actually landing back from his trip in Philadelphia, where he was at the GOP retreat. And then later on, we were showing you that taped playback on the inside of Air Force One, which is pretty fantastic to see inside Air Force One. It's much bigger than I think people realize on the inside. So yes, we were just playing that for you guys, and let's take you just for a second here to a live look of the Capitol building right now. Coming up in just a few seconds, I'm going to take you to a Doomsday event that we had earlier this morning. All right, everybody. Well, let's take you to this doomsday event where scientists gathered to discuss whether or not they're going to change the minute hand of the doomsday clock. So let's see what they have to say.
Communication or miscalculation could be so catastrophic. Unfortunately, nuclear volatility has been and continues to be the order of the day. North Korea's continued nuclear weapons development, the steady march of the arsenal modification program in the nuclear weapon states, simmering tension between nuclear-armed India and Pakistan, and stagnation in arms control are all of considerable concern. North Korea conducted 2 nuclear weapons tests, the second in September, yielding about twice the explosive power of the first. In January, that test took place. In his 2017 New Year's statement, Kim Jong-un declared that he would soon test a missile with intercontinental range. Modernization in nuclear stockpiles is underway in all nuclear states. Russia is building new silo-based missiles, the Boré class of nuclear ballistic missile submarines, and new rail mobile missiles as it revamps other intercontinental ballistic missiles. The United States forges ahead with plans to modernize each part of its triad: bombers, land-based missiles, and nuclear missile-carrying submarines, adding new capabilities such as cruise missiles with increased ranges. As it improves the survivability of its own nuclear forces, China is helping Pakistan build submarine platforms. Pakistan and India continue to expand the number of weapons in and the sophistication of their nuclear arsenals, perhaps in the view of many posing the greatest danger for potential nuclear use. Nuclear rhetoric is now loose and destabilizing. During the election campaign, and as President Trump engaged in casual talk about nuclear weapons, suggesting South Korea and Japan might acquire their own nuclear weapons to compete with North Korea, we are more than ever impressed, as Rachel has just told you, that words matter, words count. The Iran nuclear deal has been successful in accomplishing its goals during its first year, but its future is in doubt under the new administration. There are observers and indeed analysts out there who have proposed that rather than tearing up the deal, its principles, specifically related to enrichment, should be made part of a new international gold standard. U.S. and Russia are at loggerheads on arms control and disarmament, with little prospect of reduction negotiations will resume. Let us hope that the new president and President Putin can take their relationship now budding to something further and more meaningful in the area of nuclear arms reduction. Thank you very much.
Climate change should not be a partisan issue. The well-established physics of the Earth's carbon cycle is neither liberal nor conservative in character. The planet will continue to warm to ultimately dangerous levels so long as carbon dioxide continues to be pumped into the atmosphere, irrespective of political leadership. The current political situation in the United States is of particular concern. The Trump administration needs to state clearly and unequivocally that it accepts climate change caused by human activity as reality. No problem can be solved unless its existence is first recognized. There are no alternative facts here. So let me just go through a few of the specifics that cause the board to remain concerned and continue concerned about climate change. While global efforts to limit climate change have ultimately produced mixed results over the past year. The Paris Agreement did go into effect in 2016, and countries are taking some actions to bring down emissions of greenhouse gases. There are also encouraging signs that global annual emissions were flat this past year in 2016, although right now there is no assurance that this heralds a breakpoint. Continued warming of the world, unfortunately, as measured in 2016, underscores one clear fact. Nothing is fundamentally amiss with the scientific understanding of climate physics. Human activity is the primary cause of climate change, and unless carbon dioxide emissions are dramatically reduced, global warming will continue to threaten the future of humanity. 2016 was the warmest year on record, and it broke the record of 2015, which broke the record of 2014. In fact, 16 of the 17 warmest years on record have been recorded since 2001. This is much longer than any one period of El Nino or La Nina or any other oscillation. For local effects in the United States, we have seen catastrophic floods in Houston, Baton Rouge, along the Texas-Louisiana border, North Carolina, Ellicott City, Maryland. The rain bombs continue. At the North Pole, we have experienced this past winter multiple occasions in which the temperature has been at or near freezing. This is about 30 to 40 degrees warmer than an average case, and this happens again and again. More and more of the research in Greenland and Antarctica point to greater and faster sea level rise. Our intelligence community in September of 2016 highlighted 6 impacts of the threat of climate change: stability of countries, heightened social and political tensions, adverse effects on food prices and availability, increased risk to human health, the negative impacts on investments in economic competitiveness, and potential climate discontinuities and secondary surprises here. Unfortunately, in 2016, the international community did not take the steps needed to begin the path towards a net zero carbon emissions world. The Marrakesh Climate Change Conference, for instance, produced little progress beyond the emissions goals pledged at Paris. As mentioned, the political situation in the United States is of particular concern. The Trump administration has put forward candidates for cabinet-level positions who foreshadow the possibility that the new administration will be openly hostile to progress towards even the most modest efforts to avert this catastrophic climate change. Climate change should not be a partisan political issue. The well-established physics of the Earth are neither liberal nor conservative in character. The international leaders need to refocus their attention on achieving the additional carbon emissions and carbon emission reductions that are needed to capitalize on the promise of the Paris Accord here. In summary, the United States, as a very first step, needs to make clear, unequivocal statements in the Trump administration that it accepts climate change. It's caused by human activity as a scientific reality. Alternative facts will not make the challenges of climate change magically go away. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of you for coming to what I believe is a particularly historic day. Now, in addition to the factors that have long driven the clock, at least since I've been chair, namely nuclear weapons and climate change, the Bulletin continues to monitor the possible existential threats arising from new emerging technologies. And over the past year, 2 areas in particular have begun to stand out: cyber technology and biotechnology. In December, U.S. intelligence agencies concluded that Russia had intervened in the 2016 U.S. presidential campaign to help Donald Trump in ways that highlight the vulnerability of critical information systems in cyberspace. Information monocultures, fake news, and the hacking and release of politically sensitive emails
may have had an impact on the perceived legitimacy of the electoral process in the United States. Hacking is not new, but the question of whether the fabric of democracy may be imperiled by reducing faith in both the integrity of elections and in the very information on which an informed public can base their voting becomes suspect. It is at this level that cyber technology begins to represent a deeper global threat. Such attacks on the democratic process, however, represent just one near-term threat associated with the modern world's increased reliance on the internet and information technology. In the longer term, there are also causes for concern. Sophisticated hacking, whether by private groups or governmental entities, may have the potential to create grave and broad impacts, threatening national or international financial activities, national electronic power grids, and plants, including nuclear power plants, and the personal freedoms that are based on the privacy of individuals at the core of democracy. Autonomous intelligent systems are evolving at a rapid pace, as the introduction of self-driving vehicles demonstrates. While these do offer great opportunities, they also present possible threats. From economic threats, as a greater and greater fraction of the workforce may be replaced by machine learning systems, to the more immediate danger that military systems may come to rely more heavily on such systems and could result in inadvertent or malicious aggressive actions. In this sense, there's an intimate relation between our inappropriate reliance on nuclear arsenals and the need to maintain command and control in these systems. Lastly, on the biotechnology front, new CRISPR technology that allows precise DNA manipulation also holds out great hope for curing disease, but makes the ability to engage in malicious activities potentially much more accessible to groups and governments that don't have sophisticated biological laboratory infrastructures. Technological innovation is occurring at a speed that challenges society's ability to keep pace, even as many citizens lose faith in the institutions upon which they must rely to make scientific innovation work for them rather than against them. To return then to the themes that have led us to this moment, I want to emphasize the historical significance of today. The doomsday clock is closer to midnight than it's ever been in the lifetime of almost everyone in this room. The last time it was closer was 64 years ago, in 1953, after the Soviet Union exploded its first hydrogen bomb, creating the modern arms race. More than that, this is the first time the words and stated policies of one or two people placed in high positions have so impacted on our perception of the existential threats we believe the world faces. This is a time of great opportunity and great potential challenge. Expert advice is crucial if governments are to effectively deal with complex global threats. The Bulletin is extremely concerned about the willingness of governments, including the current U.S. administration, to ignore or discount sound science, empirical evidence, and considered expertise during their decision-making process. Facts are stubborn things, and they must be taken into account if the future of humanity is to be preserved. In 2016, world leaders not only failed to deal adequately with those threats, they actually increased the risk of nuclear war and unchecked climate change through a variety of provocative statements and actions, including careless rhetoric about the use of nuclear weapons. And in fact, threatened perhaps treaties like the Non-Proliferation Treaty by considering modernization of nuclear weapons, which may require nuclear testing. We call on these leaders, particularly Russia and the United States, to refocus in the coming year on reducing existential risks. In no small part, consulting with top-level experts and taking scientific research and empirical reality into account. In particular, U.S. and Russian leaders need to come together to begin to negotiate nuclear arms reductions. They need to consider reducing the alert level of nuclear weapons, which risk catastrophic accidents. They need to not embark on modernization programs which are expensive and destabilizing. And they need to engage countries like North Korea and discourage proliferation in countries like Pakistan and India. To step back further from the brink will require leaders who have both vision and grit. President Trump and President Putin, who claim great respect for each other, can choose to act together as statesmen or act as petulant children, risking our future. Regardless, these issues are too important to be left in the hands of a few men. We therefore call upon all people to speak out and send a loud message to your leaders that you will not allow them to needlessly threaten your future and the future of your children. To summarize, for the reasons we've laid out today, the board has set the 2017 clock at 2.5 minutes to midnight. We chose the doomsday clock 70 years ago because we feel it allows us a rare opportunity to reach the global public directly with an enduring icon and to raise the profile of urgent global existential threats that the public needs to be aware of to act responsibly. The future of the clock and our future is in your hands.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have concluded our statements. If there's any questions that we can take.
We have some time for them. Yes, please, and please, your affiliation too would be helpful.
Tracy Wilkinson from the Los
Sorry about that, Tracy.
Tracy Wilkinson from the Los Angeles Times. Just to clarify, Mr. Krause, you said this shouldn't be left in the hands of one or two leaders making crazy statements. I know you mean Trump, but is the second person Putin, or did you mean the North Korea? Okay, Putin.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good guess.
There's so many candidates.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, thank you. Please wait.
Hi, good morning. Herman from the Voice of America. You listed a category of threats that prompted you to move the hands slightly forward. Out of everything that you
that we focused on, the old traditional one of nuclear concerns is now joined clearly by climate change, but also by cyber and new scientific developments so beautifully elaborated here today by Lawrence. And so I think that rather than picking favorites, we hope you will pick the lot and tell people that it is the conjugation, if I could put it this way, the congregation of this set of activities that put us on the trail of further moving the hands forward.
Let me just add one thing to Tom's cogent summary, which is exactly right. And that is that the current situation and the situation for the last few years has been
Blatant disregarding of basic facts, basic scientific facts.
All right, you guys, well, that was the doomsday event that scientists held earlier today. It looks like there's a little bit of issue with the sound, so let's move on to some other top stories here in the show. Thanks for joining me. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we are live here on the Fox News Now stream, bringing you all the latest events of the day. You guys, it's been a crazy day. It's truly getting heated between the Mexican president and Donald Trump. So let me bring you guys to some other top stories here. In the meantime, while I pull up some video, let me take you right now to a live look of the White House. All right, everybody, welcome back here. Let me change this lower third to top stories, since that's what we are discussing here on the stream. Pull this up, and let's pull up, if we can, here a live look of Donald Trump's Twitter page. You guys know this is where all the news is always happening. It's interesting how he can just send out a simple tweet and a news conference happens the next day, or decisions are made for our country simply by a tweet. I think that's just the way things are going now, and That's the way things are going to be moving forward with Donald Trump as our president. But taking you into some top stories right now for you guys to get you all caught up. So Speaker of the House Paul Ryan and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will authorize $15 billion for a wall spanning the entire U.S.-Mexico border as soon as September 30th. Now, this was all said at the this was all said at the GOP retreat earlier this morning, where lawmakers are busy planning the first 200 days of action on several issues, including replacing and repealing Obamacare and reforming the tax code. Now, when asked if the lawmakers were concerned, one sec. Looks like something's happening live at that GOP lunch right now. Let's take you to that event. Let me make sure the volume's okay. All right, you guys, this is a live event.
The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has been proud to share that burden and to walk alongside you at every stage. For the past century, Britain and America, and the unique and special relationship that exists between us, have taken the idea conceived by those 56 rank-and-file ordinary citizens, as President Reagan called them, forward. And because we have done so, time and again, it is the relationship between us that has defined the modern world. 100 years ago this April, it was your intervention in the First World War that helped Britain, France, our friends in the Commonwealth and other allies to maintain freedom in Europe. A little more than 75 years ago, you responded to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor by joining Britain in the Second World War and defeating fascism, not just in the Pacific, but in Africa and Europe too. And later, in the aftermath of these wars, our two countries led the West through the Cold War, confronting communism and ultimately defeating it, not just through military might, but by winning the war of ideas, and by proving that open, liberal, democratic societies will always defeat those that are closed, coercive, and cruel. But the leadership provided by our two countries through the special relationship has done more than win wars and overcome adversity. It made the modern world. The institutions upon which that world relies were so often conceived or inspired by our two nations working together. The United Nations, in need of reform, but vital still, has its foundations in the special relationship. From the original declaration of St. James's Palace to the declaration by United Nations signed in Washington and drafted themselves by Winston Churchill and President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The World Bank and International Monetary Fund, born in the post-World War world at Bretton Woods, were conceived by our two nations working together. And NATO, the cornerstone of the West's defence, was established on the bonds of trust and mutual interests that exist between us. Some of these organisations are in need of reform and renewal to make them relevant to our needs today. But we should be proud of the role our two nations working in partnership played in bringing them into being and in bringing peace and prosperity to billions of people as a result. Because it is through our actions over many years, working together to defeat evil or to open up the world, that we have been able to fulfill the promise of those who first spoke of the special nature of the relationship between us, the promise of freedom, liberty, and the rights of man. We must never cease, Churchill said, to proclaim in fearless tones the great principles of freedom and the rights of man, which are the joint inheritance of the English-speaking world, and which, through Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, the habeas corpus, trial by jury, and the English common law, find their most famous expression in the American Declaration of Independence. So it is my honour and privilege to stand before you today in this great city of Philadelphia, to proclaim them again, to join hands as we pick up that mantle of leadership once more, to renew our special relationship and to recommit ourselves to the responsibility of leadership in the modern world. And it is my honour and privilege to do so at this time, as dawn breaks on a new era of American renewal. For I speak to you not just as Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but as a fellow Conservative who believes in the same principles that underpin the agenda of your party: the value of liberty, the dignity of work, the principles of nationhood, family, economic prudence, patriotism, and putting power in the hands of the people. Principles instilled in me from a young age, principles my parents taught me in the vicarage in southern England in which I was raised. And I know it is these principles that you have put at the heart of your plan for government. And your victory in these elections gives you the opportunity to put them at the heart of this new era of American renewal too. President Trump's victory, achieved in defiance of all the pundits and the polls, and rooted not in the corridors of Washington, but in the hopes and aspirations of working men and women across this land. Your party's victory in both the Congress and the Senate, where you swept all before you, secured with great effort, and achieved with an important message of national renewal. And because of this, because of what you have done together, because of that great victory you have won, America can be stronger, greater, and more confident in the years ahead. And a newly emboldened, confident America is good for the world. An America that is strong and prosperous at home is a nation that can lead abroad. But you cannot and should not do so alone. You have said that it is time for others to step up, and I agree. Sovereign countries cannot outsource their security and prosperity to America, and they should not undermine the alliances that keep us strong by failing to step up and play their part. This is something Britain has always understood. It's why Britain is the only country in the G20, other than yours, to meet its commitment to spend 2% of GDP on defence and to invest 20% of that in upgrading equipment. It is why Britain is the only country in the G20 to spend 0.7% of gross national income on overseas development. It is why my first act as Prime Minister last year was to lead the debate in Parliament that ensured the renewal of Britain's independent nuclear deterrent. And it is why the government I lead will increase spending on defence in every year of this Parliament. It is why Britain is a leading member, alongside the United States, of the coalition working successfully to defeat Daesh. Why we have agreed to send 800 troops to Estonia and Poland as part of NATO's forward presence in Eastern Europe. Why we are increasing our troop contribution to NATO's Resolute Support mission that defends the Afghan government from terrorism. And it is why we are reinforcing our commitment to peacekeeping operations in Kosovo, South Sudan, and Somalia. And it is why Britain is leading the way in pioneering international efforts to crack down on modern slavery, one of the great scourges of our world, wherever it is found. And I hope you will... I hope you will join us in that cause, and I commend Senator Corker in particular for his work in this field, and it's good to have met him here today. As Americans know, the United Kingdom is by instinct and history a great global nation that recognises its responsibilities to the world. And as we end our membership of the European Union, as the British people voted with determination and quiet resolve to do last year, we have the opportunity to reassert our belief in a confident, sovereign and global Britain, ready to build relationships with old friends and new allies alike. We will build a new partnership with our friends in Europe. We're not turning our back on them or on the interests and the values that we share. It remains overwhelmingly in our interests and in those of the wider world that the EU should succeed. And for as long as we remain members, we will continue to play our full part, just as we will continue to cooperate on security, foreign policy and trade once we have left. But we have chosen a different future for our country. A future that sees us restore our parliamentary sovereignty and national self-determination, and to become even more global and internationalist in action and in spirit. A future that sees us take back control of the things that matter to us, things like our national borders and immigration policy and the way we decide and interpret our own laws, so that we are able to shape a better, more prosperous future for the working men and women of Britain. A future that sees us step up with confidence to a new, even more internationalist role, where we meet our responsibilities to our friends and allies, champion the international cooperation and partnerships that project our values around the world, and continue to act as one of the strongest and most forceful advocates for business, free markets and free trade anywhere around the globe. This is a vision of a future that my country can unite around, and that I hope your country, as our closest friend and ally, can welcome and support. So as we rediscover our confidence together, as you renew your nation just as we renew ours, we have the opportunity, indeed the responsibility, to renew the special relationship for this new age. We have the opportunity to lead together again, because the world is passing through a period of change. And in response to that change, we can either be passive bystanders, or we can take the opportunity once more to lead, and to lead together. I believe it is in our national interest to do so, because the world is increasingly marked by instability and threats that risk undermining our way of life and the very things that we hold dear. The end of the Cold War did not give rise to a new world order. It did not herald the end of history. It did not lead to a new age of peace, prosperity, and predictability in world affairs. For some, the citizens of Central and Eastern Europe in particular, it brought new freedom. But across the world, ancient ethnic, religious, and national rivalries that had been frozen through the decades of the Cold War, returned. New enemies of the West and our values, in particular in the form of radical Islamists, have emerged. And countries with little tradition of democracy, liberty, and human rights, notably China and Russia, have grown more assertive in world affairs. The rise of the Asian economies, China, yes, but democratic allies like India too, is hugely welcome. Billions are being lifted out of poverty, and new markets for our industries are opening up. But these events coming as they have at the same time as the financial crisis and its fallout, as well as a loss of confidence in the West following 9/11 and difficult military interventions in Iraq and Afghanistan, have led many to fear that in this century we will experience the eclipse of the West. But there is nothing inevitable about that. Other countries may grow stronger. Big, populous countries may grow richer. And as they do so, they may start to embrace more fully our values of democracy and liberty. But even if they do not, our interests will remain. Our values will endure. And the need to defend them and project them will be as important as ever. So we, our two countries together, have a responsibility to lead. Because when others step up as we step back, it is bad for America, for Britain, and the world. It is in our interests, those of Britain and America together, to stand strong together to defend our values, our interests, and the very ideas in which we believe. This cannot mean a return to the failed policies of the past. The days of Britain and America intervening in sovereign countries in an attempt to remake the world in our own image are over. But nor can we afford to stand idly by when the threat is real and when it is in our own interests to intervene. We must be strong, smart, and hard-headed, and we must demonstrate the resolve necessary to stand up for our interests. And whether it is the security of Israel in the Middle East or the Baltic states in Eastern Europe, we must always stand up for our friends and allies in democratic countries that find themselves in tough neighbourhoods too. We each have different political traditions. We will sometimes pursue different domestic policies, and there may be occasions on which we disagree. But the common values and interests that bring us together are hugely powerful. And as your foremost friend and ally, we support many of the priorities your government has laid out for America's engagement with the world. It is why I join you in your determination to take on and defeat Daesh and the ideology of Islamist extremism that inspires them and many other terrorist groups in the world today. It is in both our national interests to do so. This will require us to use the intelligence provided by the finest security agencies in the world, and it will require the use of military might. But it also demands a wider effort, because one of the lessons of fighting terrorism in the last 15 years or so is, yes, killing terrorists can save innocent lives. But until we kill the idea that drives them, the ideology, we will always have to live with this threat. And as they are defeated on the ground, the terrorists are exploiting the internet and social media to spread this ideology that is preying on vulnerable citizens in our own countries, inspiring them to commit acts of terror in our own cities. That is why the UK has led the world in developing a strategy for preventing violent extremism, and why the British and American governments are working together to take on and defeat the ideology of Islamist extremism. I look forward to working with the President and his administration to step up our efforts still further in order to defeat this evil ideology. But of course, we should always be careful to distinguish between this extreme and hateful ideology and the peaceful religion of Islam and the hundreds of millions of its adherents, including millions of our own citizens, and those further afield, who are so often the first victims of this ideology's terror. And nor is it enough merely to focus on violent extremism. We need to address the whole spectrum of extremism starting with the bigotry and hatred that can so often turn to violence. Yet ultimately, to defeat Daesh, we must employ all of the diplomatic means at our disposal. That means working internationally to secure a political solution in Syria and challenging the alliance between the Syrian regime and its backers in Tehran. When it comes to Russia, as so often, it is wise to turn to the example of President Reagan, who during his negotiations with his opposite number, Mikhail Gorbachev, used to abide by the adage, trust but verify. With President Putin, my advice is to engage, but beware. There is nothing inevitable about conflict between Russia and the West, and nothing unavoidable about retreating to the days of the Cold War. But we should engage with Russia from a position of strength, and we should build the relationships, systems, and processes that make cooperation more likely than conflict. And that, particularly after the illegal annexation of Crimea, give assurance to Russia's neighbouring states that their security is not in question. We should not jeopardise the freedoms that President Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher brought to Eastern Europe by accepting President Putin's claim that it is now in his sphere of influence. And progress on this issue would also help to secure another of this nation's priorities, to reduce Iran's malign influence in the Middle East. This is a priority for the UK too, as we support our allies in the Gulf states to push back against Iran's aggressive efforts to build an arc of influence from Tehran through to the Mediterranean. The nuclear deal with Iran was controversial, but it has neutralised the possibility of the Iranians acquiring nuclear weapons for more than a decade. It has seen Iran remove 13,000 centrifuges, together with associated infrastructure, and eliminate its stock of 20% enriched uranium. That was vitally important for regional security, but the agreement must now be very carefully and rigorously policed, and any breaches should be dealt with firmly and immediately. To deal with the threats of the modern world, we need to rebuild confidence in the institutions upon which we all rely. In part, that means multinational institutions, because we know that so many of the threats we face today, global terrorism, climate change, organised crime, unprecedented mass movements of people, do not respect national borders. So we must turn towards those multinational institutions like the UN and NATO that encourage international cooperation and partnership. But those multinational institutions need to work for the countries that formed them and to serve the needs and interests of the people of those nations. They have no democratic mandate of their own. So I share your reform agenda and believe that by working together, we can make those institutions more relevant and purposeful than they are today. I call on others, therefore, to join us in that effort and to ensure they step up and contribute as they should. That's why I have encouraged Antonio Guterres, the new UN Secretary-General, to pursue an ambitious reform programme, focusing the United Nations on its core functions of peacekeeping, conflict prevention and resolution. And it's why I've already raised with my fellow European leaders the need to deliver on their commitments to spend 2% of their GDP on defence and 20% of their defence budgets on equipment. It's also why I have already raised with Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary-General of NATO, the need to make sure the alliance is as equipped to fight terrorism and cyber warfare as it is to fight more conventional forms of war. America's leadership in NATO, supported by Britain, must be the central element around which the alliance is built. But alongside this continued commitment, I'm also clear that EU nations must similarly step up to ensure this institution that provides the cornerstone of the West's defence continues to be as effective as it can be. Yet the most important institution is and should always be the nation state. Strong nations form strong institutions, and they form the basis of the international partnerships and cooperation that bring stability to our world. Nations, accountable to their populations, deriving, as the Declaration of Independence puts it, their just powers from the consent of the governed, can choose to join international organisations or not. They can choose to cooperate with others or not, choose to trade with others or not. Which is why, if the countries of the European Union wish to integrate further, my view is that they should be free to do so, because that is what they choose. But Britain, as a sovereign nation, with the same values but a different political and cultural history, has chosen to take a different path, because our history and culture is profoundly internationalist. We are a European country and proud of our shared European heritage, but we are also a country that has always looked beyond Europe to the wider world. We have ties of family, kinship and history to countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and countries across Africa, the Pacific and Caribbean. And of course, we have ties of kinship, language and culture to these United States too. As Churchill put it, we speak the same language, kneel at the same altars, and to a very large extent pursue the same ideals. And today, increasingly, we have strong economic, commercial, defence and political relationships as well. So I'm delighted that the new administration has made a trade agreement between our countries one of its earliest priorities. A new trade deal between Britain and America must work for both sides and serve both of our national interests. It must help to grow our respective economies and to provide the high-skilled, high-paid jobs of the future for working people across America and across the UK. And it must work for those who have too often felt left behind by the forces of globalisation. People, often those on modest incomes, living in relatively rich countries like our own, who feel that the global system of free markets and free trade is simply not working for them in its current form. Such a deal, allied to the reforms we are making to our own economy to ensure wealth and opportunity is spread across our land, can demonstrate to those who feel locked out and left behind that free markets, free economies and free trade can deliver the brighter future they need. And it can maintain, indeed it can build, support for the rules-based international system on which the stability of our world continues to rely. The UK is already America's fifth largest export destination, while your markets account for almost a fifth of global exports from our shores. Exports to the UK from the state of Pennsylvania alone account for more than $2 billion a year. The UK is the largest... Somebody from Pennsylvania. The UK is the largest market in the EU and the third largest market in the world for exporters here. America is the largest single destination for UK outward investment and the single largest investor in the UK. And your companies are investing or expanding in the UK at the rate of more than 10 projects a week. British companies employ people in every US state from Texas to Vermont, and the UK-US defence relationship is the broadest, deepest and most advanced of any two countries, sharing military hardware and expertise. And of course, we have recently invested in the new F-35 strike aircraft for our new aircraft carriers that will secure our naval presence and increase our ability to project our power around the world for years to come. Because of these strong economic and commercial links and our shared history and the strength of our relationship, I look forward to pursuing talks with President Trump and his new administration about a new UK-US free trade agreement in the coming months. It will take detailed work, but we welcome your openness to these discussions and hope we can make progress so that the new global Britain that emerges after Brexit is even better equipped to take its place confidently in the world. Such an agreement would see us taking that next step in the special relationship that exists between us, cementing and affirming one of the greatest forces for progress this world has ever known. 70 years ago, in 1946, Churchill proposed a new phase in this relationship, to win a Cold War that many had not even realized had started. He described how an iron curtain had fallen from the Baltic to the Adriatic, covering all the capitals of the ancient states of Central and Eastern Europe: Warsaw, Berlin, Prague, Vienna, Budapest, Belgrade, Sofia, and Bucharest. Today, those great cities, homes of great culture and heritage, live in freedom and peace. And they do so because of the leadership of Britain and America, and of Mrs. Thatcher and President Reagan. They do so ultimately because our ideas will always prevail. And they do so because when the world demands leadership, it is this alliance of values and interests, this special relationship between two countries, that is, to borrow the words of another great American statesman, enters the arena with our faces marred by dust and sweat and blood, to strive valiantly and know the triumph of high achievement. As we renew the promise of our nations to make them stronger at home, in the words of President Reagan, as the sleeping giant stirs, so let us renew the relationship that can lead the world towards the promise of freedom and prosperity marked out in parchment by those ordinary citizens 240 years ago, so that we may not be counted with the cold and timid souls who know neither victory or defeat, but with those who strive to do the deeds that will lead us to a better world. That better future is within reach. Together, we can build it. Thank you.
Outside, so she'll be out in a few minutes for pictures and tea. Jeremy reminds me for tea and coffee outside.
All right, everybody. Well, that was British Prime Minister Theresa May, streaming live here on the Fox News Now stream. Let me make sure the volume's okay and everything. All right, you guys, we were just showing you that event live. That was British Prime Minister Theresa May speaking at the GOP retreat in Philadelphia. May will be visiting with President Trump on Friday. This will make her the first foreign leader to visit Trump since his swearing in as the 45th president. House Republican Conference Chairwoman Kathy McMorris said in a statement, quote, "We are grateful for her visit and look forward to hearing her vision for the United Kingdom as we strengthen this important bilateral relationship with our new Republican-led government." Now, in July, Theresa May replaced David Cameron, who resigned from his position after British voters decided the UK should exit the European Union. May and Trump are expected to take the first steps toward hashing out a new U.S.-UK trade deal. During a Friday interview with the Financial Times, May said she has hoped to convince Trump of the economic and security merits of a strong NATO and Europe. May also has promised to have very frank conversations with Trump over trade and security issues. She said, quote, "From our conversations to date, I know we are both committed to advancing the special relationship between our two countries and working together for the prosperity and security of the people on both sides of the Atlantic." So you guys, we just saw her speaking live. I'm going to try and clip that on YouTube, and then you guys can rewatch that. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page if you missed it. But in some other top stories here, we've been telling you earlier that Speaker of the House Paul Ryan and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell will authorize $15 billion for a wall spanning the entire U.S.-Mexico border as soon as September 30th. This was all said at the GOP retreat earlier this morning, where lawmakers are busy planning the first 200 days of action on several issues, including repealing and replacing Obamacare and reforming the tax code. Now, when asked if the lawmakers were concerned about Trump's relationship with the Mexican president, well, Paul Ryan replied, quote, "I think it will be fine." But then, just 2 hours later, the Mexican president announced on Twitter that he was canceling his meeting with Trump next week. And the president of Mexico released a video address on Twitter last night saying Mexico does not believe in walls. He said, quote, "I'll say again, Mexico will not pay for any wall." Now, Mitch McConnell told the media, quote, "We intend to address the wall issue ourselves, and the president can deal with his relations with other countries." Now, in an interview last night, President Trump said that Mexico would pay for the wall in a form. It may be a complicated form. And as you know, Donald Trump signed an executive order yesterday saying they will immediately begin construction on the wall. Donald Trump described the wall that he envisions in his mind as physical, tall, powerful, and beautiful. He also said during his campaign it should be about 55 feet tall. Another top story for you guys. Obviously, you have heard that today the Mexican president canceled that upcoming meeting with President Trump after the Mexican president's refusal to pay for a planned wall along the U.S. southern border. Now, Trump has been saying all along that Mexico would pay for the construction project. The Mexican president tweeted, quote, "This morning we informed the White House that I will not attend the scheduled work meeting for next Tuesday with the President of the United States." And at the Republican retreat in Philadelphia this afternoon, Donald Trump claimed it was a mutual decision. He said, quote, "Mexico and myself have agreed to cancel our planned meeting. Companies lost. If Mexico is unwilling to pay for the badly needed wall, then it would be better to cancel the upcoming meeting." And in an interview last night, Donald Trump said the construction cost will later be reimbursed by Mexico. He said, quote, "Ultimately, it will come out of what's happening with Mexico. We're going to be starting those negotiations relatively soon, and we will, in a form, be reimbursed by Mexico." No word yet on what form that could be, but I guess we'll see coming up. A little bit more of a positive story here. Ivanka Trump shared an Instagram video last night of her 10-month-old son, Theodore, crawling for the very first time. But unlike most 10-month-old babies, Theodore's first crawl was in the White House. Ivanka wrote in the Instagram post, quote, "There were so many incredible milestones this past weekend, including one for our baby Theodore, who crawled for the very first time in the White House." And Ivanka's 5-year-old daughter, Arabella, is seen in the video as well, encouraging baby Theodore to crawl. As you may know, Ivanka Trump and husband Jared Kushner have a 3-year-old Joseph, Theodore, and Arabella. Ivanka often shares cute photos of her kids on social media. Actually, when she posted a video of Arabella speaking Mandarin and reciting poetry for the Lunar New Year, it went viral in China last year. The family reportedly moved to their new D.C. home on Monday after spending a few nights at the White House after the inauguration. Let's show you that Instagram post from Ivanka. Let me just pull this up here. Take myself full camera for a second. I want to show you guys this post of Ivanka Trump that she posted last night. Some of you might have already seen it, but it's going viral right now. Actually, I think, let's see. Yes, I believe this is the one. So cute. Theodore crawling for the very first time in the White House. Let's take a look at this video. Look how cute that is. Let me take myself off and see if we can hear anything.
You want to do it? You ready? I think he's ready. Okay, Arabella, do you want to help? Encourage him. Okay, go over there and go like this. You ready? I think he can do it. Go.
Wait, give me that for 1 minute.
Oh, he's moving. He's moving. Oh. You want to do it? You ready?
Pretty cute stuff, so I just wanted to show you guys that video. Some of you might have already seen it, but if you don't follow Ivanka Trump on Twitter, I just wanted to bring you to that video that is being talked about online today. Here's another picture that she tweeted last night, or Instagrammed, I should say. There's baby Theodore again. Super cute, you guys. Post says, "Good night." All right, well, let's take you to some other top stories here. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. Thank you for joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. We've got a lot of live events coming in today, and we'll take you there. We are monitoring, why can't I say that? We're checking out all the feeds right now, you guys, and we're making sure that everything is up to par here. We've got a live look of the White House. We've got a look at the traffic here, the Dow, the Capitol building. But as soon as we see something breaking, we'll be sure to take you to that feed. I want to pull up actually for you guys right now. Let me get this all set up for you. Thank you for joining me. It's Friday Eve, everybody. The day before the weekend. I want to bring this up for you guys in case you missed this earlier. Let me pull this up. In case you just missed it, we had some video of Donald Trump inside Air Force One. Really cool to see the inside of Air Force One. It literally looks like another house that you're in. I mean, obviously, we all know it's a huge plane, but being inside it, you can see him at his desk. It's amazing to see the inside of it. So let's take you to that video in case you missed this from earlier.
sir.
I'll personally explain how it works. You decide what's right for you.
Call 800-557-7379 or tyjyoung.net.
It's Empire Today's buy one, get one free sale. Buy one room of flooring and get another room free. That's free carpet, hardwood, tile, or leather, free padding and materials, and free installation.
Doing good. Thank you.
How was your first flight, sir?
Beautiful.
How many hotels does
Great plane.
1,000?
Really beautiful.
200,000. Trivago now compares prices for more than a
Nice
million
plane.
hotels. To find your ideal hotel, for the best price. Hotel Trivago.
I did, yeah. Terrific.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, that's a good one too, but this is a very special plane for a lot of reasons.
Can last 12 hours.
Outside of just being
you can put after 6.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time. Thank
They
you.
just gave me that.
So we hold.
Pretty cool jacket, right?
And check your Sunday gate. Big safe.
How's the
Thank
flying
you, guys.
conditions? Good. You like this better? You like this better than your other plane? I think so. Right? You hit the big guy. We'll do something. We'll do something.
Call 800-222-9485.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
We'll
it.
see one of those guys.
After complications.
Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody. Well, that's what we streamed earlier for you here on the show. Media inside Air Force One. All right, you guys, well, we have a lot more coming up on the show today. I want to bring you guys the latest on this border battle segment that I have clipped for you guys. Again, it's really getting heated between the Mexican president and Donald Trump. He said it was a mutual decision that they were not having the meeting today. The Mexican president said last night he's considering not meeting Donald Trump, and then this morning Donald Trump said, well, I'm considering not meeting with you. And then the president said, well, I'm not coming at all. So it's just a back and forth between these guys. Unsure what's going to happen. I mean, he said that Mexico is going to pay for the wall in a form, a complicated form. We don't know what that form means exactly yet, but I'm assuming we'll hear more about this coming up in the show. Let's get you all up to date, though, on this border battle. Let's see what Fox 10 anchor Ron Hoon has to say about it.
In the border battle this morning, President Trump signs an executive order to build his promised border wall, but his plan has some critics.
Yeah, including Arizona Senator Jeff Flake. Flake says the Department of Homeland Security doesn't have enough money to build it, so the billions of dollars would have to come from somewhere else. And even though the president says Mexico will pay for the wall, Senator Flake does not believe that will happen. He believes that money would be better spent on other forms of border security.
It's a multifaceted problem, and it's not as simple as saying we're going to have a wall for 2,000 miles. I think Congress is going to be hard pressed to cough up whatever 10 or 12 or 15 billion dollars that has been estimated for a wall across the border, given the other priorities that we have.
So Flake says he does welcome other aspects of the president's executive order, such as the deportation of criminal immigrants. But how realistic is this border wall?
So what kind of impact will a wall have on the number of people sneaking across the border here into our state? Giving us his thoughts this morning, Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Nice
Thank
to meet
you.
you. Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us about this and kind of your philosophy, where you stand with President Trump on his stance on immigration.
I mean, I love anything that we can do to help with immigration in our state and in this country is a huge thing for us. And so I love it. I love that he's doing stuff already. I love that. And if the wall's the best thing, then I love that we're building the wall.
So, of course, the money is a big issue when it comes to the wall. I mean, the wall's not a short wall, 2,000 some miles, going to cost a lot of money. And President Trump says Mexico will pay for it, but just yesterday the president of Mexico says, no, we're not going to pay for it. So yes, I think a lot of people, especially people in your county who see this firsthand with the immigration problem, know that something has to be done. But how does it get done if there's no money to do it? Or where is the money going to come from?
You know, and the reality of it is we're very capable. We've put people in space. We've done a lot of things. We've got the internet. Our kids have cell phones. It's realistic. It can happen. Building a wall across the desert is not one of the harder things that we've done as humanity. Getting the money for it, people that get paid a lot more money, they're going to have to figure that out. But it's something that needs to be done. We need to make some changes. The Yuma sector, in 2006, they had 118,000 apprehensions. In 2007, obviously, while they were building their wall, it went down to 37,000. Since then, it's consistently ran about 6,000 to 7,000 apprehensions. There was a huge impact. And so that's one place you can look at to see how effective the wall's been. So it would be an effective, they've just got to figure out how they do it. And there's a lot of other logistical issues they'd have to deal with. But I'm a positive person. I always look for how do you overcome those.
And that's just one part, I think, of a very comprehensive plan, right?
Yes.
Because you think about drone coverage, border patrol that's already out there kind of patrolling the area. What are things that you think actually are the best there to cover the southern Arizona border?
Well, he's done one of those things, and that's put several more agents on. Doing something like the wall does help. There are some, terrain issues where you have a tough time building a wall through that area, but creating even choke points helps law enforcement be able to control that a lot better. And what we do is when we can do that, we can control the amount of human trafficking that's coming into our state and the amount of drugs that are coming into our state. So anything that we can do to help this problem helps us as a county, helps us, all the other counties in the state, and we welcome any changes that can help us achieve that goal.
And that in turn helps your deputies in
Absolutely.
protecting your county
Yes.
and of course the border in which we share with Mexico.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheriff. It was a
Thank
pleasure
you.
to meet
Thank you.
Sheriff Mark
Thanks
Lamb.
for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
And congratulations to
Thank you.
office.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to turn to our Facebook page because, of course, we always get quite a few comments and opinions on this matter. And it didn't take long for Trump to sign the executive order on immigration, having taken the oath of office just a week ago. So how do you think he's doing? What grade would you give him so far? And Felix is chiming in this morning, Celeste.
So Felix says the true bully attitude comes clear. This fool has no compassion or integrity for those who do not fall within the millionaire classification. A strong F for the fool.
Okay, Connie says, A+, excellent job. He's on his 6th day and doing a great, super job. I love how he is getting right to business of getting the things he promised going. He will probably get all these things done way before his first 100 days are over.
Okay, and Shirley says A++. We are totally behind him and the direction he has for our country. He's the Energizer Bunny and very good in managing multiple problems at one time, and that's good because we have a lot of areas where our country is a mess.
All right, lastly, Maria says, at this point, it doesn't matter what we think or say. Let's just hope for the best.
Well, thank you to everyone who shared your thoughts on this issue. It is just the beginning.
Yeah, you're right about that.
All right, you guys, I just wanted to take you to that border battle segment to get you all caught up. We do have a live breaking news event for you now. Let's take you here and see what this is all about. This is being called a possible avalanche right now. Streaming live here for you guys. This is in Mount Baldy, California. Chopper is there right now. I'm going to get you guys some more information about this. But again, this is live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, you guys, well, here's what we know. At least one person has been injured in this possible avalanche on Mount Baldy. That's in California. At least one person was seriously injured in a possible avalanche today, just this afternoon. Now, the county sheriff's department there received the report from hikers around midday in the Mount Baldy area. These are in the San Gabriel Mountains. A helicopter rescue crew responded to the site in the mountains about 45 northeast of Los Angeles. At least one hiker went down with the slide and one was stuck on the side of the mountain. This is all according to the San Bernardino County Fire Department. The victim was not below the surface of the snow, according to fire officials. Now, at least one person suffered serious injuries. Rescuers will likely airlift that victim from the scene, and that's what you're seeing right now on the Fox News Now stream. Rescuers there to help these hikers. Now, the area features trails, ski runs, and a rugged terrain. That's just among some of the parts there in Southern California that received a significant amount of snow over the past few weeks. I'm going to get you guys some more information about this, but again, this is breaking news happening live in Mount Baldy, California, a possible avalanche. All right, everybody, we are still watching this rescue right now. And if you're wondering where Mount Baldy is, here's just a little look of the map here. You can see it's right in the San Bernardino area, just a little ways away of Los Angeles here in California. And you can see this is sort of what the bird's eye... All right, let's actually, here's the street view here. This is what it looks like there. Beautiful in Mount Baldy. So this is the area we're talking about here, and this is being called an possible avalanche. Let's take you back to that live video where that rescue is happening right now. You can see that rescue chopper. Now, a little bit of facts on an avalanche, also known as a snow slide or snow slip. It's just a rapid flow of snow down a sloping surface, but they can be extremely dangerous. Avalanches are typically triggered in a starting zone from a mechanical failure in the snowpack, when the forces on the snow exceed its strength, but sometimes only with gradually widening. Now, after initiation, avalanches usually accelerate rapidly and grow in mass and volume as they gain more momentum there. Now, looks like they are rescuing one of those hikers there right now. Again, at least one person was seriously injured in this possible avalanche this afternoon. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department received the report from hikers around this afternoon in the Mount Baldy area. A helicopter rescue crew is responding right now to the scene. As you can see, it's definitely a dramatic situation here. You just saw one of the hikers being pulled up and rescued there on the helicopter. This is in the mountains about 45 northeast of Los Angeles. At least one hiker went down with the avalanche, possible avalanche they're still calling it, and was stuck on the side of the mountain. Luckily, that victim was not below the surface of the snow. At least one person suffered serious injuries. Rescuers just airlifted that victim from the scene there. Now this area features trails, ski runs, and California, well, the southern part at least, has received quite a lot of snowfall over the past few weeks. You can see some of the other skiers still there on the mountain. Again, I just want to show you again a map of where Mount Baldy is. It's just about 45 northeast of Los Angeles. You can see here's Los Angeles here, and this is where the Mount Baldy area is right here. I also want to show you a tweet from the fire district there. It says air rescue on station. Plan is to effect hoist rescue of injured party, which you could just see moments ago there, and we're still live. You can see those other hikers and skiers still out there on the mountain. The official Twitter account for the San Bernardino County Fire District also tweeted there was one confirmed victim with reported serious injuries. Now, we were first told this was called a, quote, possible avalanche, but the San Bernardino County Fire District tweeted earlier that it's a reported avalanche. Okay, so they're still calling it sort of a possible reported avalanche. Hard to say at this point, but again, a hiker was stuck halfway down the mountain there. No reports yet of any missing people, but we do know that we just saw that helicopter pick up one of those victims there and airlift them out of the mountains. They also just tweeted this just a few seconds ago saying, Mount Baldy update, flight medics are with the victim now, hoist rescue in progress. So it looks like they're going to still rescue a few other people here on this mountain. Again, this is in Mount Baldy, California, and you're watching live right now on the Fox News Now stream. There were even avalanche warnings to visitors today, so this is not a huge surprise that this avalanche happened on Mount Baldy today. You can see there the other skiers waiting to be airlifted. just change the lower third there. Again, we're still being told this is a, quote, possible avalanche. You're seeing those hikers there. One we just saw moments ago was being airlifted. That one hiker, we're told, has serious injuries. And the official Twitter page for the San Bernardino County Fire District just tweeted that the flight medics are with that victim and that the rescue is still in progress right now. Again, this is in Mount Baldy, California. This is live from a news chopper right now, so we're unable to hear what's going on the ground, but you can see right now what's happening in these mountains. Again, hikers there injured and being rescued. At least one person was seriously injured in this possible avalanche this afternoon. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department received this report from hikers around midday in the Mount Baldy area. A helicopter rescue crew responded to the scene. We just saw that a little earlier. This is about 45 northeast of Los Angeles. At least one hiker went down with the slide and was stuck on the side of the mountain. The victim was not below the surface of the snow, according to fire officials. At least one person suffered serious injuries. Rescuers will likely airlift the rest of these victims out from the scene here. Southern California has received a significant amount of snow over the past few weeks. Again, an avalanche is just a rapid flow of snow down a sloping surface, as everyone knows, but they are very dangerous. Avalanches are typically triggered in a starting zone from a mechanical failure in the snowpack. That's when it forces the snow to exceed strength and move quickly down the hill. They also rapidly grow in mass and volume as they move down the hill. If the avalanche moves fast enough, some of the snow may mix with the air, forming a powder snow avalanche, which is a type of gravity current. Again, this is in Mount Baldy, California. You guys, you can see some of those skiers are still out there right now. One was just airlifted. That was the one that had those serious injuries. No word yet on his condition, but we do know that the flight medics are with that victim now, and they plan to rescue the rest of these skiers here on the mountain in just a little bit. I mean, look at that. They're completely secluded out there. No one around but that group of hikers and those skiers just right there. You can see no one else is around for miles here in Mount Baldy. Now, Mount Baldy used to be called Camp Baldy, and it's a community there in the mountains in the San Bernardino County, near the eastern border of Los Angeles County in Southern California. Looks like News Chopper's moving around and giving us a full 360 view of these mountains here. Again, this is a rescue right now after a possible avalanche. Oh, that looks like that was someone up there on the mountain too, unless my eyes are fooling me. I thought that looked like one of the other hikers there. Again, one of them was seriously injured. No word yet on his condition at this time, but we do know that the medics are with him, and hopefully rescue teams are coming back to get the rest of these skiers here. Again, they're completely secluded on this mountain. Looks like Chopper's zooming in to see if there's anyone else that might be by themselves. No lost people reported at this time, so let's hope that this group here that you can see on the mountain are the only ones left after this possible avalanche. Again, that's when the snow is moving very quickly down the mountain. Oh, looks like that rescue chopper is back to get the rest of these skiers here. Unsure if they have to airlift them one at a time and come back, or if they're able to airlift all of them out one at a time and take them all back. Let's see what they choose to do here. All right, looks like they are lowering that rope right now. Again, they're going to airlift these skiers off the mountains here in Mount Baldy, California. It's amazing to see that they were skiing on a mountain like this, and you're completely secluded, and luckily someone was able to have some sort of cell phone service, or someone was able to contact the rescue teams there in San Bernardino County. And you got to give it up to them. They responded quickly, and they are reacting very well to this situation. Now, they just sent out this tweet a few seconds ago saying, update, Air Rescue 7 has extracted first victim, updated patient count 2. Let's watch as they rescue this next victim here.
Yep, we're going to follow them and see where they drop us off. I got him. Do you want me to go wide? You see where we're going? Right over the highway.
Well, it looks like they have to pick up the skiers one at a time, drop them off at the rescue station, and fly back and get the rest. One at a time here. Again, they picked up the first one that has very serious injuries. Again, this is in Mount Baldy, California, after a possible avalanche. We are just watching the rescue chopper here take one of those victims to wherever they need to drop the victims off. We're going to see here live on the Fox News Now stream, and then it's going to turn around and go back and get the next victim. It looked like there are about 4 or 5 still there on the mountain, and you're watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream.
Yeah, that's 4.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. All right, you guys. Well, we are going to take you to another event here. We'll keep an eye on that feed and take you back if anything new happens there. But there's a protest happening right now in Philadelphia, anti-Donald Trump protesters. This is live, and your host Mike Page is coming up next, and he'll be taking you into the next few hours here.
around the city for nothing. For nothing. Donald Trump not even here no more. Y'all are not stopping shit in the city right now. The only way that can make change is by taking the
Fold it up.
I bet. They're like, listen, I put too much money out.
No chance. I'm not taking any fucking chance.
He said it's done.
I come back tomorrow and pull that tape down fast. You pull the tape down quick.
Yeah. And them right there, I will close that one down.
If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, shut it down.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm your host, Mike Pace, going to be with you for this next hour. Once again, taking a look at protesters in Philadelphia for an anti-president march.
It seems to be, right? Those guys run to the streets. They're going to keep up. Okay, let's go back. Agendas.
Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream and everybody watching also on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. What a day we've had already in the stream. Earlier today, we saw President Trump board for the first time ever Air Force One and go to Philadelphia, where he took part in the keynote speech at the GOP retreat. He is back now at the White House, and protesters are still on the streets here in Philadelphia as they are taking over the streets. We heard earlier in the day that they were close to maybe 10,000 people. We never got aerial views, though, of it. But as you can see here, this is an anti-president march in Philadelphia. Tomorrow, be part of the stream as well tomorrow for a very special stream that we'll be having as well. That is going to be the pro-life march in D.C. tomorrow. It is expected to have hundreds of thousands of people take part in that march. We'll have it for you right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. As you can still see here, we are live now in Philadelphia. For those of you watching worldwide now, let us know where you are watching from right now, as it is 5 o'clock there in Philadelphia. As you can see, people still out there. They've been out there for more than 7 hours already. President Donald Trump is embracing the idea of Guantanamo Bay as a jail for terror suspects. That's something that the Obama administration's longtime push to prosecute captured militants in the U.S. court system. A draft order spelling out a tougher line in the fight against terror rethinks how the U.S. should detain, monitor, and prosecute terror suspects.
saw them in the hot dog car on the way. There's something quick.
Many U.S. Muslim and Latino advocates have joined forces in opposing changes to immigration rules by President Donald Trump, bolstering an alliance between them as they mull the prospect of aggressive restrictions. In joint press conferences and rallies across the country, they are decrying an action Trump signed to jumpstart construction on a southern border wall. Trump is expected to take steps to stop accepting Syrian refugees, suspend the United States' broader refugee program for 120 days, and suspend issuing visas for people from 7 predominantly Muslim countries in the Middle East and Africa. As Trump signed the first actions yesterday afternoon, the hashtags No Ban, No Wall, and Refugees Welcome trended on Twitter, and thousands signed a pro-refugee petition by Christian evangelical groups. Muslims, immigrants, and their supporters rallied in New York City and elsewhere in protest.
Yeah, you thinking. I don't want that. I'm hoping it's not recorded. Like, I don't want to see that again. You know, can't build the wall. Hands too small, can't build the wall. Can't build the wall. Hands too small, can't build the wall. Hands too small, can't build the wall. Hands too small, can't build the wall. So much for a quiet dinner, right? A lot.
The wind is strong, but we're okay. Where are they running from? They're not supposed to be standing just now. Huh? Yeah. But that goes still here walking around with the crowd. Not sure how long it's been here.
No KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump. 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 No KKK, no. This is what democracy looks like. 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 This is what democracy
I guess you got better technology.
Right?
She put that one together.
Right? Back into traffic. Beep, 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 beep. I'm gonna have to take a leak somewhere soon. To see a pizza place, someplace that looks accommodating. Dark alley. 1,000 streets, fucking up strong traffic, and Kingman gets arrested for urinating. Right. There was one arrest, one single arrest last night. Where the hell are we? Back on Broad, second floor. This signal might be to the right. City Hall to get my bearings. Oh, there it is. There she blows. You know what? I'm going to pull over for a second, see if I can run into the hotel with a Starbucks. Okay. Yeah.
Just hand move the thing and just hold it.
Yeah. You want to go on that sidewalk? You want to stay in the middle?
I'll see what I'm going to do. I'll stay in the middle and just stand here and shoot, you know.
Okay.
Walk by.
Yeah, I'll just come right here and find you. Yeah. Anybody else want to run in? You have to take a leak?
Probably.
All right.
Are you there? Kind of like a little wall over there. It's about right there.
Yeah, I don't think they have a bathroom. I'll give it a try. Okay. The more I think about it, the worse I have to go. This is stuck in my belt. Stay here. that comes with Carrie, right? Carrie,
Yeah.
you got counts with him, right? Because if they pass us all, then in the non-time, you know where we end up.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't gonna go yet.
All right, everybody, as the police, you do see, start coming in here, protesters are being asked to please get off the streets right now. Coming up next, Mary Kate's going to join you for the evening portion of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We always appreciate when you watch live with us. I'll be back tomorrow with the Pro-Life March out of D.C. That is happening tomorrow. March for Life 2017. It's the 44th annual March for Life happening tomorrow. We'll live stream it right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm Mike Pace. Have a great night. Mary Kate coming up next.
Break sure does. Game break is hitting that bathroom. Thank you. Now, if you just hold that for a second. Yeah, zip up. Well, I want to get this flip going. This is tremendously helpful for this person. Do you have gloves? I do. Thank you. Thank you. Love you too. That's all it is. It feels like midnight.
Get mad at him. Don't get mad at me. I'm just doing what I gotta do. No.
Everybody, well, we are showing you this anti-president march in Philadelphia right now. That's live. We'll take you back to it in just a few minutes here, but I want to show you there's another anti-immigration sort of rally happening locally here in Phoenix. This is live from the News Shopper here. Let me pull this up. So immigration activists are demanding action right now from Mayor Greg Stanton here in Arizona. You can see they're holding signs out there right now. This is a rally happening in downtown Phoenix right now. With President Trump's executive order yesterday, he launched a new era in the war on immigrant people and attacks on the places they call home. Now, after Trump was elected, Phoenix Mayor Greg Stanton made a commitment to the people of Phoenix, saying the Phoenix Police Department will never turn into a mass deportation force. Let me update the lower third here so you guys can see exactly where this is. Again, this is coming live from the news chopper, so we aren't able to hear what they're saying down there right now, but you can see they're holding signs, they're rallying outside. This is in downtown Phoenix right now, so two protests happening. One in Philly that we were just showing you. We'll definitely take you back there. But another one happening right now in Phoenix. Again, the protesters are calling on Mayor Stanton to stick to his word. After Donald Trump was elected, Phoenix Mayor Greg Stanton made a commitment to the people of Phoenix, saying that the police will never turn into a mass deportation force here in Phoenix, even if the new government in Washington, D.C. threatens to revoke federal dollars. This is something worth fighting for, and we will not be bullied into taking backward steps on civil rights. That's a quote coming from the Phoenix mayor here. And again, those activists are there right now, and they're demanding action from the mayor to keep his word after Donald Trump signed these executive orders yesterday. They want him to do several things. They want the mayor to break the collaboration so that Phoenix police no longer has to follow the same set of rules, that they're not going to turn into this mass deportation force. They also want the mayor to reduce the police budget and freeze police hiring in order to invest in justice practices. They also want the mayor to end policing in schools before school resource officers are forced to become agents for deportation. They're also asking the mayor to protect the personal information of ID card holders. They're also asking the mayor to open buildings as sanctuaries for immigrants, Muslims, transgenders, and other communities under attack by this administration. Again, these are all demands coming from the activists outside here in downtown Phoenix. They're calling on the mayor here, Greg Stanton, to take action. Again, Greg Stanton agreed with them. He said right after Donald Trump was elected that the Phoenix Police Department here is never going to turn into a mass deportation force, even if the new government in Washington, D.C. threatens to revoke federal dollars. He said, quote, "This is something worth fighting for, and we will not be bullied into taking backward steps on civil rights." Looks like we have a shot on the ground as well. Let me plug that in and pull that feed up for you guys so we can hear what they're saying there. Looks like they are circling around right now, holding those signs up. Again, they're trying to get the attention of Mayor Greg Stanton here in Phoenix, Arizona. This is live from the News Chopper in downtown Phoenix. We'll take you back to those other protests happening in Philadelphia. But I want to show you this event happening right now. This is locally here. It's about 4:11 here in Phoenix, Arizona. And again, these are immigration activists demanding action from Mayor Greg Stanton. They're calling on him to do a few things. They want him to break the collaboration between the Phoenix Police Department so that they are no longer having to follow the rules of what Donald Trump wants. They want to reduce the police budget, freeze police hiring, and invest in justice practices. They also want the mayor to end policing in schools before school resource officers are forced to become deportation agents. And they want the mayor to protect the personal information of the ID card holders, as well as open buildings as sanctuaries for immigrants, Muslims, transgenders, and other communities that feel they are under attack by this administration. So that's what they are down there protesting right now. I believe we're going to get a shot from the ground here. As soon as that feed comes up, I will take you there. That way we can hear exactly what they are chanting right now. But again, it's about 4:12 here in Phoenix. They're calling on the mayor to stick to his word. Now, the mayor isn't exactly against this. After Donald Trump was elected, he made a commitment to the people of Phoenix, saying, quote, "The Phoenix Police Department will never turn into a mass deportation force, even if the new government in Washington, D.C. threatens to revoke federal dollars. This is something worth fighting for, and we will not be bullied." Looks like we got that ground shot, so I'm going to pull this up for you guys, and let's hear what they have to say.
When migrants are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When migrants are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When education is under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When education is under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When families are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When workers are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When trans lives are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When queer folks are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When black lives are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When workers are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When workers are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! When black lives are under attack, what do you do? Stand up, fight back! Do whatever they want us to do, but we're not going to make
Okay, team, we're going to make a few statements to the press and then we're going to continue with our picketing. So if people can just gather right here where I'm standing.
Are you going to use that? You're going to...
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. My name is Francisca Porchas, and I am the organizing director with Puente Human Rights Movement here in Phoenix. And I'm joined today by several people who are going to be speaking, and all of the beautiful people behind me. Woo! We are people from all types. We're immigrant, we're Latinx, we are queer, we are trans, we are white, poor, elderly, youngins, children, youth, of all walks of life. And all of us are very disturbed and concerned with the last 72 hours of the Trump presidency. And we do believe that we are moving into a really, really scary time, not only here in Arizona, but across the country. And we're here today. We picked the city council because we haven't seen a single Democrat come forth and make any statement, not only in Phoenix, but in the county or the state, or pretty much in Congress, that has anything to do with Arizona, stand up for any of us in the last 72 hours. And that is very concerning. Donald Trump has made violate a series of executive orders that are racist, that are anti-poor, anti-native, anti-environment, anti-immigrant, anti-woman, and the list goes on. And we're here specifically to tell Mayor Stanton and the rest of the City Council that it's time to defy Trump, that it's time to stand up to Trump, that we need them to join us to fight and protect ourselves and our community, to fight and defend our community, and all of the basic human rights that we have fought for because they weren't given to us the past 10 years of this struggle. So we're essentially coming to ask, where is Mayor Stanton? When Donald Trump got elected, he came out and said that the Phoenix Police Department would not be a mass deportation machine and that he would stand up to Trump and he would ensure that civil rights were not reversed. But he has not said a word in the last 72 hours, and we're waiting for you. We are waiting for you to come out and say something. Actually, we're not waiting. We're here protesting. So we're protesting to get you to come out and show face, as well as the rest of the people that represent this city, this county, and this state at all levels. And so today, I'm going to speak specifically if Donald Trump, if Mayor Stanton is saying that the PD will not be a mass deportation machine, then the first thing he needs to do is get rid of Operation Order 4.48, which is a racial profiling order that exists here in Phoenix, in the city of Phoenix. This order, if you read it, it is very racist. Essentially tells cops to deduce that a person is undocumented based on the way they're dressed, based on how many people are in their car, based on what language they speak and how they speak it, how they speak English. These are racist ways in which to profile someone who is undocumented or any Latino or any non-white person in this city. So we're asking today for Mayor Stanton to put his actions where his mouth is. We're asking him to do away, not only him, but the rest of the city council, to do away with Operation Order 4.48 as soon as possible. Estamos aquí para pedirle hoy al alcalde Mayor Stanton que se deshaga de la orden 4.48, que es una orden de operación del Departamento de Policía de Phoenix que es racista, que dice que la manera en que ellos pueden deducir que una persona es indocumentada es basado en cómo están vestidos, cómo hablan en inglés, cómo hablan en español, es basado en cuánta gente viene en su auto y toda clase de descripciones racistas. Esta es la orden con la cual el Departamento de Policía opera. El alcalde de Phoenix dijo que su Departamento de Policía no iba a ser un departamento de policía que deportaba a gente, que no iba a ser una máquina de deportación. Pero las últimas 72 horas no ha dicho ni una palabra de cómo va a desafiar a Trump. No solamente él, pero ningún otro demócrata, ningún otro representante demócrata al nivel del estado, del condado o de esta ciudad se ha atrevido a decir ni una palabra de todo el racismo, toda la discriminación, todos los ataques que vienen contra la comunidad, las últimas 72 horas de los anuncios de Trump. ¿En dónde están? ¿En dónde está su liderazgo? Estamos aquí protestando porque no hemos escuchado ni una palabra. I'm going to hand over the mic to Lady Robledo, who's going to speak about the attacks of the state legislature. Good afternoon, everybody. Like Francisca said, we are here because we need the mayor to take leadership and to make his words into action and defend our community. We know that policing is one of the ways that our community ends up in deportation proceedings, and we're here to ask the mayor to freeze the budget for hiring new police officers. We are asking for him to invest less money in school resource officers in our schools, because we know that right now, after Trump's announcement, our youth, our students are one of the most vulnerable groups, because right now we have police presence in our schools, and we need to make sure that the police are not getting our students into deportation proceedings, and that we're not becoming that deportation machine that Trump wants to see in this nation. Estamos aquí también para pedirle al alcalde que baje el presupuesto para los policías, porque sabemos que una de las maneras que nuestra comunidad termina siendo deportada es por la presencia de policías en nuestras comunidades y en nuestras escuelas. Así que le estamos pidiendo al alcalde que tome liderazgo y que reduzca el número de policías que hay en nuestras escuelas, para que nuestros estudiantes no sean vulnerables y no caigan en esta vía a deportación.
My name is Maria Castro. I'm an organizer with People United for Justice. It is imperative that the City Council and the Mayor understand that even though we have been fighting for years to obtain a city municipal ID, we will not negotiate, and you need to protect the information of the people who will be receiving these identification cards. This is not negotiable. We need to protect our people, especially under the reign of Trump. We cannot allow our communities to be targeted and to be searched for. Estamos diciéndole al consejo y al alcalde que no vamos a negociar con ellos, y tienen que proteger los datos y la información de la gente que va a recibir las identificaciones de la ciudad. Tenemos que proteger a nuestra comunidad, especialmente bajo un reinado del presidente Trump. Y es importante también que el alcalde que haga lo que dijo y protege a la ciudad. Un alcalde en Boston dijo que hasta el municipio se podía usar como un santuario en último recurso para proteger a su comunidad, y es importante que el alcalde Stanton también salga y diga que también se puede usar estos edificios como un santuario. The mayor in Boston said a few days ago that he would even use the city hall as a last resort to protect the people in his community. That is the kind of leadership that we need to see in the city of Phoenix. Mayor Stanton, you need to come out, make sure that you end 4.48. You need to make sure that you freeze funding for hiring killer cops, and you also need to make sure that you provide a sanctuary here in the city hall for our communities. Francisca, Lady, and I are available for questions afterwards, and we're going to keep picketing. Education, not deportation. Education, not deportation. Education, not deportation. Education, not deportation. Migrants are welcome here.
I'm going to bring it this way just a little bit so we can get the crowd back there. All right, your name spelled for me, please.
Francisca, Francisca, and my last name is Porchas, Porchas.
And who are you with?
I'm with Puente Human Rights Movement.
Gotcha. So, just explain what you're doing here today, what's going on.
Yes, we're here today with a very diverse group of people, immigrants, women, elderly, black folks, pretty much calling on Mayor Stanton to stand up to Donald Trump. The last 72 hours have been really scary, really disturbing. We haven't seen any city leadership come out and say they're going to defy some of his very racist anti-immigrant orders. So we're essentially trying to hold Mayor Stanton to his word. When Trump got elected and all the mayors were coming out saying that they weren't going to be intimidated and they weren't going to roll back civil rights, he came out and made a statement saying that the Phoenix PD wasn't going to be a mass deportation machine, saying that he wasn't going to roll back civil rights. And ever since Trump took power and has been making all kinds of declarations, he has said nothing. Neither has the city leadership. And so we're here to remind him of that and to hold him to that.
I guess you mentioned there are a few things that he can do. What do you want to see the biggest thing from him?
I think there's several things. Around immigrants, we need him to end Operation Order 4.48, which is an order that essentially mandates the collaboration between ICE and police, and that is dripping with racist language, essentially telling cops the way they can tell if somebody's undocumented is by the way they're dressed, by the way they talk, by the way that they're riding in a car with other people. If there's many people in a car, then there have to be undocumented. Those are very racist descriptions of an undocumented person. And so we think that it opens up the Phoenix PD for a lot of racial profiling. We want this order to go. In terms of the state, we're suffering from a lot of state attacks right now. The state legislature is proposing bills left and right that are increasing a lot more police officers in schools, that are about cutting educational funding, that are also about ending sanctuary cities or punishing cities for it, all kinds of things. And so anti-women, anti-LGBTQ, and the city has said nothing. This is a moment when the real test is going to come to Mayor Stanton and the city council. Are they really about what they've been promoting this whole time now that we have a very right-wing president attacking people?
Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Well, you are watching live right now. Protesters in Phoenix, Arizona, calling on action from the mayor there to stick to his word. Now, after Donald Trump was elected, Phoenix Mayor Greg Stanton made a commitment to the people of Phoenix, saying, quote, "The Phoenix Police Department will never turn into a mass deportation force, even if the new government in Washington, D.C. threatens to revoke federal dollars." He went on to say, "This is something worth fighting for, and we will not be bullied into taking backward steps on civil rights."
steady in my when I was shooting stuff, but I try to avoid that. And then I just saw the guy with the T-shirt, so so cool. All right, thanks, dude. Later.
We appreciate you guys watching with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, taking you into the next few hours here on this Thursday evening. It's about 4:46 here in Phoenix. You can see immigration activists marching in downtown Phoenix right now, calling for the mayor there, Greg Stanton, to take action after Donald Trump signed those executive orders to move forward with building that wall. All right, everybody. Well, I appreciate you watching with me right now. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and we are live here on the Fox News Now stream. This event actually happening locally here in Phoenix, Arizona. Earlier, we were streaming for you a protest happening in Philadelphia, but this one is happening in downtown Phoenix. You can actually see this is a look from the news chopper right now. All the protesters there marching around in a circle. Protester rally, really. They're rallying together to ask the mayor to stick to his word. When Donald Trump was elected, the mayor said, you know, hey, we're not going to become a place where we become this mass deportation force. He said in a statement right after Donald Trump was elected, quote, the Phoenix Police Department will never turn into a mass deportation force, even if the new government in Washington threatens to revoke federal dollars. This is something worth fighting for, and we will not be bullied into taking backward steps on civil rights. So that's what the mayor said right after Donald Trump was elected. Now these protesters are calling on the mayor to stick to his word and take action to put an end to Phoenix's mass deportations by implementing some policies that will protect and invest in their communities here. So on the flyer, it says, this is what they're asking for. It says, we are standing together strong to let Mayor Stanton and the Arizona legislator and Donald Trump know that we aren't backing down in the fight for our right to exist and call Phoenix home. Now, they're asking for a few things. They're demanding that the Mayor Stanton immediately take action to do the following 5 things. Break the collaboration between Phoenix Police and the ICE by establishing Order 4.48. Second, reduce the police budget, freeze police hiring, and invest in restoring justice practices. 3, end policing in schools before school resource officers are forced to become ICE agents. 4, protect the personal information of ID card holders. And lastly, they're asking the mayor to open buildings as sanctuaries for immigrants, Muslims, transgenders, and any other communities under attack during this administration. That's their words. That's what they're asking for right now. They're marching in downtown Phoenix. And again, here's the look from the chopper. You can see they're circling around, they're holding signs, they're protesting, they're saying that they want the mayor to stick to his word. So let's take you back to the ground shot here. It's about 4:56 here in Phoenix, Arizona, and let's turn the sound up and hear what they have to say.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Come on. Yeah, just
Again, you guys, they've been rallying here for about an hour. This started at 4 o'clock. I saw one of you in the chat asked how long they've been outside. It's been about an hour. They're just trying to make a statement right now. They know there's cameras there. They know that people are watching, and they're hoping that the mayor is seeing this and taking note and taking in what they're saying here. Again, they want the mayor to stick to his word of not becoming a deportation city here in Phoenix. Phoenix Police Department will never turn into a mass deportation force. That's what the mayor said when Donald Trump was elected. Let me pull up here. Looks like I was getting a message from my producer. Let me pull this up. So again, they're asking the mayor to do a few things for them. They're worried about Donald Trump after he just signed those executive orders yesterday, really moving forward the building of this wall. We even had an expert here on the show yesterday on Fox News Now. He used to work at the Department of Homeland Security. And he mentioned to me just how difficult and long of a process it will actually take for Donald Trump to build this wall. That's what he was saying to me yesterday. So I think a lot of people have different views on this. Some people, obviously the people that voted for him, support the wall. They believe that it will keep our country safer and it will bring more jobs here to the U.S. Others that are against it, believe that we're ripping families apart. The expert that I had up here yesterday with me said there's no real factual data showing that illegal immigrants are stealing jobs from Americans here, while the people that support the wall are saying that yes, that Americans are losing jobs to illegal immigrants. So really both sides getting really heated here. The Mexican president told Donald Trump he will no longer be meeting with him. And ever since we've been seeing these protests and rallies, this one local here in Phoenix, downtown, it's about 5 o'clock here, so they have been rallying there for an hour now. Let me show you again. This is a look from the news chopper. You can see they're circling around, they're holding up signs, they're really just trying to get their message out there that they don't want this executive order to go through. And again, the mayor said that the Phoenix Police Department will never turn into a mass deportation force, even if the new government in Washington, D.C. threatens to revoke federal dollars. This is something worth fighting for, and we will not be bullied into taking backward steps on civil rights. So that's what the mayor said, and the people are there now rallying, asking the mayor to stick to his word. No word yet on what the mayor has to say about this protest going on right now. Let me actually look up if I can. Looking up Greg Stanton's Twitter account to see if he has tweeted anything about these protests happening right now. Okay, actually I want to pull this up for you guys. Show you what he said earlier today. So here is what, let me pull this up. Let me take you back to the ground shot right now. So again, let me take myself off the screen and show you guys this. He tweeted this statement out yesterday afternoon, and he said, in the tweet he says, "This is my statement responding to the president's executive orders on a border wall and immigration enforcement." He said, quote, "Today the president unleashed a divisive attack on Latinos in Phoenix and around the country. The president's executive orders will not make us safer, but instead will incite fear and chaos for Latinos and immigrants alike. But be assured, we will fight the federal government's attempt to turn the Phoenix Police Department into a mass deportation force. Building a wall will only tear our economy down and damage relationships with Mexico that today support 100,000 Arizona jobs. Despite today's unsettling news and with the anticipation of more harmful policies to come from this administration, Phoenix will remain a welcoming and diverse city that strives every day to treat residents with dignity and respect, no matter who you are, who you love, or where you come from. Again, that statement coming from the mayor, Greg Stanton. So it seems as though he would be siding with these protesters right now. So I'm waiting to see if he tweets anything in response to this rally. They're just calling on the mayor to stick to his word, to really get something going here. They're worried here in Phoenix about what's going to happen to them. They're asking the mayor to have some sanctuary buildings for these immigrants to go to, and not just immigrants. They are asking for sanctuary buildings for Muslims, transgenders, and any other community that feels like they're under attack by this administration. They're asking the mayor to open some sanctuary buildings for them where they can really feel safe. So again, I just read you that statement from Greg Stanton on his Twitter account. We will see if he tweets later on in response to this. I want to show you, this is just a look of his Twitter account right now. So that's a look at Mayor Greg Stanton. So we'll see if he tweets anything a little bit later, but let's turn up the sound here and see what they're saying now.
for the immigrant rights, and for everybody else who's standing up for us against Donald Trump. This will be at ASU, just 6 blocks south of Mill Avenue from University. And from Mill Avenue, it's going to be down the Old Main College. So it can't be. It's going to be another video at 7 p.m. So if you guys are interested. It's on Facebook, so if you guys want to read the information.
Oh, sorry about that, everybody. All right, you guys, well, it looks like the photographer is going to pack up here in just a few seconds. The rally is over. It went for about an hour in downtown Phoenix. And we've got another live shot coming up here soon. This is going to be at a church. Let me read you this quote here from Brendan Mahoney, a member of the Immigration Task Force. He said, "When a broken Congress failed to pass immigration reform, when our president focuses on targeting families instead of fixing a broken immigration system, our faith cannot break, our faith must be strong, our faith must act. Sanctuary is a reminder that there is a bigger law we live by." Again, that's coming from Brendan Mahoney, member of the Immigration Task Force. The photographer here is going to head over to the church here where there's going to be a vigil to launch sanctuaries for immigration families. Again, we were telling you about that a little bit earlier. So we'll stick on this shot, but it looks like the photographer is going to be leaving here in just a few minutes to go to this candle vigil with faith leaders and immigrant families. So let me take myself off the screen here and we can keep watching this until we take you to the next live event. Appreciate you guys watching with me here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, looks like photographer moving to that next event now. We'll pick that back up as soon as he gets the camera to the next event and has that feed up for us again. Now they're going to be going to a church where immigrant families are asking for a sanctuary place. This is going to be a candle vigil to launch sanctuary for immigrant families. Streaming live here on Fox News Now. I appreciate you guys watching with me this evening. I'm going to be taking you into the next few hours here on the show. It's about 5:13 here in Phoenix. And we do have that other live event coming up shortly. But I want to take you to some other top stories in the meantime. Looks like we did lose the feed on those protests in Philadelphia. But if we get them back, I will be sure to take you there. Let me pull up for you guys. Hold on. We have a big live event happening tomorrow, too. We already have an event created for it on YouTube. This is the March for Life 2017 rally happening in Washington, D.C., and Kellyanne Conway will be speaking there as well. So that will be a big event. That's happening at 10 a.m. our time. tomorrow, and I hope you guys will join us here on this stream to watch it. Everything is unedited, uncut. Everything's completely, unscripted. Everything you see here is completely raw footage. So that's something that's kind of exciting about our stream, is we don't cut anything out. So we don't even know how these events are going to go or how they're going to happen. We're just watching live with you here on the stream. I do want to take you, though, to a couple more. And I'm watching the mayor's Twitter here. I haven't seen a tweet from him yet, just in response to these, to the rally. But I will definitely keep an eye on that. Let's pull up some other. Let me check Donald Trump's Twitter. It's almost, he tweets so frequently, either him or his social media manager, Dan Scavino, that I check so much more than I check my own, just because he is constantly tweeting. Let me pull up the different lower third here, taking you into some top stories here on the show until that photographer gets to that next live event. Donald Trump's Twitter. So his latest tweet was from 20 minutes ago. This was his most recent tweet. He said, Miami-Dade mayor drops sanctuary policy. Right decision. Strong. And interestingly enough, we're having a photographer go to a sanctuary event here in just a few minutes here in Phoenix, Arizona. Again, he tweeted, Miami-Dade mayor drops sanctuary policy. Right decision. Strong. And let me just scroll down here a little bit, and let me just show you the first tweet in response to this. They said, you are waging war against ethnicities. This is disastrous. Jordan also responded, America is better than this. I hope you soon realize we are a nation of immigrants. Look around you. Donald Trump also being interviewed by Sean Hannity tonight on Fox News at 10 p.m. Should be interesting to see what he has to say. I'm going to click on this and just get some more information when I can. Let me take you guys for a second to a live look of the White House right now. So in regards to that tweet that Donald Trump just sent out about the Miami-Dade mayor dropping the sanctuary policy, I want to read you just a little bit of that article that he tweeted out. It says, fearing a loss of millions of dollars for defying immigration authorities, Miami-Dade Mayor Carlos on Thursday ordered county jails to comply with federal immigration detention requests, meaning they effectively gut the county's position as a, quote, sanctuary for immigrants in the country illegally. The mayor cited an exclusive order signed Wednesday by President Donald Trump that threatened to cut federal grants for any counties or cities that don't cooperate fully with immigration and customs enforcement. Now, since 2013, Miami-Dade has refused to let's see here. Let me, again, while I'm reading this, pull up that tweet. This is the tweet he just sent out, and this is about the Miami-Dade mayor. And he just ordered today for county jails to comply with federal immigration detention requests, effectively gutting the county's position as a, quote, sanctuary for immigrants in the country illegally. And again, we're going to have a photographer in just a few moments head to an event here locally in Phoenix at the First Congressional United Church of Christ, where there will be a vigil to launch Sanctuary for Immigrant Families. Again, you guys, this is sort of interesting because You know, Donald Trump has said throughout his entire campaign that he had every plan. He said he's going to build this wall. So it's no surprise that only a week into being president, that he's signing these executive orders. And I don't think people are surprised, but I think that they're angry, and I think that they're doing everything they can to stop the construction of this wall. Again, Donald Trump signed these executive orders to really get the construction moving forward. In an interview last night, he said Mexico is still going to pay for that wall. He said it's going to be a interesting way, a complicated way, but they are going to pay for it. He wouldn't go into specifics of how they're going to pay for it, but the former president of Mexico tweeted yesterday, kind of a vile tweet he sent out to the White House press secretary. He said to Sean Spicer, he said, "I said this to Donald Trump, and now I'll say it to you. We are not paying for that bleeping wall, hashtag bleeping wall." So they're angry. That was the former president of Mexico tweeting that to the White House press secretary and Donald Trump. And then last night we had the president of Mexico giving a statement basically saying he's considering not coming. And then today he chose not to come, and he made that announcement that he will no longer be coming to meet with Donald Trump to discuss, the plans. He said, he doesn't support it, and Donald Trump at the GOP retreat said it was a mutual decision. We'll probably get together later. So I'm unsure what is going on here, if it was a mutual decision or what. But now the president of Mexico is refusing to meet with Donald Trump right now, and we'll see what happens from here. But again, we've been streaming protests and rallies ever since those executive orders have been signed. But again, he's been saying this, since the beginning, that he's going to build that wall, is what he's been saying. Unsure if it's going to be more of a fence or a wall, but in his mind, he wants it to be a 55 feet physical, thick wall. So we'll see what happens from there. Keep you guys updated here on the stream. Again, we do have a lot happening tomorrow, a big event. We've already created the event on YouTube. It's going to be a live stream of the March for Life rally happening in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Again, Kellyanne Conway will be speaking live at this event. So she's always interesting to see. It's always interesting to see what Kellyanne Conway has to say. Pull up while we wait for our photog to get to that next live event. I'm going to pull up some top stories for you guys that I want to show you here. Give me 1 second. Thanks for joining me on this Friday Eve. It's Thursday. It's a great day to be watching the Fox News Now show. It's about 5:22 here in Phoenix. I'm going to pull up, let's see, where is this segment I wanted to show you guys? All right. I want to pull up, if I can. I spoke with a former official from the Department of Homeland Security yesterday, really going over what entails building this wall. And he explained to me that it's going to take a lot longer than maybe Donald Trump realizes. You have to go through a lot of steps. A lot of people have to sign off on this. So let's take a look at what he had to say to me yesterday. Let me pull this up. This is Andy Gordon. He is a former Department of Homeland Security official, and he chatted with me here on the show yesterday. And I just want, and again, Donald Trump's very confident that he's going to build this wall. So I think he probably has some tricks up his sleeve and things we don't know, which is not a surprise. He promised he would create jobs, and that's already happening. So we'll see what he has up his sleeve. But right now we have no specifics on what he means when he says Mexico will pay for that wall. So we'll see, how that all pans out. But again, I had this expert on the show with me yesterday, and I just want to hear what you guys have to say about this. Let me know in the chat or tweet me. So let's take you to this event right now. Let me pull this up. Let me make sure the volume's okay. All right, here we go. All right, everybody. Well, I have with me Andy Gordon, who is a former Homeland Security official, up here with me right now on the show to discuss Trump's speech today, his proposal. He just signed those executive orders today, right?
I heard that they were being signed. I actually haven't seen the executive order or memorandum yet, but they said they were signed.
Yeah. So tell me, what do you, because you used to work at the Homeland Security, what do you think about this? And obviously it's no surprise that he's moving forward with wanting to build this wall, right? I know people are still upset about it, but...
Well, it was a big campaign issue for him. I don't think he has any idea the complexity, the expense, the obstacles for doing this. I said to someone earlier today, you cannot tweet 700 miles of fence or wall into existence. You actually have to go out and find a way to build it.
Right.
Currently, when I got to Homeland Security, which is at the beginning of the Obama administration, the Bush administration had built about 580 miles. The original proposal was about 700 miles. Secretary Napolitano, who I worked for, and the president had committed to finish the last 120 miles, which was one of my responsibilities. It took, between the Bush administration and our administration, about 7 to 8 years to build that much fence, between getting it through Congress, getting approvals, getting appropriation, the whole contracting and engineering process.
Just to build 7 to 8 miles of...
No, 700 miles.
700 miles. Right.
So Trump says he wants to build about another 700 miles.
Okay.
They can probably get construction started on some land currently owned by the federal government within the year, but you have to go through the whole contracting process, bidding process, engineering. He wants to build a wall, which is a solid concrete structure, which
a little harder than a fence, right?
Much harder than a fence, particularly some of the terrain. And I think people here in Arizona know some of the terrain is very rugged. The construction problems are very difficult. And then another problem is that between the Bush administration and the Obama administration, we built the fence in all the areas where we thought it was the most critical. So there is a diminishing value, diminishing return, if you want to look, as you add more fence, because we think we got most of the spots where there was a lot of flow of illegal immigrants.
And is this the fence that we're playing here, or we just showed it a
little
bit?
Well, actually, what you're showing here, this is, that's the fence, absolutely right there. And what's interesting is I think this is from the San Diego sector. I think I recognize this part, actually.
Oh, cool, okay.
And you can see that it's not a matter of just building the fence, but if we build it right on the border, and you can see it clearly there, we have a roadway that goes next to it. So, and then sometimes we don't build it right on the border, and that in those cases we'd have roadway on both sides. But so you have to acquire the fence site. Yes, this is San Diego. This is Imperial Beach. You've got to build, and then you need the roadway. So the federal government owns some of that land, but a lot of it doesn't. In Arizona, huge dispute with the Tohono O'odham Nation. The Tohono O'odham Nation is on both sides of the border. We wanted to build through parts of the nation. They've got about 75 miles. We could never negotiate final negotiations of a deal with them.
Because they own that part of the land?
Yeah, it's part of their nation. And the president, no matter how much he stomps his foot or how much he tweets, he cannot just take that land away from them.
Yeah.
He's either going, if you can't reach an agreement with the nation, it would probably take an act of Congress to get it, and of course that has all kinds of issues.
More time to take too.
Yeah, that's right.
So what would they really do if they, obviously you're saying they're going to say, no, you can't use our land. what are they really? What's the other option then? Just part of it's not going to be
right.
blocked
Well,
off?
which is the case right now. So, as I said, their land constitutes about 75 miles of the border,
Mhm.
and there's no fence there right now. And it's not a big deal. And ultimately, there are a lot of considerations that go into it. So, I mean, it becomes part of a much larger negotiation process. And if they can't reach a deal and he's convinced that you need it, then they're going to have to go to Congress. And, you know, some very big players on that are here in Arizona. I mean, Senator McCain and Senator Flake, and to some extent, Congresswoman McSally down in Tucson are going to be significant players in that. And I've been out and about today, so I haven't seen any statements from Senator Flake or Senator McCain about what they think about this proposal.
What do you think that they would say about it? I mean,
Well, I don't think Senator Flake is a huge fan of this. I think he thinks, frankly, as do I, I'm a Democrat, but I agree with Senator Flake on this,
Yeah.
that we've got the biggest bang for our buck on what we've got already, and that there are other ways we should be spending our money to deal with the immigration problem. Now,
Sure.
he may say something different. Senator Flake doesn't call me an ass.
listen, I gotta tell you what I think about this,
Yeah,
Andy.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's a good guess of what he might feel,
yeah,
right?
Right. And I think Senator McCain is also very sensitive to our relationship with Mexico and trade issues.
Mhm.
And to the extent that Trump wants to get Mexico to pay for this, he's going to have to get it negotiated in some kind of treaties. In Arizona, by far, our largest trading partner is Mexico. And if Mexico gets more angry than they already are, and they start taking reprisals and make trade more difficult or more expensive, we're going to bear the impact. There's another, this is kind of a geeky nuance, and I apologize, but we have a treaty with Mexico that says we can't do anything that interferes with water flow back and forth between the two countries without their agreement.
Mhm.
We have a treaty commission on this, and about 24 miles of the San Pedro River here in Arizona go back and forth, and that's always been a very big issue in the past. And then in Texas, you know, a huge part of the border is the Rio Grande.
Okay.
So that is subject to negotiation. It's just, as I said, you can't just stomp your foot and make it happen.
And how can he really force Mexico to pay for the wall?
He can't force
He can't,
Mexico.
right?
He could, what he could do is he could try and reduce, put trade embargoes or money that's flowing to Mexico. He could try and take it out of that. But as I said, what that really threatens is a trade war with Mexico,
Mhm.
which I know Senator Flake and Senator McCain and the Chamber of Commerce and other people are not going to want to see.
And is there anything wrong with just sticking with making it the fence that I could see in this video it looks,
No, the fence.
instead of a whole wall.
Yeah,
you know?
the technologic
It wouldn't
from keeping people from crossing,
Mhm.
the fence works absolutely as well as a solid wall.
Really? Okay.
You can't see it from the angles, but the separations between those grates is a couple of inches.
And it's really sharp on top.
Yeah,
too,
and
right?
it's sharp on top. Although, as then Governor Napolitano said, build an 11-foot wall, someone will come up with a 12-foot ladder.
Right.
And the other problem is that it's going to do absolutely nothing to deter, absolute's too big a word, virtually nothing to deter illegal drug trafficking into the United States. The bulk of the illegal drugs from Mexico that come into the United States either come on water, they actually come through regular border crossings in semis, and we just don't catch them.
Or from underground, right? Yeah.
They fly them over, and then there's the whole tunnel system, and this does nothing to impact any of those.
Yeah, isn't it weird that we have this whole tunnel system underground that
Right.
most of us regular Americans have never seen? And so Yeah, that's a good point. They could still come into the U.S., the drugs
Right,
and
right.
illegal immigrants.
What the fence does is it mostly inhibits people who are coming to visit family or come in to work, you know, grandmothers, nannies, kids, stuff like that. I mean, there's some films from when I was there, and you'll see some pretty fit young guys just hurtling over the top of the fence, and bam, 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 and they're over.
Wow. So they'd practice this probably a few times before.
But for people like that, there are lots of ways through it, and particularly people involved in the drug trade. As I said, we got most of the what I call low-hanging fruit on this, so we're going to be spending a lot of money for very diminishing returns.
What are the major pros and cons of having this wall, do you think? I mean, I know obviously he's saying it will secure more jobs for Americans here in the U.S. that are being taken by illegal immigrants, that they're coming here and they're taking jobs that should belong to Americans.
Right.
But has he considered the ways that the wall could hurt the economy? As you said, the trade here
Right.
is...
Well, it has slowed the flow of immigration to some extent. It's very hard to measure how much, because you also have to factor in things like when the economy collapsed. You've got to factor in things like when SB 1070 was in effect, and the perception was, correctly probably, that we were very hostile to them coming in. They came in less. Now you come in, you can't go back and forth, so you have to consider, am I going to be trapped on the other side?
Right.
And I know most people don't want to believe this, or a lot of people don't want to, but there's very little evidence, actually, that illegal immigration costs jobs to Americans.
Okay.
And if that was the concern, there are probably 11 or 12 million people in the country illegal. That seems to be the consensus figure it was when I was. The large majority are here from illegal overstays on their student visa, employment office, 3 days? How much planning could have actually taken place? And there's no indication that any planning took place beforehand. And I know the Obama administration wasn't planning because they weren't planning building any more wall. So you've got to go through all that process. You've got to go through the appropriation process or find the money somewhere. He cannot just move money from pot A to pot B. When I was at Homeland Security, although we had an enormous budget, about $46 billion a year, Congress had specified how we were supposed to use most of that money.
Okay.
So there's not going to be a lot of discretionary money, and certainly nowhere close to $25 billion in discretionary money. So he's going to need to get appropriations from Congress. There's going to be, if he wants to take money from pot A to pot B, well, who's ever got the pot A money is going to fight for that. And if that's some senator or congressman's pet project, then you've got to go through the bidding process, you've got to go through the acquisition process. And as I said, at least with the Tohono O'odham nation, you're probably going to have to go to Congress if you can't work out a deal. Negotiations with Mexico. Just can't stomp your foot, send a tweet, and have it done.
Yeah, you can't tweet a wall, is that what you said?
You can't tweet a wall.
All right, Andy, well, it sounds like it's going to be a long process, but thank you for joining me here on the show and giving me some more information about this.
Okay, thank you. It's been fun.
All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to bring you to that interview that I had with that expert there. He used to work at the Department of Homeland Security, so he definitely has some insight into this. Kind of interesting, though, how long he said it took just to make the fence. So we'll see how long it really takes for this wall to go through. Again, today they were announcing that they plan to get this up and going by September, and plans are already in place. So we'll see what happens. All right, you guys, I appreciate you watching with me here on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up in just a little bit, we're going to have another event. This is happening at the First Congressional United Church of Christ here in Phoenix, Arizona. This is a vigil to launch sanctuary for immigration, or immigrant families, I should say. Again, this is a candle vigil. Faith leaders and immigrant families will be there to launch this campaign. They want a sanctuary for immigrant families. We're going to stream that live for you here in just a few minutes as soon as I get it. Looking at the feeds right now, you can even see them behind me, some of them at least. So I'm keeping my eye on these, and as soon as we get that event, I will take you there. I want to take you to some other top stories here if I can. Again, I appreciate your comments in the live chat, and I appreciate your tweets. Thanks, Greg Hill, for tweeting at me saying you're enjoying the stream. Greg, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Love hearing all sides to this and all opinions here, so feel free to tweet me at MaryKateFox10 or tweet our show at Fox 10 News Now, or just let me know in the chat. Thanks, guys. All right, let's pull up here. I want to see if I can get where is it? Okay, I want to pull that up. Let's take you into the latest on this border battle. Just kind of give you guys the latest information on this. Fox 10 anchor Ron Hoon, Andrea, and Celeste break it down for us. So let's hear what they have to say. In just a few moments here, we're going to take you to that live event here in Phoenix.
Thank you. In the border battle this morning, President Trump signs an executive order to build his promised border wall, but his plan has some critics.
Yeah, including Arizona Senator Jeff Flake. Flake says the Department of Homeland Security doesn't have enough money to build it, so the billions of dollars would have to come from somewhere else. And even though the president says Mexico will pay for the wall, Senator Flake does not believe that will happen. He believes that money would be better spent on other forms of border security.
It's a multifaceted problem, and it's not as simple as saying we're going to have a wall for 2,000 miles. I think Congress is going to be hard pressed to cough up whatever 10 or 12 or 15 billion dollars that has been estimated for a wall across the border, given the other priorities that we have.
So Flake says he does welcome other aspects of the president's executive order, such as the deportation of criminal immigrants. But how realistic is this border wall?
So what kind of impact will a wall have on the number of people sneaking across the border here into our state? Giving us his thoughts this morning, Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Nice
to
meet you. Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us about this and kind of your philosophy, where you stand with President Trump on his stance on immigration.
I mean, I love anything that we can do to help with immigration in our state and in this country is a huge thing for us. And so I love it. I love that he's doing stuff already. I love that. And if the wall's the best thing, then I love that we're building the wall.
So, of course, the money is a big issue when it comes to the wall. I mean, the wall's not a short wall, 2,000 some miles, going to cost a lot of money. And President Trump says Mexico will pay for it, but just yesterday the president of Mexico says, no, we're not going to pay for it. So yes, I think a lot of people, especially people in your county who see this firsthand with the immigration problem, know that something has to be done. But how does it get done if there's no money to do it? Or where is the money going to come from?
You know, and the reality of it is we're very capable. We've put people in space. We've done a lot of things. We've got the internet. Our kids have cell phones. It's realistic. It can happen. Building a wall across the desert is not one of the harder things that we've done as humanity. Getting the money for it, people that get paid a lot more money, they're going to have to figure that out. But it's something that needs to be done. We need to make some changes. The Yuma sector, in 2006, they had 118,000 apprehensions. In 2007, obviously, while they were building their wall, it went down to 37,000. Since then, it's consistently ran about 6,000 to 7,000 apprehensions. There was a huge impact. And so that's one place you can look at to see how effective the wall's been. So it would be an effective, they've just got to figure out how they do it. And there's a lot of other logistical issues they'd have to deal with. But I'm a positive person. I always look for how do you overcome those.
And that's just one part, I think, of a very comprehensive plan, right?
Yes.
Because you think about drone coverage, Border Patrol that's already out there kind of patrolling the area. What are things that you think actually are the best there to cover the southern Arizona border.
Well, he's done one of those things, and that's put several more agents on. Doing something like the wall does help. There are some, terrain issues where you have a tough time building a wall through that area, but creating even choke points helps law enforcement be able to control that a lot better. And what we do is when we can do that, we can control the amount of human trafficking that's coming into our state and the amount of drugs that are coming into our state. So anything that we can do to help this problem helps us as a county, helps us, all the other counties in the state, and we welcome any changes that can help us achieve that goal.
And that in turn helps your deputies in
Absolutely.
protecting your county
Yes.
and of course the border in which we share with Mexico.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sheriff. It was a
Thank
pleasure
you.
to meet
Thank you.
Sheriff Mark
Thanks
Lamb.
for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
And congratulations to
Thank
all
you.
of us.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to turn to our Facebook page because, of course, we always get quite a few comments and opinions on this matter. And it didn't take long for Trump to sign the executive order on immigration, having taken the oath of office just a week ago. So how do you think he's doing? What grade would you give him so far? And Felix is chiming in this morning, Celeste.
So Felix says the true bully attitude comes clear. This fool has no compassion or integrity for those who do not fall within the millionaire classification. A strong F for the fool.
Okay, Connie says, A+, excellent job. He's on his 6th day and doing a great, super job. I love how he is getting right to business of getting the things he promised going. He will probably get all these things done way before his first 100 days are over.
Okay, and Shirley says A++. We are totally behind him and the direction he has for our country. He's the Energizer Bunny and very good in managing multiple problems at one time, and that's good because we have a lot of areas where our country is a mess.
All right, lastly, Maria says, at this point, it doesn't matter what we think or say. Let's just hope for the best.
Well, thank you to everyone who shared your thoughts on this issue. It is just the beginning.
Yeah, you're right about that.
All right, you guys, so I just wanted to take you to that segment, get you all caught up on the border battle. Another cool thing I kind of want to show you guys, let me pull up this video really quick. This is cool. I want to bring this over here and show you guys. Pull this up and get this down a little bit. All right, so this video, it's on our YouTube page. President Trump departing on Air Force One for the first time. Really cool video that we have clipped right now. And honestly, I think it's so cool when we were showing earlier media inside Air Force One. What did you guys think? It looks like a mansion inside of an airplane. It's truly amazing. I think to me, I loved seeing the inside of it. When we stream these videos inside Air Force One, every time I just think how glamorous and chic, and it just looks like a mansion inside of a whole airplane, obviously, because it's the president. He deserves the best. But let me know, what did you guys think when we were showing inside Air Force One earlier on the show? I thought it was pretty cool. Again, this video we're showing you right now is when President Trump departs on Air Force One for the first time. And just some fun facts about Air Force One. It says, although Air Force One can describe any Air Force aircraft carrying the president, it is now standard practice to use the term to refer to a specific plane equipped to transport the commander-in-chief. So you can see there again, departing on Air Force One for the first time. Massive looking plane too, don't you think? Very cool. Wouldn't it be so amazing to be able to walk up those red stairs and just wave to people? I mean, towards the end of President Obama's presidency, he, or former President Obama, still getting used to saying that, he really got that walk down of coming down the stairs with the hand up like this, and he had a tie clip on so it doesn't blow in his face. And because earlier today we saw Donald Trump coming down the stairs, and I think he's still getting used to this. So his tie was flying up and hitting his face, and his hair that everyone says is a wig, clearly at this point doesn't seem like it is, because it was flying everywhere and not coming off of his head. Jacket was going everywhere, but after a while, I think that you kind of get a system down to not look like you're going to blow away when you're getting off Air Force One. Former President Obama would come down those stairs, and he really had that walk down of coming down the stairs, having his tie clip on so it's not flying everywhere, and just being able to. I mean, he knows so many people are watching him walk down a set of stairs from Air Force One. You got to get the walk down, right? I mean, you don't want to fall in front of everybody. But again, I think it's kind of cool. It says the President of the United States must be ready to travel anywhere in the world on a moment's notice. Fortunately, modern presidents have access to a variety of transportation options, including flying aboard Air Force One. Now, technically, Air Force One is used to describe any Air Force aircraft carrying the president, but since the middle of the 20th century, it has been standard practice to refer to specific planes that are equipped to transport the commander-in-chief. Pretty cool stuff. Let me pull up the rest of this info here. I'm interested in this. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Tweet me at MaryKateFox10. Oh, we'll have to take you back to this. Looks like we actually have that live event I was promising you guys happening right now. Again, this is at let me look up the name of the church. It's a long name. First Congressional United Church of Christ here in Phoenix, Arizona. This is a vigil to launch sanctuary for immigrant families. So let's bring this up and see what they are saying right now. This is live.
Now they're recognizing that we're in this together. And I believe in a national climate now that seeks to divide, that seeks to segment the population into those of us who belong and those of us who do not. Whether this is on a national scene or an international scene, whether we're talking about human beings, members of different races, classes, language groups, religions, ethnicities, right? Or whether we're talking about our relationship to the earth as a whole. What we need to always remember is our unity, and sanctuary now is a space to do that. So I draw inspiration from 1 Corinthians 12 in the Bible, the part that speaks about there being one body with many parts. Within this it says, now if the foot should say, because I am not a hand, I do not belong to the body, it would not for that reason stop being part of the body. Goes on to say, but in fact God has placed the parts in the body, every one of them, just as he wanted them to be. If they were all one part, where would the body be? Right? If one part suffers, every part suffers with it. If one part is honored, every part rejoices with it. So we are not the strong ones who have something offering a space to immigrants to protect them. Rather, we are recognizing our mutual implicatedness in this world, that our well-being depends upon the well-being of all of us within and beyond our borders.
Un breve resumen. Hoy estamos aquí basándonos en las tradiciones de nuestra iglesia y de nuestra fe, pero más que nada estamos aquí para dar un mensaje de que todos somos interdependientes, que dependemos el uno del otro, y debido a eso tenemos que unirnos y tenemos que estar unidos, no nada más dentro ni fuera, ni dejemos que ninguna frontera nos divida. Gracias.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Rodriguez. I'm an immigration and family law attorney. I'm also a member of First Church. And until last year, I was also undocumented. I had deferred action for childhood arrivals. When I became an attorney, I became the first undocumented attorney in the state. And it was with the help of community members, such as First Church. First Church was there for me when I launched my education campaign, and I want to thank them for being there for our community now. As an attorney, I want to focus a little bit about what it means legally, what the executive orders that were announced yesterday mean legally for our community. There's a lot of discussion right now about the border wall. For individuals that currently live in the country, the border wall is the last of their concerns after yesterday's executive orders. We have right now the first steps being built by President Trump and his administration of a massive deportation machine. Part of the executive orders that were announced yesterday did things that are unimaginable. For example, near the border, immigrants have less rights than they do here. One of the steps that the administration is taking is legally expanding the borders into interior territories, essentially cutting off the rights of many immigrants to be able to effectively defend themselves in immigration court. The second thing is the prioritization of criminal aliens. You will see this rhetoric throughout the Trump administration and by the president. We are focusing only on criminals. However, we have spent over 1 decade criminalizing families for immigration-related offenses. When you get pulled over in the state of Arizona and you don't have an ID to show, you get a misdemeanor for failure to identify. That misdemeanor is technically a criminal violation. So when President Trump says we are focusing on criminals, we're not talking about murderers, rapists, or the worst of the worst. We're talking about a mom, like my mom, who is still undocumented, that gets pulled over and didn't have an ID with her. All those individuals are now prioritized for deportation. I want to make clear that as you hear this rhetoric by President Trump about criminal aliens, do not let yourself be fooled by that rhetoric. We're talking about families. We're talking about people. We're talking about human beings. Quiero ser breve en mi resumen en español, que como abogado, mi nombre es Daniel Rodríguez, soy abogado de inmigración y derecho de familia. Fui indocumentado yo hasta el año pasado. Con la ayuda de esta iglesia y de miembros de mi comunidad, pude seguir mis estudios para ser abogado. Y le quiero agradecer a esta iglesia por ser una de las primeras en también ofrecer el santuario a muchos inmigrantes en deportación. Las órdenes ejecutivas que se anunciaron ayer son más que un muro, son más que una pared. Dos cosas que hizo el presidente Trump con sus órdenes ejecutivas. Primero, es legalmente el largar la frontera a partes interiores de este país. ¿Por qué hizo eso? Porque cuando un inmigrante está cerca de la frontera, tiene menos derechos que en otras partes adentro del país. En alargar legalmente esta frontera, el presidente Trump efectivamente está causando que menos de los inmigrantes que estén en nuestras ciudades tengan derechos y puedan efectivamente pelear sus casos. Segundo, el enfoque en inmigrantes criminales es no más que una retórica para poder pasar más leyes con nuestras familias. Cuando el presidente dice que nos estamos enfocando en inmigrantes criminales, no estamos hablando de personas que son las peores de las peores, estamos hablando de una mamá como la mía, que no tiene documentos, que si la paran y no tiene una identificación en este estado, le dan un delito menor por no poderse identificar. Técnicamente ese es un crimen, técnicamente ella se puede clasificar como criminal. Y ahora personas como mi mamá van a ser prioridad para deportación bajo esta administración. As an attorney as well, I want to thank some attorneys that are here, like Judy Flanagan, Brendan Mahoney, and anybody else that is here, because I know that there's a lot of attorneys aside from me that are helping our communities. And I also want this to be a call to action to all attorneys to help churches that are implementing this program to provide legal support and legal backing so that we do this and we do this right. Thank you.
My name is Shmuley Yanklowitz. I'm a rabbi in Scottsdale, and it is a tremendous, tremendous honor to be here with you all. To be here to learn from the wonderful Pastor Pennington, to learn from this wonderful church, to be in solidarity with all of you in this sanctuary movement, to declare this church a sanctuary for those who have been bullied and abused and threatened. And in fact, that's precisely what a house of worship is. This is not the cherry on top of faith. This is not the cherry on top. This is precisely what religion and faith is, right? That more than just connecting the bonds between heaven and earth, that the houses of worship are the bonds that connect humans in interdependence, in mutual solidarity. And to declare sanctuary is perhaps the most religious thing an establishment could do. And I call upon my fellow rabbis who have synagogues to also declare their synagogues as sanctuaries in this town and around the country. We invite solidarity with other houses of worship to take similar actions following the wonderful leadership of this house of worship. Because the threats that have come from the new president and the administration of bullying and of mass deportation are anti-family, they're anti-religion, they're anti-faith, they're anti-human dignity, the foundation of all of our faiths, which is about the belief of the inner godliness of every human being. You know, the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidic movement, taught that before we close our eyes and declare our love for God, we have to open our eyes and declare our love for the people around us. And if we have not, then it's heretical.
Our religion is heretical. We are denying God when we deny the inner godliness inside each human being. So in the Jewish community, we just started reading the book of Exodus this last weekend. And the very beginning of the book of Exodus, Moses becomes a refugee from Pharaoh. And what happens there also is that it says the former leader, right, similar to America, the former leader was in touch with Joseph, was in touch with the minorities. But then a new Pharaoh came to town. And the new Pharaoh did not know who they were anymore. The new Pharaoh was unaware of who the people were outside of the walls of the palace. And so our job is to make that known. Because in the Bible that we share as Christians and Jews, 36 times does it command us to protect the stranger, the foreigner, the immigrant, the refugee, to love and protect. More foundational than any other religious creed is this. And as was said so beautifully, it is not just up on us on high protecting, but us also in solidarity being protected. Because that is the only way the human condition can play out, that we are in this all together. And so I invite other rabbis and synagogues to follow the lead of this wonderful church, other mayors to follow the lead of Mayor Stanton, to really take a stand against the administration of what the city of Phoenix we live in is, for us to open our homes, open our houses of worship, open our city and state. And the talk of building walls, I'm reminded of a far leftist American hero, Ronald Reagan, who said, tear down this wall, right? That our job is to tear down the walls around our heart, tear down the walls around our soul, and open up those hearts and souls and houses of worship to truly, once again, be places that worship not only the God in the heavens, but the God inside every human being. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Brendan Mahoney. I'm also a member of this congregation, and I'm chair of the City of Phoenix Human Relations Commission. And I want to thank everyone who spoke, especially the rabbi. I want to pick up off of what he said. The highest calling from God to us as Christians is loving ourselves and loving our neighbors. There's no higher calling. And the Bible is full of references of that. We can give two examples. One in the Older Testament where Abraham meets a stranger wandering in the desert, kind of like Arizona. The stranger turns out to be an angel from God. And another story we're all familiar with is the story of Mary and Joseph on Christmas Eve. And we usually think the innkeeper was being kind of not so nice by putting him in the barn, but actually he was doing whatever he could to take care of a stranger, whatever it took to take care of someone. In the book of James it says, faith without works is dead. And I have to say rather bluntly that I have trouble recognizing what passes for Christianity in most places. Christianity in one's head is not Christianity. What we do increases our faith and our belief in God by our actions. And the first actions we have to take is to take care of our neighbors and friends here in Phoenix. And when the government says it wants to target and penalize undocumented immigrants, it's our jobs as Christians to stand up and do something about it. So I call on all of the other churches and members and people who call themselves Christians to get off the couch and do something. Thank you.
En un resumen breve, el llamado de nuestra fe es amar a nosotros mismos y amar a nuestro prójimo. El ejemplo es de María y José al pedir posada. Entonces, hay una gran diferencia en ser cristiano en nuestra mente y no es lo mismo serlo en nuestra mente que en nuestras acciones. Por eso mismo le pido hoy a cada cristiano y a las demás iglesias que formen parte y se unan a lo que estamos haciendo nosotros hoy, que es el santuario. Gracias.
We just want to let the media know that the speakers will be available for any interviews afterwards. And we'd like to now just invite you into a time of prayer as we're going to light our candles. I think like the good rabbi said, it is the God within, and the God within is that light within us that we're called to share. So let's take a moment for prayer. We'll light our candles, we'll sing our song, We Shall Overcome, and share together in the World Peace Prayer.
Entonces ahora brevemente nos vamos a unir y vamos a repasar algunos de los rezos.
Let us all take a deep breath and be present here with each other. In this time of deep divisions, where it is very, very hard to find compassion within our hearts, when compassion is not shown, it is critical that we take the time to breathe and to show ourselves compassion and to send that compassion outward. We are children of one living God. All people are recognized with God within them, and borders do not exist in the space where love exists. So I would ask this prayer to all gods that are listening and all people. Help us to find the compassionate spark within our hearts, to know that with compassion begins sanctuary, and sanctuary is home. Home exists within our hearts, and if we cannot offer sanctuary within a place of brick and stone, that we offer sanctuary within the smile that we give to another human being. We offer sanctuary when we put our arms around another human being and help them to know that they are worthy of love. This, I pray, that as we create sanctuary as a community, each one of us also goes out and creates sanctuary with your eyes, your hands, and your hearts, to stand up for those that are downtrodden and marginalized, and to be sanctuary everywhere we go. Fill us with this love and this ability. Amen. And so it is.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
change some of those words to today, because I think today we can, right? That's what this is about. So let's share together in our World Peace Prayer, and this will end our vigil. And again, we welcome you to stay and to share stories and to be present with each other, because it's really in community and really being in community with one another. Lead us from death to life, from falsehood to truth. Lead us from despair to hope, from fear to trust. Lead us from hate to love, from war to peace. Let peace fill our hearts, our world, and our universe. And the people of God said, Amen. Thank you for being here.
And you're the pastor. Yes, right? Oh, super. Thank you. I'm just gonna have you stand right there, right up against the. Yeah. Getting there. Yeah. Throw a bright light on you. I'm gonna crank.
Looks like they're going to interview this guy here in just a few seconds. So let's watch them get set up and let's see what he has to say.
Your name is spelled for me, sir.
James Pennington, James Pennington.
And you're the
senior pastor? Senior pastor here at the First Congregational United Church of Christ in Phoenix.
Talk about kind of what you're planning on doing, and let's start with that. What do you plan on doing?
Well, we're opening our doors to be a sanctuary church, to provide sanctuary for any individual that is at risk of deportation. Probably one or two people, or maybe families, but especially we're concerned about families being torn apart or being separated, especially if there's somebody in the family that's undocumented and somebody else is documented, and just some anxiety around that. So we're really going to open our doors to provide. It's 24 hours a day, right, for how many days it takes to work with immigration or to work with ICE to make sure they get a stay, either a temporary stay or a permanent stay.
What do you kind of open yourself up to legal problems and things like that? Or are you just not worrying about that?
Well, we're not really worrying about that. I think there's been some other churches that have led the way, especially in Tucson. And, this was a movement many years ago. And churches, have a certain exemption, I guess, as faith communities. And so we're just really, I guess, trusting the divine powers and the energy of community to keep folks safe. So we worked with Shadow Rock United Church of Christ already with the sanctuary of Marco Tullio, and I think there it was really about being a voice for the individual that was in sanctuary. There was really no threat to the congregation, no threat to the people. I know some people say it's a 501c3 issue, but then again, we don't know with this current administration what's going to come down the pike, but we're just going to trust that we're doing the right thing.
What have you heard from families and things like that, that are in your congregation? Are they scared?
Yeah.
What's the feeling that you've been hearing?
Yeah, there's a lot of fear, and there's fear with individuals that are immigrants, fear from individuals that are refugees, individuals who are simply Latino and Latina are scared. Queer population, LGBT, there's some fear with the LGBT population. I think even with women, because there were some violent words kind of in this whole political arena as of late around women. So I think people are scared. There's some fear about their rights, fear about even reproductive rights. So I know I have a congregation here that we really lean very much to the left, and we're about justice and about doing the right thing. And I think there's fear that some of these civil rights can be pushed back. And it's, we stand on the shoulders of our foremothers and forefathers who worked for civil rights in the African American community, the Latino community, women's suffrage, LGBT and queer rights and marriage equality. And I think there's a lot of fear in a lot of different groups around those civil rights being lost or kind of returning to the 1950s or 60s.
And then tonight, you just wanted a nice, calm kickoff and let people know that that you're doing this. Is that kind of why you did this tonight?
Yeah, we felt that a prayer vigil is a good way to kick this off, kind of a calm, soft opening, so to speak, of our doors to say we're a sanctuary, and really to encourage other churches, and I think as the Rabbi Shmuley Yankovich shared this evening, to encourage synagogues, faith communities to really be present. And I think the Muslim community is in danger too, and there's been a heightened sense of especially women with hijabs being cajoled or hate crimes. So I think it's really, all of this is really a critical time for us to stand up and do the right thing.
Anything else you want to add?
No, I would say the other thing I want to add is I think it's really our faith that motivates us, and it's our faith and our hope in humanity and the divine light within, and the divine that surrounds us, and that we can do the right thing and we can really reclaim and regain our humanness and our humanity.
Thank you. Anything else?
All right, you guys, looks like something else is going on here in Phoenix. Let's check this out. All right, you guys, well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. That was the sanctuary event for immigrant families here in Phoenix. Again, we're streaming the local events and the national protests as well. Still trying to figure out what this is right now. I believe this could be the protest march happening downtown Phoenix. I will take you back to that as soon as the chopper gets on a better shot, just so we can see what's going on. But all right, you guys, we've been talking about the wall for the past 2 days now. What do you guys think? Appreciate you joining me. Love the comments in the live chat and the tweets. My producer telling me this is the Tempe March happening that I was just showing you guys. A little hard to see. Let me bring it back over here. This is a Tempe march, obviously in Tempe, Arizona, for immigrants, Muslim, refugee rights. But since we're unable to really see what's going on, since it's getting pretty dark here, it is about 6:20 here in Phoenix, Arizona. It does get dark here around 6 o'clock, just like it does in the Midwest. Can you believe it? I moved here in August, and I did not expect it to be dark at 6 just like it gets in Ohio, but it does. Okay, you can kind of see them marching here across the street. Again, this is a march in Tempe to promote equal rights for immigrants, Muslims, and refugees. All right, you guys, well, I just wanted to take you to that live event. Again, that is a march happening in Tempe, Arizona. Let me scroll up here. All right, you guys. I was showing you earlier this video that we had posted of Donald Trump's first time departing on Air Force One. Pretty cool stuff. A little bit of background. Air Force One is the most recognizable symbols of the presidency. Clearly, it's a huge plane. I think anyone can recognize it. And I think it's really interesting. We were showing earlier the media that went inside Air Force One, and it's just incredible to see the inside of it. Again, Air Force One is equipped with advanced secure communications equipment, allowing the aircraft to function as a mobile command center in the event of an attack on the United States. That's pretty amazing. Now, inside, the president and his travel companions enjoy 4,000 square feet of floor space on 3 levels, including an extensive suite for the president that features a large office, laboratory, and conference room. Air Force One includes a medical suite that can function as an operating room, and a doctor is permanently on board. Permanently. Forever. He lives there. He has his family there. He never gets off. No, I'm just kidding. But it seems nice that they always have a doctor on there with them when they're flying. The plane's 2 food preparation galleys can feed 100 people at a time. Well, that's great. That's good for a couple hungry people probably, right? This is Donald Trump departing on Air Force One for the first time. Could you imagine if you were able to do this? Look at this plane, you guys. Now, I'm a little afraid to fly. So getting on something like this would make me a little nervous, but I have a feeling it's safe. Giving you guys a little bit more background here on Air Force One. Again, this video is clipped on the video section on our YouTube page. Earlier today, Donald Trump departing on Air Force One for the first time. Some other cool stuff. Where was I? I was trying to read this information for you guys. Wow, so it's capable of refueling in mid-air. Air Force One has unlimited range and can carry the president wherever he needs to travel. The onboard electronics are hardened to protect against any electromagnetic pulse. And Air Force One is equipped with advanced secure communications equipment. We told you that earlier. Air Force One has headquarters for those who accompany the president, including senior advisors, Secret Service officers, traveling press, and other guests. Several cargo planes typically fly ahead of Air Force One to provide the president with services needed in remote locations. That's very interesting. What do you guys think? Would you ride in that plane? Hey, I'm not reading off Wikipedia. I'm reading off whitehouse.gov about the facts of Air Force One. In case you were wondering, don't worry. I'm reading a government website here, giving you guys all the information in case you're wondering about Air Force One. Again, this video is clipped on our YouTube page, and I think it's incredible, and we were able to show you guys the inside of Air Force One as well. Let's scroll up a little bit and watch as it takes off. All right, you guys, I want to pull up from earlier inside Air Force One. Let's take you to this video.
Hello, sir. I'll personally explain how it works. You decide what's right for you.
Call 800-557-7379 or tyjyoung.net.
It's Empire Today's buy one, get one free sale. Buy one room of flooring and get another room free. That's free carpet, hardwood, tile, or laminate, free padding and materials, and free installation.
Doing good. Thank you.
How was your first flight, sir?
Beautiful.
How many hotels does Trevino?
Great plane.
1,000?
Really beautiful.
200,000. Trevino now compares prices for more than a
Nice
million
plane.
hotels. To find your ideal hotel for the best price. Hotel Trevino.
I did, yeah. Terrific.
All right, guys, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your whole day stops.
Well, that's a good one too, but this is a very special
But
place for a
just
lot of
one
reasons.
can last 12 hours.
Outside of just being
Tylenol you can put after 6.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate your time. Thank
They
you.
just gave me that.
So leave whole.
Pretty cool jacket, right?
And check your Sunday gate. Big safe.
How's the
Thank you,
flying
guys.
conditions? Good? You like this better? You like this better than your other plane? I think so. You hit the big
very
guy.
much.
We'll do something. We'll do something.
Call 800-222-9485.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you
See
taking the
one
time
of
to
those
come out.
shots. Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
And the need for more surgery.
Pretty amazing, right? I thought that was pretty cool. All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. Let's take you back to that march in Tempe. This is for immigrants, Muslims, and refugee rights happening right now in Arizona. All right, you guys, so we are going to hop out of that for a little bit. It's getting pretty dark here. I know it's hard to see what's going on. Again, that is a march for immigrants here in Tempe, Arizona. Appreciate you guys watching with me tonight. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, live here on the Fox News Now stream. We have a lot going on in the newsroom right now. Everyone's getting ready for the 9 o'clock news. It's about 6:40 here in Phoenix. I want to take you guys to some top stories for you if I can. We've been talking about the wall most of the day. So how about some different news right now? Let's I want to take you, in case you didn't know, it's National Spouses Day. And if you don't know anything about it, or if you don't have a spouse, or if you do have a spouse, this segment I thought was pretty interesting. Let me change the lower third here and pull this volume down a bit. And let's see what this is all about. Again, this is National Spouses Day.
Well, we always say there really is a day for everything, and there really is. Yesterday was National Opposite Day. Today it's National Spouses Day. And even though we love our spouses, they sometimes might do things that annoy us a little bit.
Right. So a new survey from nationaltoday.com asked 1,000 married people the most annoying thing their spouse does.
All right, number 5, my spouse has bodily quirks. Go ahead and just figure that one out for yourself.
Like stuff that kids would do.
Yeah.
Type of quirks.
Yes.
So number 4, my spouse is not as financially responsible as I am.
Ooh, that would be rough. That'd be more annoying. That would be beyond annoying to me. Number 3, my spouse can be a control freak sometimes.
Number 2, my spouse snores.
Oops. And number 1, my spouse has selective listening.
Didn't you hear me when I told you that? Well, yes, I heard you. No, but you didn't hear me.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I said. No, you didn't say that. Hey, Beth, how's it going? Good morning.
Do you hear that construction sound?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I just want you to know it's not me, because I have had some stomach problems.
You guys have a lot of work going on at your building, right? On your floor.
Holy smoke.
Yeah.
We do. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It'll look great when it's finished, though. I have that same survey here that you guys have.
What are some of the other
spouses.
things on there?
Let's see. Top 5 reasons Americans appreciate their spouse. Number 1 is because the spouse is a hard worker.
Yes.
Let's see. Husbands think they're more helpful than they actually are, according to the survey. 44% of husbands say they evenly split the household chores with their wives. 26% of wives say that about their husband. Boy, is there a disconnect on that one. Yeah. I don't have anything that annoys me terribly about my husband, Mike.
Me neither.
Really. He's good about, if I, in the middle of the night I have to roll him over when he's snoring. He says, okay.
Yep.
And just turns over, so it's okay.
And then he usually doesn't remember it the next day anyway, so it's all good.
That's right. We have one of those beds where you can put it up, it's like a Tempur-Pedic.
Yes.
Well, I tried to sneak it up little by little, and then he figured out that I was pushing his side of the bed up a little bit higher. He said, would you not? It's like, well, I'm thinking, well, you didn't notice it for a long time.
Yeah.
Why do you care?
But it moves up slowly, right? It's not like a catapult that you would like.
No. Oh, that'd be fun in the middle of the night while he's snoring. Just put him way up. That'll stop him from snoring.
Right.
I would not do that, of course. He probably is tempted. He told me, I've snored before, and he said, but I just knew you had to be up early. I didn't want to wake you up, so I let you snore.
Oh.
That's sweet.
Then I felt bad about waking him up. But I need my sleep.
Yeah.
Of course, because we don't get enough of it.
It's all about me.
Always.
Yeah.
A happy wife is a happy life.
Yes,
That's what I hear.
That's what I hear.
That's what I hear.
I mean, I don't preach it to Gary, but, I think he knows.
Most men attest to that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Good to see you, Beth.
We'll see you in a
There's
little
some
bit.
hammering going on now.
I can hear that.
See you in a
All right, you guys. Well, who knew? It's National Spouses Day. What did you guys think about that segment? I think it's kind of interesting. So again, if you're dating anyone or you're married or you have a spouse, let them know Happy Spouses Day, right? Or if you want someone to be your spouse, you can be really creepy and call them and say, hey, Happy Spouses Day. Maybe it's time we get together. I don't know. What do you guys think? All right, you guys, let's take you to some other top stories here in the show. Appreciate you joining me tonight. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Feel free to tweet at me at MaryKateFox10. I'm already seeing a bunch of your tweets coming through. I'll show the best ones on the screen here, or I'll try to read your comments in the live chat as well. Appreciate you guys watching with me tonight. Let's pull up the next top story I want to bring you guys to here. So this is all about health, you guys, okay? It's almost the weekend. You got to spend it working out and treating yourself right. So I want to take you to this segment all about health.
A little stressed this morning? Well, how about try meditating? Researchers had people with an anxiety disorder take an 8-week course in mindfulness meditation, and it really helped. After completing the course, these participants showed lower levels of stress hormones and markers of inflammation during a stressful event. This compared to how their bodies reacted before the course.
Ah, that's good. Probably
most of
slowing your, you know what I mean, like taking deep breaths. I had a friend in middle school say, just count to 10. And, and it has saved me.
Some of the most successful people in the world, I mean billionaires, people that run high stressful jobs, companies and things like that, swear by meditation.
Yeah, they do. Well, parents, listen up. It's time to cut back on the amount of sugary drinks kids have. A new study shed some light on just how many calories and added sugars children are drinking. It found that 2/3 of kids in the U.S. had at least one sugary drink a day. That's between 2011 and 2014. Almost 30% of children had 2 or more drinks. That means many kids are getting more than 10% of their total daily calories from some of these sugary beverages. You've heard of families, we have friends who they'll just put a little bit of juice and then add a ton of water. Yeah.
All right, well here is a dilemma for all of you parents. I know you've all been here. We have.
Yeah.
Your kid says they don't feel good, right? But should you send them to school anyway? How sick are they? Well, there's a new poll from the University of Michigan, and it finds many parents aren't sure when their kids should stay home. Like, how sick do they have to be to keep them home?
Right. So the top reasons for keeping a child home were concerns their illness would get worse or spread to classmates. Parents of kids ages 6 to 9 said that health-related concerns were the biggest factor in keeping children home from school. A lot of times it's tough. It's like, okay, you don't feel well, but you look great.
Yeah.
So why don't you go, and if you don't feel well, go to the nurse.
Yeah, call me then.
Then we can come pick you up. Well, 2 in 5 parents of high school students said that missing tests or falling behind in school was an important factor. Absolutely. So you have a big test on that day.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it. Symptoms also make a difference. 80% of parents wouldn't send their kid to school if they had diarrhea, while rates were lower for vomiting, 58%, or a slight fever, about 49%.
And if it was just a cough or a runny nose, tough luck, kids, you're going to school. That's right. The parent's job also plays a factor, and whether they can miss work or find someone to watch their child. So for us who come in early, I think sometimes it's like, go, I'll pick you up early.
I think that's the biggest factor I know with us is the child care aspect of it. So, okay, so when should your child stay home? If your child has a fever, obviously keep them at home. Isn't well enough to participate in class, or maybe contagious, like strep throat or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Don't be sending them, spreading that around.
I just got an email yesterday that strep was found in one of our first grade classrooms. So then you think, okay, I'm just going to watch it for a couple of days, make sure you're okay.
I'll wait for it, because I'm sure it'll hit my house if you get that letter at home for sure.
All right, you guys, well, Health Watch just took you to that segment. Appreciate you guys joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. We stream live Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we're streaming here out of Phoenix, Arizona. But we really stream all national events. We streamed all of the political rallies. We streamed all day on Inauguration Day. Over 2 million people watched our coverage. So it's pretty cool what we're doing here, and I'm appreciating you guys joining me and watching. Sometimes we do take you to local events, but most often it's national events. And I know a lot of you in the chat and a lot of you who are tweeting me right now at MaryKateFox10 aren't from the Phoenix area, that you're watching from all over. So I appreciate you guys watching at all different times of the day and from all different parts of the U.S. Thanks, guys. I myself am from Ohio, so I feel your pain with how cold it is in the Midwest. Trust me. And it's even cold here, okay? I had to wear a jacket. I'm wearing, long pants, boots. I know it's cold, you guys. I want to pull up the next top story for you here. And I am reading all your comments in the chat. Can't read all of them on the air. Yeah, see, X there in the chat saying, Mary Kate secretly reads our comments. It's no secret. I'm reading all of them here as they are coming through on the live chat. James saying Fox 10 Phoenix did a great job on Inauguration Day. I agree, James. Thank you. Appreciate it. DUY in the chat saying hello from Vietnam. Orlando saying hello from Naples, Florida. Tiger Lily saying hello from Canada. Thank you. Thanks for joining me. Love seeing all the different places that you guys are watching from. Reading all these comments. My head's going to explode if I keep reading all of them. They move in so fast. But I love reading them. And again, if you want to tweet me at MaryKateFox10, I'll bring your tweet here up on the air and show it to everybody if you want your opinion to be aired here on the show. Whether it's a segment that I'm airing here or a topic we're discussing. And again, I'm keeping my eye on the feeds. Any breaking news that comes through, I'll be sure to stream it for you guys. And you're going to see it here first. Because whenever we get a police chase or anything, we're streaming it before any TV station is, because they have to set it up, they have to edit it, and produce it. We've just got it here, and we put it right on your computer screens. And that's the beauty of this show. So, again, this is all unscripted, all unedited. So bear with me here. Let's pull up the next segment for you guys here. Some fun top stories for you if you are interested. Let's take you there.
Welcome back. In consumer news, American Airlines ditching those seat rest monitors on their new 737 planes. The airline says most travelers have a phone, tablet, or laptop to watch free TV shows and movies. That service is actually pretty cool. You download it there, and you can watch it right there in the plane, and they're free. American is planning to add more power outlets. That's a good thing, so folks can charge their electric items. They're right there beneath the seats. American will keep the personal monitors on international flights.
Okay. Today, Lyft launches its premier service in the Valley. Passengers can now request a high-end sedan or SUV. Lyft says that more than 60% of its passengers say they wanted the service. So, to get $10 off each of your first 4 premier rides, you have to use the code PREMX-PHX. So, Premium X Phoenix. Get it?
Well, around the country today, McDonald's is giving away 10,000 bottles of its Big Mac special sauce.
That's a lot. Anita's telling us how many bottles they're giving away in Phoenix and how you can get one.
All right, the best part of dining at McDonald's, many would say, would be this, the secret sauce. We don't know what's inside, but we do know that you can potentially get a free bottle of it today. This is Jerry. What are we doing today?
Well, here only at the McDonald's at 7th Street in McDonald, Phoenix, you can get a bottle of our special Big Mac sauce today. So the first 75 people at 11:30 and the first 75 people at 12:30 that come in and say there's a Big Mac for that have the chance to get a bottle of our Big Mac sauce.
Did you guys hear that? You have to say the secret phrase, there's a Big Mac for that. Right here, right here. And so it's free?
It's free.
And so why are we doing this?
Well, we are celebrating 50 years of selling the Big Mac and 2 new Big Mac choices at McDonald's now, the Grand Mac and the Mac Jr.
Oh, you guys look at this. Brian, come on over here. You need 2 hands. So how much sauce do you put on a Grand Mac then?
There's twice as much that comes on the Big Mac.
Oh, and then we have a Mac Jr. for,
Yep.
for the little people like me.
That's right. So if your appetite's not quite as big, you can enjoy the Mac Jr., yes.
How exciting is that? All right, so from 11:30 until what time?
11:30, we're going to give out the first 75 bottles, and then at 12:30, the next 75 bottles.
Okay, so as long as supplies last.
That's right. It's going to go fast, I'm sure.
All right, and one more time, that key phrase.
There's a Big Mac for that.
There's a Big Mac for that. Jerry, I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you know the McDonald's song?
Of course, 12 beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickled onions on a sesame seed bun.
Boom! There you have it. 11:30, 12:30, 7th Street and McDowell. Free Big Mac special sauce.
She's taunting us. You see her kind of shaking it in front of the screen. She's like, do you want this?
Oh my gosh, you guys. I have to tell you, I am a fan of the Big Mac. That sauce is what makes it so amazing. Don't you think? Oh, let's just pull up a picture of it. Why not? Let's pull up a picture of the Big Mac. And let me know, this is what I want to talk about for just a little bit. I do this every night. I know we always seem to talk about food for some reason. And I'm sorry, the Big Mac, so good. Let me bring this up. See, now I'm not so much of a sweets person. I'm really more of a salt person. So I love cheeseburgers and fries. That's really my weakness. If I have to give up any sort of food that's hard for me to give up, it's definitely cheeseburgers and fries. I'll go through phases. It'll be Wendy's for a while, and then it will be, you know, the Big Mac, and then it'll be Shake Shack, and then it'll be In-N-Out Burger. I just can't stop. I'm down to... I got down to one time a week, and now I'm not going anymore, and I'm trying to keep that up, but I still think about it frequently, getting a burger and fries. Oh gosh, you guys, this segment we just aired. I mean, just look at this, right? Let me pull this up. Have you seen anything so glorious, everybody? Do you eat the Big Mac? Some people think it's gross. I mean, it can be gross, but in a good way, right? I mean, it is fast food, but if you're gonna do fast food, if you're gonna go to McDonald's, just go all the way, right? I mean, why order the healthier burger at a fast food restaurant? It's already unhealthy. You might as well just go full force and get the Big Mac, right? Oh, don't listen to me. Be healthy, eat salads. All I'm saying is I think that's so cool that they were giving away that secret sauce. Some fun facts, actually, about the Big Mac. So cool. The Big Mac had 2 previous names, both of which failed in the marketplace. It was first called the Aristocrat. No. Which consumers found difficult to pronounce and understand. Aristocrat? I don't think that's that hard to pronounce, but I don't really think that's a great name for a burger anyway, so I can see why they nixed that one. And then it was later changed to the Blue Ribbon Burger. Still don't like it. I like the Big Mac, don't you? I think that's the best name for it. The third name, Big Mac, was created by Esther Rose, a 21-year-old advertising secretary who worked at McDonald's corporate headquarters in Illinois. She came up with this name, the Big Mac. It has 540 calories. That's actually not even that much if you think about it, right? For a Big Mac, wouldn't you think it would be a lot more? I mean, it's still a lot, but I would think, in my mind, I would think it would be a lot more calories than that. Let me scroll up here. What are you guys saying? Roses of Time in the chat saying, simple, fresh, wholesome, home-cooked food is the best. It's true. XX saying, Mary Kate would daintily eat one bite of that burger and then get full. No, I'll eat the whole burger, but what's weird, and this always used to make my dad mad, is I'll leave the very end of the bun when you get to the end of the burger, and I'll just be done with it. And my dad will always say, finish your meal. And I'll say, that's the crust. I don't want it. But yeah, I can usually get through it. But you know what my problem is I eat the fries first. I fill up on the fries. I get all my sauces. I love the ranch, the hot sauce, the ketchup, the tartar sauce. I put them, I'm dipping them in all these sauces, loving every moment. And then by the time I get to the burger, it is kind of hard to finish the whole thing. So you might be right there, XX. John H. Paul in the chat saying that you love burgers. I can't really make a cheeseburger well like this, especially not like a Big Mac. Again, we're talking about this right now because they were giving away that secret sauce here today in Phoenix. Todd Tudor in the chat saying hello from Kentucky. Hey Todd, I am just across the river from you in Ohio. Well, I used to be, till I moved here to Phoenix. Again, some random facts about the Big Mac. Only 540 calories. Well, not only, but it is 540 calories. And just 34 grams of fat, everybody. It sold for 45 cents in 1967. The Big Mac is known worldwide and is often used as a symbol of American capitalism. That's strange. Now, the Big Mac sauce is delivered to McDonald's restaurants in sealed canisters designed by Seal-Rite, from which it is meant to be directly dispensed using a special calibrated sauce gun that dispenses a specified amount of the sauce for each pull of the trigger. It's designed similar. Okay, that's interesting. Now it's got 2 beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. Interesting. Now the Mega Mac, or the Double Big Mac. Can't believe there's a Double Big Mac. That's 4 beef patties and an extra slice of cheese. What? That's available in Australia, China, Egypt, Ireland, Japan, Turkey, Singapore, Pakistan, South Korea, and Thailand. But I guess, is it not available here? And you guys, on August 22nd, 2007, McDonald's opened the Big Mac Museum in Pennsylvania to celebrate Big Mac's 40th anniversary. Well, we are looking that up absolutely right now. Oh, wow. Really? The Big Mac Museum. That's very strange, isn't it? Huh. See if I can get some pictures of this. And let me know in the chat, has anyone been to the Big Mac Museum? Pretty interesting. You can get your picture taken in front of a large Big Mac like this. Wow. Well, I don't know about you guys, but now I'm hungry. I apologize. I know I do this to you guys almost every night. I'm always airing a food segment on here. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. I want to read what your comments are. Antonio Dawkins saying McDonald's stock has crashed for selling fake food. You know, it is nice though that they have the dollar menu and you can just go and get yourself something for very cheap. Mega Mac, can you believe it? Kay Bowser saying, look up a photo of the Mega Mac. Let's just keep calling it the Aristocrat. No, just kidding. Oh gosh. Could you imagine? Look at this. Look at this, you guys. Who could honestly eat that much? This is the Mega Mac, 4 beef patties. And there's another bun in the middle of it. That is extreme. That is extreme, everybody. I don't even want to get on what this is all about. Oh my gosh, this is just giving me major anxiety right now. What do you guys think about this? Oh, all right. Let's move on to some other top stories here. Again, I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Appreciate you guys joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. Can you believe that picture? Wow. All right, let's pull up the next topic here. Oh gosh, I know. Johnny Wright in the chat saying my heart hurts just looking at it. Yeah. Maybe every once in a while, you know, when you're just trying to treat yourself or you've had a bad day it can be nice just to get yourself your favorite indulgence, which to me is always a cheeseburger and fries. I'm not really a cake ice cream person, really. I'm not being any more healthy by getting cheeseburger and fries, trust me. Sometimes it's nice to just indulge every once in a while, but not every day. Did you guys ever see that Netflix documentary about the guy that ate McDonald's for a year? That was interesting. All right, you guys, I want to take you to something a little bit more serious now. As you heard, sadly, Mary Tyler Moore has passed away. I want to take you back on a look of her life.
Welcome back. Fans leave flower tributes at the statue of the late Mary Tyler Moore. This is in downtown Minneapolis.
The Mary Tyler Moore Show putting the city of Minneapolis on the map.
Well, so many of us grew up watching her TV show. It's still on the air on several cable stations. Emmy Award-winning actress Mary Tyler Moore has died at the age of 80.
She was surrounded by her husband and friends in Connecticut. So far, no cause of death has been reported. Here's a look back on the life of the woman who changed Hollywood.
She turned the world on with her smile. Mary Tyler Moore was born on December 29, 1936 in Brooklyn, New York. Growing up, her home life was difficult, but one thing that always drew the family together was watching young Mary perform in the living room. When she was 8, the family moved to Los Angeles. It was there she discovered her first love, dance. In 1955, she got her first taste of television. The day after her high school prom, she starred in a commercial as the Happy Hot Point Pixie for Hot Point Appliances. At age 18, she married Dick Meeker, her first of 3 husbands. A year later, Moore had her only child, Richie. One of her early TV roles, playing an answering service operator in Richard Diamond Private Eye in 1959. The bit only showed her legs on screen, raising a mystique about the young actress. Moore's big break would come in 1961. When she was launched into the national spotlight as Laura Petrie on The Dick Van Dyke Show. For 5 years, the couple's chemistry charmed TV audiences until he chose to leave the show in 1966. Demonstrating her commitment to portraying real women, she demanded her character wear capri pants rather than dresses and high heels. During the show, she divorced her first husband and married TV exec Grant Tinker. After Dick Van Dyke, she endured several flops, including a musical version of Breakfast at Tiffany's on Broadway. In 1970, Moore and Tinker formed the production company MTM Enterprises, the first project, The Mary Tyler Moore Show. She played Mary Richards, a groundbreaking TV character. She lived independently with no husband or steady boyfriend. The wildly popular show ran until 1977. Moore tried several times to revive the variety show genre with extremely limited success. In 1980, she took on a challenging stage role in Whose Life Is It Anyway?, in which she played a quadriplegic artist asserting her right to die. Her performance was met with raves from critics and audiences. This period was difficult personally for Moore. In 1978, her sister Elizabeth died. In 1980, her son accidentally killed himself. And in 1981, she and Tinker divorced. Around this time, she developed a serious alcohol problem and checked herself into the Betty Ford Center for treatment in 1984. She met these challenges head-on, saying you can't be brave if you've only had wonderful things happen to you. Moore earned an Oscar nomination for her role in the 1980 Robert Redford-directed Ordinary People. In 1983, she married her third husband, Robert Levine. In the following years, she had plenty of TV and film roles, including a role as Ben Stiller's mother in Flirting with Disaster.
That's right. You were the tramp.
And a role on TV Land's Hot in Cleveland, reuniting with Betty White and Cloris Leachman. In 2012, she received a Lifetime Achievement Screen Actors Guild Award and said,
I too am happy after all.
Thank you. She wrote about her battle with type 1 diabetes and spent her later years as an advocate for the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation. Mary Tyler Moore showed America her versatility as an actress, championed women's rights on television, and will be remembered for her irrepressible spirit and turning the world on with that smile.
Ah,
the famous hat throw.
Yes, I know. By the way, her show, Mary Tyler Moore, is on Sundance Channel, and every morning, so it's on tomorrow morning as well.
Okay. Well, obviously, Hollywood is responding to this sad news, and many of them sent condolences via social media, Cher being one of them, and says, "I'm so sad to hear about Mary. She influenced all women of my generation. Don't have words. She brought so much more than comedy to DVD and MTM."
And we have another one, Oprah Winfrey. Look at this photograph she also shared. Even now looking at this picture, I want to cry. I still can't believe Mary Tyler Moore touched my face. We'll love her forever.
And Joan Jett says this, "I grew up watching the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I was inspired that women were shown as being equal to men, and it had an influence on me as I became a musician. The show was groundbreaking, important, and funny. I will miss Mary Tyler Moore."
Another one here for you. Marley Matlin says, "TV icon and groundbreaker Mary Tyler Moore is passed. She broke through our TV screens and showed that a powerful woman can, in fact, be funny."
And Viola Davis says, "Thanks for the first real image of a woman being independent, funny, and vulnerable. Thank you for changing the face of TV, Mary Tyler Moore."
Ed Asner says, "Mary Tyler Moore, my heart goes out to you and your family. Know that I love you and believe in your strength. A great lady I loved and know so much too has left us. I will miss her. I will never be able to repay her for the blessings that she gave me."
Wow.
All right, you guys, well, that was a package about Mary Tyler Moore. Sadly, she did pass away, and I just kind of wanted to give you guys a look back on her life. Thanks for joining me, you guys, here on the Fox News Now stream. Appreciate you watching with me. Elliot Feld just tweeted me saying, "I just ate a cheeseburger. I usually get a soda and a milkshake. I saw Super Size Me in high school." Yeah, we were talking about burgers earlier, so thanks for the tweet. Thanks, guys, for tweeting me at MaryKateFox10. Pulling up a few of your tweets here. This is an interesting story. Hold on one sec, everybody. I'm going to pull this tweet up so I can give him credit for tweeting this to me. Sorry, appreciate your patience here. Just want to bring this tweet up right here. This is coming from Rika tweeting me, "Hey, Mary Kate Fox 10 and Mike Page Fox 10, that's my co-host. What are your thoughts on the Dallas teacher shooting a toy gun at Trump as a mock assassination?" Very interesting. Appreciate you tweeting that to me. I'm going to pull this story up that you just sent me. Rika, thank you again for tweeting that to me. This is very interesting. Fox 5 reporting this. A Dallas teacher on leave after posting a Trump tirade video. Wow, can you believe this? I want to actually pull this up here. That's the teacher in question there. You can see again the headline, Dallas teacher on leave after posting Trump tirade video. Wow. So here's what we know. It says a Dallas ISD teacher is on administrative leave after posting a video on social media of her staging a mock assassination of President Donald Trump. The video shows Adamson High School art teacher squirting a water gun at a video image of President Donald Trump during his inauguration and screaming, "Die." Wow. What do you guys think about this story? Let me pull this up, actually. This is just insane to me. This is something I'm definitely going to talk about on the show tomorrow with my co-host Mike Page. We usually have a discussion about the top story of the day, and this was just posted today. Again, this is a Dallas teacher. She's now on leave after she was in a video using a squirt gun. Wow. Pointing it at an image of Donald Trump during his inauguration and screaming, "Die." The original video was reportedly posted on the teacher's own Instagram account and captured, quote, "Watching the inauguration in my classroom like ... hashtag no, hashtag stop, hashtag denial, hashtag squirt gun, hashtag oh my gosh. Hypocrisy, powerless. They go on. The hashtags go on. That post has been removed, but copies of the video are still circulating on social media, as they usually do. I mean, you post something on social media, and if you aren't absolutely sure about it, don't post it, because you can delete it, sure, but people can grab that so quickly, and now it's a story all over the news here. This article says it's not clear if there were any students in the classroom at the time, but other voices can be heard in the background of the video. So it could be fellow teachers, or it could be students. Some students and parents say the teacher crossed the line. Some? I think that's crossing the line no matter who you voted for, whether she's pointing it at any government official. Some people don't like him as our president, said student, but it doesn't mean that you do something like that. A parent said, quote, "It's supposed to be in a professional way, in a conduct to where you teach your students." Yeah, obviously that's, wow. A parent went on to say, "You have a freedom of speech and opinion, but you need to do it properly." Absolutely. What do you guys think about this story? Let me know in the chat. The school released a statement saying, quote, "The teacher has been placed on administrative leave and the district has opened an investigation. This is a personal matter and as such we cannot comment." According to the student handbook, possessing a toy gun would be considered a level 1 offense for a student. I am seriously so in shock that a teacher would do something like this and post it on social media. And she, I mean, from the looks of it, she looks fairly young. She knows how social media works. She gets that things can go viral. She knows that when you post something, it's out there. Especially, she should be able to know that having your page on public, anyone can see. I am so surprised. And especially when you're a teacher, too. Not all your students like you. They might see the post and send it to a Fox station and becomes a huge story. I want to read your comments about this. Tweet me at MaryKateFox10. Let's have an open dialogue about this. I cannot believe this. Emerson tweeting me saying he's watching from Peru. Thanks for watching. Again, I'm asking you guys to tweet me about this story. A Dallas teacher on administrative leave right now after posting a video of her shooting a fake gun at a picture of Donald Trump saying, quote, "Die" in the video. Can't believe this is coming out, you guys. I mean, even if you don't like who our president is, you can't promote violence, right? I mean, no matter who's elected. I mean, this is similar to when Madonna came out and said, "Oh, I've thought about blowing up the White House." What do you mean you've thought about blowing up the White House? Why are you having thoughts like that? I mean, he's only been in office for a week. Has he done something to you personally, Madonna, where you would want to blow up the White House? And I'm not saying you know, that I like him and not Hillary Clinton, or I like Hillary and I don't like him. I'm just saying this is about being decent and not promoting violence. I want to read what you guys have to say about this. Feel free to tweet me at MaryKateFox10, or let me know in the chat. Let me pull this up. Hawk9955 saying she's insane. Wow. American Rebel saying she should get a visit from Secret Service. Wow. Crazy Lee in the chat saying she's a fool. I wonder if there were kids in the classroom or if those were just fellow teachers, because they said that they could hear in the video other people in the background. I just can't believe that. Can't play the video right now because I don't know if we have rights to it, but I'll try to get access to this tomorrow, you guys, and hopefully Mike and I can kind of have an open discussion about this on the show. Wow. And really this opens another discussion of should teachers be discussing their political beliefs in class, especially, you know, history teachers, for example, that are talking about our past presidents. I can't remember if any of my teachers ever pushed their political agenda in class. I don't think so. But, you know, if you're sending your kids to school and you're spending all this money for them to go to school, and then you hear that the teachers there are pushing a political agenda on your kid, wouldn't that upset you a little bit? I just... want to read your comments about this. What do you guys think about this story? James saying that is so irresponsible. Yeah, she's promoting violence. Yeah, she's holding a squirt gun, but we get what she means. Well, we are going to talk about this more on the show tomorrow, that's for sure. What are you guys saying here in the chat? Just can't believe this. Again, this is just a teacher that posted this video of herself on social media shooting a squirt gun at a picture of Donald Trump saying die. And of course anyone can see it. Parents can see it. Her students can see it. You know, even if there weren't kids in the classroom at the time, if her social media is on public and her students can see this, she's promoting violence against the President of the United States. Whether you like him or not, do you want, you know, it's one thing to not like somebody, it's another thing to want them to die. I just think that we're taking it to a whole other level that doesn't need to be taken to. And now she's put on administrative leave. They're investigating this situation. I don't know what investigating needs to be done. Maybe asking her if she really plans to hurt the president or if she was just doing it to be funny. I'm not sure. You guys are all saying in the chat, you know, this wasn't too smart of this teacher. Carla Vigil saying she should be fired. Eric Dawson saying this teacher's out of line like Madonna was. Michael Zemlock saying, I don't care who the president is. They should all be respected. The office should be respected. And the person who holds the office, I am a Christian. Sorry, the chat's moving so fast. I lost your comment. Thank you. That was a great comment. Antonio Dawkins saying she should be fired immediately. I just can't believe this, you guys. Yeah, this is a teacher, Kevin, in the chat. This is a teacher, a Dallas teacher. Okay, let's do some stalking, everybody. Come on. Let me get her name. Teacher. Seems like her name's a little hard to pronounce. Adamson High School. Sorry, you guys, I've been talking all day. When you talk for hours, it's like you almost forget the English language. Okay, so this is a Dallas teacher. Let me bring myself full screen here for just a second while I look this up. Let's do some research. Well, let's see, actually, I bet she deleted her Instagram account or already deleted. Yeah, we read in that article she already deleted the video, right? Oop. Let me know if you guys find her Instagram. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the video's already gone. That's what it says in the article. And this isn't even about supporting Trump at all. This is just about supporting not being violent, being against violence. I mean, Madonna coming out and saying that she's thought about blowing up the White House, and now this teacher coming out and taking a video of herself shooting a gun at a picture of Donald Trump. Temporary channel saying, do you want a screenshot of the Instagram that the video was posted to? Yes, if you can find it. But I just read in the article that I think she deleted it. Obviously not in time because it was already grabbed and downloaded. And her Instagram's not even on private. I mean, mine's not on private either, but knowing that, I try to post, well, my Instagram, isn't that exciting, but I wouldn't post something like that knowing if it's public. You know what I mean? And you're a teacher, so you have to think about the fact that your students are following you. Yeah, maybe your students weren't in the classroom at the time when you did that. Again, that's still unconfirmed because in the video you can hear people in the background. So they could have been in the classroom. And parents are upset about this. Okay, so imagine if you're a really big Hillary Clinton supporter and you send your kid to school and the teacher there is shooting a fake gun at a picture of Hillary Clinton and pushing her political agenda on your kid. Wouldn't that upset you? You know, you're spending all this money to send your kid to school to get a solid education, not to be convinced one way or another who you should vote for and who you should support. That is not what a teacher's job should be. I think a teacher's job and again, I respect all teachers. I'm just saying I think that you have to try to remain somewhat balanced. I think this would be awful if it were anyone, if it were a picture of Hillary, if it were a picture of Marco Rubio, if it were a picture of Donald Trump. It is in this case. Castle Production saying, what did the teacher do? I came late. This teacher, this Dallas teacher, let's pull up the picture again, is on administrative leave right now after posting a video on social media of herself shooting a fake squirt gun, or a fake gun, it's a squirt gun, at a picture of Donald Trump saying, quote, die. And she posted the video on social media and it's gone viral everywhere, and now she's been put on administrative leave, and her students have seen this, parents have seen this, people are outraged. And since you said you're just joining me, let me pull up So it says a Dallas teacher is on administrative leave right now after posting a video on social media of her staging a mock assassination of President Donald Trump. The video shows Adamson High School art teacher squirting a water gun at a video image of President Donald Trump during his inauguration and screaming, quote, "Die." The original video was reportedly posted on the teacher's own Instagram account and captioned, this is what she wrote in the caption: "Watching the inauguration in my classroom like hashtag no, hashtag stop, hashtag denial, hashtag squirt gun, hashtag powerless." You know, I get it. In her defense, she's probably thinking, it's my personal Instagram account. I'm allowed to share my feelings about Donald Trump being president. Sure, you're allowed to share your feelings. Sure, you can post what you'd like on your personal Instagram account, except for the fact that you are promoting violence and you are posting it on an account that is not private, and you know your students can see your social media, you know parents can see your social media. Clearly, everyone can see it now since it's gone viral all over the internet. And you know, I can see obviously from the caption she's trying to be funny, you know, by saying watching the inauguration in my classroom like, and then doing that. But I'm so surprised, even if I were friends with this woman, if this were my friend and she posted this on Instagram and she wrote, "Doing this in my classroom," I would think, what? You're doing this at your job right now? That would be going through my mind. I don't care if you're my best friend. I, out of embarrassment, wouldn't like that photo because I would be afraid to support that. And I would think, okay, why would you be doing this at work? Like, really? You're saying die to the president? I feel like people post things on social media thinking that everyone is in agreement of their political beliefs, and they'll post these really radical comments and things, assuming that everyone agrees with what you're saying, and you can really hurt people's feelings with some of the things that you say, like Madonna at the Women's March, giving that speech saying, "Trust me, I've thought about burning down the White House or blowing up the White House." Or, you know, even Meryl Streep giving her speech at the Golden Globes. Now, hers wasn't violent, so, you know, more power to her if she wants to talk about it. But again, she gave that speech, and then the producers of the Golden Globes panned out and showed different actors in the audience and their reactions. And I think it made people feel really uncomfortable because they knew the camera was on them. They didn't want to be involved in it. Some people were clapping and liked to get involved in politics, but other actors were, they seemed really annoyed by this. They were keeping a straight face. Some people don't want their political beliefs to be put out there. And Meryl Streep was sort of speaking to this group of actors and actresses as if everyone just sort of agrees with her. You know, she was saying, you know, that horrible man. There are some people in that audience that like Donald Trump, that voted for Donald Trump. And so I think share your opinions, absolutely. But I think if you're going to post something like that on social media and assume people are all going to laugh and like that video, you got to think otherwise, right? Temporary channel coming through for us. Oh, let's pull this up. Thank you, temporary channel. You just sent me a picture of her Instagram. Temporary channel is one of our most loyal viewers here on the Fox News Now stream. And he just tweeted this. Mission accomplished. Oh, so he said warning language, so it seems like maybe there could be some language in this post. Hold on, let me look at it real quick before. Let me make sure there's no curse words. Oh, okay. Thank you for that warning, temporary. I'll get that curse word out of there. People are mad. People are commenting on her Instagram account right now, angry, and not saying the nicest things. Wow. Okay, so I'm screenshotting this. Okay, hold on, I have to screenshot this. Just in case it gets... How did you find this? I thought that they said she took it down. Let me pull this up. Because tomorrow I want to discuss this with my co-host Mike Page. He always shares his opinions very well here on the show in a balanced manner, and we can kind of go back and forth and talk about this and read your comments on the air. Let's see. Let's save this. Thank you so much, temporary channel. So let's bring this back up. I think I have the curse word out of there. I hope. Yeah. Okay, so here is the teacher in question. And again, you can see her caption is watching the inauguration in my classroom like ... And then all these hashtags. I mean, I love how one of the hashtags is at least it's Friday. Hashtag powerless. So, okay, by the look of her hashtags, I really think that she just thought she was being funny. I just can't believe this. Let's look at some of the comments. So, looks like some people are laughing. Some, one of the first comments is, the laughing emojis. This person commenting, nice example for our children. Ooh. Wow. Another commenting, wow, I'm sure your school administration would be proud of the example you are setting. And then the comment under that is pretty bad, so I don't want to show that. But another person commenting, worthless teacher, you are mentally ill. Why would a school ever hire someone like you? So what's your job going to be? Okay, these are getting a little mean, though. I mean, I think that we're contradicting ourselves. If we're going to bully someone for bullying other people, and again, maybe I'm doing that now by going on this rant. I don't think she's worthless. I just think that she made a mistake posting that. What do you guys think? Let's pull it up again. I can't believe this, though. Okay. So her Instagram handle is Instagram.com PAVALEMM. Oh. I'm spelling it right. Did she take her Instagram account down, temporary channel? Is this a screenshot from a news article? Well, trying to find her Instagram page. This is a screenshot that temporary channel sent me, one of our viewers. I just can't believe, though, that she would post something like this. Again, though, no need to attack her personally. I know a lot of people on her Instagram page are saying she's worthless and stupid. She's not stupid or worthless. I honestly think she was probably just trying to be funny. But things like this are taken seriously. You're demonstrating a fake. You're holding a fake gun and pointing it to a picture of Donald Trump, and you're saying die. I just think. Personally, again, if this were even one of my best friends, I wouldn't like the picture out of embarrassment because I would know how many people will be offended by this. And I don't care who I vote for. I don't care if it's Hillary or Donald or whoever it was that I liked during the election. I wouldn't like this photo. I want to read what you guys are saying right now. Definitely not trying to defend her, Antonio Dawkins. I just want to, you got to play it down the middle a little bit. She could be mortified right now. Thinking, whoa, I thought that was funny, and it's not funny. Oops. Again, though, not defending her. This was not smart of this teacher to post. Trust me. Madman saying, give the teacher the benefit of the doubt. Tom Rust, 64, saying, sounds like a terrorist act to me. Moose is loose. Saying, dumb to do this on video where things can go viral so fast. Let me see if you guys have any tweets that you sent me that I can air here on the show. Let me pull this up. Again, if you want to share your comment with me and you want me to air it here on the show, please send me a tweet at MaryKateFox10 and I will put it up here on the screen. Let me scroll up here. Okay. Let me try one more time. Okay, I'm trying to look up this Instagram account. Why am I struggling with this? Let's see. So you, Temporary Channel, you said you took that screenshot from her Instagram, but I'm typing in Instagram.com/PAYALEMM. Not coming up. That's strange. Let me look. In times of need, you do some stalking when you want to get to the bottom of a story. I wonder if she got a lot more followers from doing this just to see how things, go. I don't know. I'm not being able to, I can't seem to find her right now. Again, let me look up actually just her name. Well, we have the picture up for you guys, so that's all that matters. But I want to pull up some of the tweets that you guys are sending me. I accept any and all opinions. Appreciate you guys tweeting me. Just make sure no curse words, so that I can pull the tweet up. I know it's on YouTube. Thanks for tweeting that to me, Christian. But I have to then contact the YouTube person and ask them if I can have permission to post their video. It's just the way things work, but hopefully tomorrow I'll get that video. I mean, obviously you guys have already seen it. You can see it right now, but just when I have this discussion with my co-host Mike, because I know he'll have a lot to say about this too, just violence as being so promoted now. Elliot giving me a pretty good tweet here. Let's pull this up. Elliot saying, I think teachers can educate but not give their personal views. My high school was like that. What do you think? Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe it might be harder now just because we're in such a heated time in the political world that people have a hard time not sharing their political views. But I think as a teacher, you have to be skilled at not pushing your own agenda on your students. Again, I mean, as a parent, you are spending money for your kids to go to a school not to be taught what the teacher wants you to believe in, but the facts. Pretty interesting tweet from Wendy Cook here. She tweeted me twice. First tweet says, watching from Dallas. Awesome, Wendy. Thanks for joining us. So do you know about this high school? Do you know any people that know this teacher? I'd love to talk more with you if you are familiar with Adamson High School. Tweet at me again if you are familiar with this high school, if you're kind of in the area there, if you know anyone that knows this teacher. I'd love to talk with you more. But again, Wendy Cook saying, watching from Dallas, that teachers shouldn't be in contact with kids. She's a terrible influence. Also, isn't this contributing to the delinquency of minors? It is a crime to threaten the POTUS, meaning the President of the United States. That's what I don't get, you guys. It's a crime, right, to threaten the President of the United States? So why is it that there have been so many sort of kind of gray area threats and things? I guess it just gets investigated. I mean, in the article it says they are investigating this. So that makes sense. But was it investigated when Madonna said she wanted to blow up the White House? Probably not. That's what I don't understand. I guess they'd take it by a case-by-case basis. Again, if you're just joining me here on the Fox News Now stream, we are discussing this teacher. This story just came out today. A Dallas teacher on leave after posting a Trump tirade video. She holds a fake gun up to a picture of Donald Trump and says "die, die, die" in her video and posted it on her Instagram account. Now it's gone viral and parents and students are really upset. It's not clear if there were any students in the classroom at the time, but other voices can be heard in the background of the video. Some students and parents say the teacher crossed the line. Some people don't like him as our president, said a student. But it doesn't mean that you do something like that. Yeah, smart student, right? Even the student knows that. So why is the teacher doing that? Alfredo del Toro saying, please tell me what your reaction is about the Mexican president not meeting with Trump. I just think it's something that he chose to do because they were feuding about this. Donald Trump signed those executive actions. The Mexican president was getting angry that President Trump kept saying that Mexico is going to pay for the wall, and he canceled the meeting. Donald Trump said today it was a mutual decision, and the White House press secretary said that they'll probably plan for another meeting at a later date. So what's really going on behind closed doors, I'm not sure, but it's clear that the Mexican president is angry. Thanks for asking. I want to pull up some of your other tweets here. This tweet coming from True American Crazy Guy just sent me this one. Oh my God, she's a high school teacher. I thought that was a college. Wait, why is that worse or better that she's a high school teacher? What do you mean? I see you're rolling your eyes here. Love Judge Judy. Thanks for the tweets. Interesting tweet coming from Josh Grimes. He's saying she has freedom of speech, even if we disagree with what she has to say. She has freedom of speech, you're right. What do you guys think about that, though? I mean, it's freedom of speech, but she's a teacher, and these are impressionable students, and she's holding a fake gun up to a picture of the president saying "die." I mean, yeah, she can still have freedom of speech, but... And look, again, this isn't even about liking or disliking the president. This could have been a picture of Hillary. I still think it's wrong. It could have been a picture of Marco Rubio. I still think it's wrong, even if it's not the president. Any person, any elected official, anybody, I think it would be wrong. It doesn't even have to be about, I think this would upset anybody. Even people that don't support Trump could find this offensive. I don't think everybody that doesn't like Donald Trump wants him to be in harm's way as well. I know people that didn't like Hillary that don't want her to be in harm's way. I know people that, it's just strange. You know, I think that you take it from 0 to 10 really quickly when you say these violent things. I want to pull up some more tweets from you guys. Thank you guys. Again, I appreciate you tweeting me at Mary Kate Fox 10. The chat is moving really fast, so that's why I like to read your tweets. It's a little bit easier. Okay, Jimmy K giving a pretty good advice here. He says, I used to be a teacher. It's okay to have a political opinion. It's okay to express opinion. It's not okay to be intolerant about it. But Jimmy K, would you do this in your classroom? Or what would you do if you saw one of your coworkers doing this in their classroom? Because you can have your political opinions, but I mean, what if these were 14-year-old freshman students? I just don't know if I would want my own kid to see that. Pulling up some more of your tweets here. This tweet coming in from ZSKAGEN. Sorry, I can't pronounce it, so I have to spell it out. He's saying, how is it not illegal? He's the current president, and you're insinuating intention to kill him. Teacher should be jailed. And you know what, you guys, they're investigating this right now, so I'm unsure what they're going to do about this situation. She is on administrative leave right now, so we know she's not at the school right now, and they are investigating the situation. I'm unsure how that's going to unfold. But a lot of times what happens with these stories is the video goes viral, we have the information, and then we never really hear what happens. Does she just go back to work? It sort of just flutters away because these stories, new stories come out every hour. Interesting. Emerson tweeting me saying, I think this behavior is kind of subliminal and psychological terrorism. We have to be careful with our children. Yeah, I think that us adults can definitely handle anything, but I think your young, impressionable 14-year-old freshman kid probably shouldn't be seeing something like this, especially when they haven't made a decision yet on who they like as a political leader. Is it fair for a teacher to convince them? I mean, yes, our parents sort of convince us. If we grow up in a Democrat household or a Republican household, we're more than likely to also be what our parents are. But then as you grow up, you decide later what you really like. But when you're young and you're impressionable, you kind of just follow whatever the adult believes in. And if this is the adult, this is the teacher, and she's holding a fake gun to a picture of Donald Trump saying die and posting it on her social media, which is public for anyone to see. I wonder what's going through her mind right now, though. People are commenting some pretty mean things on her Instagram account, saying she's worthless and stupid. She's not worthless. She's not stupid. And let's not contradict ourselves by bullying her. I think she made a mistake. She probably knows now she made a mistake. She's probably, I don't know. I don't know what's going through her mind. If it were me, I would be mortified. I want to pull up a couple more of your tweets here. Oh, Wesley adding in a nice tweet here. He said, she's a very nice lady and made a mistake. Hey, you guys, I accept all opinions here on the show. So I like to play everything up here on the show. Yeah, Michael Russo tweeting me saying, yeah, like what happened to Madonna when she made her terroristic threat? Exactly. Did that get investigated? I don't know. You know, that's interesting to me. What's the difference between Madonna saying she's thought about blowing up the White House and this teacher pointing a fake gun to a picture of Donald Trump? I don't know. I guess it's case-by-case basis. James tweeting me these pictures. Unsure if this is really the teacher. But James sending this to me saying the Adamson teacher seems very young, probably just naive about life. Again, can't confirm this is actually the teacher, but if it is, yeah, she seems young and maybe she just didn't mean to. And again, I think that you are being a hypocrite if you comment on her Instagram saying that she's stupid or worthless, because she is not stupid or worthless. She made a mistake. But I think it's important to have an open dialogue about why did she feel it necessary to post that when she's a teacher. You know, I don't know. You got to see both sides to it. She does. If that's really her, she seems young. And in the status of her Instagram post, she wrote. Let me see if I can pull this back up. Temporary Channel sent this to me. Her Instagram. I got to move it up a little bit because, I mean, people are commenting mean stuff. And, okay, so the status says, watching the inauguration in my classroom like, ... you know, how millennials post. And, you know, all the hashtags, hashtag no, hashtag stop, hashtag hypocrisy. She's kidding around. I mean, you can see in her stance, it's a squirt gun. She's trying to be funny, except for the fact that a lot of people did not find it funny. People commenting, worthless teacher, so what's your new job going to be? Nice example for our children. Again, want to let you guys know, definitely this teacher is not worthless. Let's not take it there. She could be in tears right now, you guys. She probably didn't think that this would go viral. I mean, it only got, from this screenshot, 382 views. So she, at the time, probably when it was taken, so she probably didn't think that people would notice. You know when you post on your Instagram account and you only have a few hundred followers and you think no one would notice what I post? She probably didn't even think this would go far, go viral. I'm not defending her or anything. I'm just trying to see both sides here. But again, unfortunately, this is what we have to deal with now. This violence against a president that people don't like. I mean, it's one thing to not like a president, but it's another thing to wish his death. That's not something that I think that people should be promoting. Steve sending me a tweet here saying we should keep in mind the difference between action and words. Yeah, you are right. Oh, so are you saying that in response to when I said, what's the difference between Madonna saying she wants to blow up the White House and this girl posting this picture? Okay, yeah, so words versus action, you're probably right. I see what you're saying. Thank you for tweeting that to me. Yeah, you're right. I guess what Madonna said was just words, and she was giving a speech where this girl's actually posting a picture. Again, it is a squirt gun, people, but at the same time, they take these threats seriously. Josh Grimes tweeted me this. The media has been openly opposed to President Trump for many months now. Her opinion has been influenced, most likely. Yeah, especially if, you know, if she's impressionable and her opinion was influenced. But at the same time, I don't think that gives you a right to... All I'm saying is she's a teacher, and if she's teaching a young group of 14-year-old freshmen or 15-year-olds or 16-year-olds and promoting violence, you know, again, I get she probably thought she was just being funny, but to promote violence, I just don't know if it was a good idea. Yeah, this tweet coming through. Again, I'm having trouble finding her Instagram account. I think she did delete it. ZSKAGEN tweeting me, considering her IG account is now deleted, I think you're right that she's probably crying and regretting it. Yeah, you guys, I mean, people are commenting on her Instagram. I didn't show you the mean comments because I can't even air those on here. They were so bad, calling her worthless, calling her very bad names. You don't want to be a hypocrite now. If she's calling Donald Trump bad names and encouraging violence, no need to be a hypocrite and encourage violence against her. That only makes the situation worse. And yeah, now her Instagram account is deleted. She's probably mortified. You live and you learn, I guess. No one's perfect. Bob tweeting me this. Her first mistake was having a fake gun in the classroom. If a student had one, he'd be suspended. Well, to explain, it's not necessarily a fake gun. It's a squirt gun. Let's show the picture. See, I mean, you can see it's clearly a squirt gun. It's bright blue. I don't know what the rules are with squirt guns there in Dallas. Again, this was at Adamson High School. But yeah, I mean, you make a good point. I see what you're saying. Thanks for tweeting me. Love that you guys are sharing your comments with me here at Mary Kate Fox 10. Love to include you here in the show. Let's see. Let me scroll down a little bit. You guys are funny. Hey, this is interesting. This is coming from B.A. Laughlin saying, psychology view, teaching violence is child abuse. Sorry, I've been talking for hours, so sometimes it's hard for me to get out the point I'm trying to make, trying to read all your tweets here. Yeah, good point. Good point. Teaching violence is never good. Again, another tweet coming from B.A. Laughlin making an interesting point. Teachers are held accountable. Students expelled for toy guns. Fact, law states 10 years prison for even mock threats. Well, then I don't know what's going to happen to this Dallas teacher, you guys. I want to try and air all of your tweets. I do appreciate you guys. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading these as if you guys know what I'm reading, and I'm shaking my head, agreeing with what you're saying. This one's interesting. Joe tweeting me this, saying, political views and opinions need to be left at home. She shouldn't step foot in another classroom. Bad influence. The only issue is, I don't know if this would make a difference. If she had taken this picture at home and posted it, maybe be a little different. Again, still not saying it's good to promote violence, but she posted this picture at her day job in the classroom where students could possibly have been sitting. So, I mean, that's probably more of the issue here, on top of the fact that she's encouraging violence, is that she's encouraging it as well to her students. So I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know what's going through this girl's mind, and there are a lot of mean comments on her Instagram, and that's something we should never promote. Disagree with her for sure. Have an open dialogue like we're having now, but there are people commenting mean things on her Instagram, and you're completely contradicting yourself then. If you're trying to make a point, you can't say, you're a bleeping bully, I hate you for bullying Donald Trump. I mean, you're just being the same person they're being. You got to just have an open dialogue and say it in a nicer way. People were calling her worthless on her Instagram. Now, let's be honest here. We can't call her, we don't know her. She's not worthless. She made a mistake. But was that smart to do? Probably not. Oh, this is a pretty great tweet. Kevin McKinley tweeting me this. She was trying to be funny and it was in bad taste. Terribly unprofessional. Taking this as a threat, though? Come on. Okay, let's talk about this tweet. I think this is an interesting point of view. She was trying to be funny and it was in bad taste. He mentions it is terribly unprofessional, but taking it as a threat, come on. I mean, let's be honest, you guys. Is this a real threat? I don't know. I mean, I get we don't know her, but you guys see these kind of posts on social media all the time, right? I mean, not all the time, obviously, or they'd all be going viral. But maybe she was just trying to be funny. I don't know. So that, take it as a serious threat. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're going to deal with it, Kevin. But again, I want to pull up your tweet again. I think you made a good point. He said she was trying to be funny and it was in bad taste, terribly unprofessional. Taking this as a threat, though, come on. Well, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle this, but it does offend a lot of people. And I think that if it was just one, and the first one, maybe people wouldn't make such a big deal out of it. But ever since Donald Trump was elected into office, this has been happening all over. With Madonna saying she wanted to blow up the White House. So I think it just comes to a time where people are getting sick of the violence. Not being non-Trump supporters. You don't have to be a Donald Trump supporter. I just think people are getting upset with promoting hurting the president. Interesting. Okay. Jimmy K tweeting me this. Madonna said she thought about blowing up the White House. For that reason, her statement was not a threat and is protected by First Amendment. Okay. Joshua Williams tweeting us a pretty positive tweet right now. He's saying all we need to do is pray and forgive her. We all mess up, and that's okay because we are human and Jesus loves us all. Josh, you brighten up the room. Thank you for tweeting us something positive. Can't we all just come together and be positive like Joshua? Josh, you are right. We all mess up. We all make mistakes. But this is viral and people are talking about it, and so we're talking about it. And again, I don't know what's going to happen. Again, she's on administrative leave. She hasn't been fired, and they're investigating it right now. This is in Dallas at Adamson High School. She is a teacher. Her Instagram account has since been deleted. I want to pull up a couple more of your tweets before we move on to some other stories here. I really appreciate you guys tweeting me. Thank you so much. At Mary Kate Fox 10, that is my Twitter account. Sometimes it's just easier than to read in the chat because it moves pretty fast, and I can scroll up, but then eventually the comments disappear. So it's easier to just read these. Oh, this one coming from Lewis C. Come on, people, don't be so overly dramatic about it. Conway voice. Mary Kate won't show tweets applauding the teacher's behavior. I think I'm showing all the tweets here. I can't show the ones with curse words, and I'm not showing the ones where they're calling her mean names. Not that I'm supporting what she did, but we shouldn't encourage more hate. All I'm saying is I want to know what you guys think about this. No, and Lewis, I've been showing a lot of tweets from you guys saying that the teacher should be fired. So I'm not showing only tweets that are against or that are. I'm showing all tweets, I think. Interesting. James tweeting me this. He says, here's an example of kids disciplined for water guns at school. There is no tolerance for this. But again, that story was about a real-looking water gun. I think it was painted a dark color, and they were pretending like it was a real gun. Or not, yeah, that was the story where 4 students were disciplined after a real-looking water pistol alarmed residents in the neighborhood. Where this gun that she has, I mean, come on, we clearly know this isn't a gun. It's bright blue. It's clearly a water gun. But again, you know, she says in the video, die. That's the part that sort of, I don't think is the best. Thanks, Temporary Channel, for sending me. Temporary Channel just sent me this picture. He tweeted me this saying, corrected, safe for work Instagram screenshot with some bonus deleted scenery footage. Thank you, Temporary Channel. He knows that we can't show curse words here on the stream, so he edited this so that we can show you just the comments that are appropriate to read here. Oh gosh, so it says, so what's your new job going to be? I hope that wasn't in front of the children in your classroom. I've called your administration if my child was in your class. Very inappropriate. Now see, that's a bad word. See, this is when it just gets, you can't be contradicting yourself. That is, you shouldn't be saying that she's, I don't know. What do you guys think? If my kid was in your class, I would have your sorry bleep fired. When will the mentally ill... Oh, see, this is... This person writing, Secret Service was also notified by phone. This person writing, did you do that in front of students? Does your district allow even you weapons? Does the school board in your district realize there is a staff member openly pretending to shoot the President of the United States? I wouldn't want any teacher doing this in front of my children, regardless of who the president is. Shame on you. This person writing, mental illness is on display here. I don't think mental illness is on display here. Let's not take it that far. This person writing, certainly hope you did this in an empty classroom. If not, you should be fired. Thank you, Temporary Channel, for sending that to me. So those are some of the things that they are commenting on her Instagram account, hence why she deleted her Instagram account. Some people calling her some pretty bad names. I think that's when you're taking it too far. Say your opinion. Say you disagree. You know, some of the people in there made their point saying, I wouldn't want my children to see you doing this. But you don't need to call her names, I don't think. Because then that's the point, you guys, is then you're contradicting yourself. If you're going to yell at somebody for calling Donald Trump bad names, but then call them bad names for calling him bad names, it's just a vicious cycle. Look how I'm like going on this huge rant about this, but I just find this story interesting that, I mean, because this just comes after only a few days after Madonna came out and said she wanted to blow up the White House. So if this was the first one, maybe it wouldn't have. I just think that this is one of many that we're dealing with now. Rebecca tweeting me this. Students have been kicked out of school for threats. This type of display deserves dismissal. Well, she is on administrative leave right now, so she's temporarily dismissed. I don't know what's going to happen to her job. Chris Stearns in the chat saying she's not the victim. No, but it's important to always see both sides. Woody tweeting me this. Let's give her a participation trophy. Like this tweet. We should learn to forgive and forget in a more peaceful society. Well, but maybe she should learn to understand that, you know, okay, maybe the president that you wanted wasn't elected, and you should be more positive as well. I think that she'll be forgiven, but I just think that people are going to be upset. Yeah. Francisco, you might be right. He's tweeting me saying, I believe discipline has to be taken, but people are being extreme. Yeah, I mean, we could be being a little extreme right now. And again, definitely don't promote anyone writing anything bad on her Instagram. Again, it's deleted anyway, but that's something that, I mean, and don't you agree with me? I just think that it's sort of contradicting yourself by then, going on and bullying somebody. Yeah, Woody tweeting me this. This is going to be a long 4 years if we keep worrying about being perfect. Okay. No, tweeting me this. People are so sensitive these days. She was just making a bad joke. Just let the school take care of it and leave her be. Yeah, you make a good point. We have been talking about this for about 45 minutes now. Appreciate your tweets. Let's move on to another story. Appreciate you guys watching with me tonight. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, bringing you into the next hour here on the show. Thank you guys, and I'm sorry if I didn't get to all your tweets. Thank you so much for sending me all of your comments. Interesting. Keep reading them here. Let's move on to another story, though. I do appreciate you guys sharing your comments with me about this story, and thank you to the first person who sent this to me, because we just talked about this for 45 minutes, so thank you. And we're gonna, you guys, I'm still gonna discuss this tomorrow with my co-host Mike Paish. Love having him up here with me because we always talk about sort of the biggest talkers of the day. We had a long discussion about Madonna earlier this week, and I had a long discussion with a passenger on a plane who saw a woman get kicked off for harassing a Donald Trump supporter. And you know what? I want to see if there's anyone that supports Hillary Clinton who's getting harassed. I want to talk about that up here too. I think that just in general, we need to cool down a little bit on the violent acts and display the opinions in a more positive way. I don't know. I'm going to put this up here. Let me give you guys a live look of New York City for just a second here. All right, you guys. Well, let's move on to a new story. Again, sorry if I didn't get to all your tweets. I appreciate you guys sending me all of your opinions to my Twitter account. I love the memes you guys are sending me too. So funny. This one coming from True American Crazy Guy. Sending me this. If extreme actions isn't taken, it will promote others to do the same, and teaching others this isn't okay. You know, I love the Judge Judy gifs. These are so funny. That's a great show, isn't it? So dramatic. I love it. All right, let's take you to some other top stories here in the show. Let's move on to another topic because I talked about that for 45 minutes, you guys. We have a big show tomorrow on the Fox News Now stream. Please join us. We already have a YouTube event set up for it. Let me pull up the event so you guys can see where it is. We already have the link ready. This is the... Hold on, let me get this. This is the March for Life rally that's happening in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. So let me pull this up. My monitors are all over. That's why I'm looking back and forth, by the way, if you're wondering. Again, here is the link that we've got up and ready for tomorrow. So just look for this live stream, March for Life 2017 rally happening in Washington, D.C. We're starting this stream tomorrow at 10 a.m., everybody. That's going to be a really big event. Can't wait to show that to you guys. let me pull up the next top story I want to take you guys to here. Kind of a positive one. You guys, Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Even if you're not in a relationship, sometimes it's just nice to get your mom something, or your sister something, or even your dad. Just give some love, give some chocolates. Let's pull up this segment. Our reporter here, Corey, he's so funny during his live shots, and he's given us some very nice Valentine's Day gift ideas. So let's take you there.
Valentine's Day just around the corner, and Corey's helping us find some unique Valentine's Day gift ideas.
Who's this special guy you got with us, Cor?
This special guy, everybody knows, is Joe Johnston, and I just learned that Joe's great-grandfather or grandfather invented the Hobart mixing machine. That makes me honestly want to take a knee for every boy and girl who have ever worked at a summer camp or a bakery or whatever. But your whole family, so inventive, and we love the way you keep pushing things forward. And tell me, what is happening inside this beautiful building? What's the philosophy here?
The philosophy is people who are passionate about what they do and they want to stay small. They want to do the work themselves. They don't want to train people who are not passionate about the work to do things. So it's a broad variety of things. 2 machine shops, 2 restaurants, 2 service. You know, there's the florist and there's the salon. There's all sorts of things going on. There's a winery. There's a brewery. There's a farm store. There's woodworking. There's obviously papers you've seen already. So it's a little bit of everything, but each person is passionate. They want to bring forward their craft. They want to tell people about their craft, and it's a good place to visit.
Well done, and thanks for hosting us today. And speaking of passionate people, look, it's Murray Helm, and thanks so much. Everybody does love flowers.
They do.
It's not just an expression.
No, it's not. And Valentine's is the perfect time for you gents to come get some flowers, right?
Indeed. And I love how inventive you are. Your arrangements are so clever. Tom's showing us some of them right now. In fact, come over this way. This is so interesting. Tell me about this box. And you've got several varieties, I know.
What we love to do is, we don't want you to buy that bunch of roses that dies after a week. So we like to do a pave bouquet where this becomes a dried arrangement. So you don't have to water it. It stays beautiful and just becomes dried, right?
It's so cool. Of course, the box really sets things off nicely. Now, this is a fascinating idea, too. I've never seen the actual live or recently live Beauty and the Beast rose.
Hasn't dropped any roses petals yet.
Gosh, I hope not.
Right?
That's never a good sign. Now, tell me about this.
So we wanted to do something inventive for the guys on a budget. If you are on a budget, you can be very clever. It's bachelorette season, so we want you to be able to give your lady a red rose and ask them if they would accept the rose.
I love it. Well, let's come on over this way. This is where a lot of the action happens, but this is another one of those long, beautiful arrangements. And I love the idea that this will stay all year, for years and years. Dried flowers, boy, they last forever, don't they?
Yeah, this is the double dozen. So if you really want to be able to bust out your wallet, go for the double dozen. And I do want you to know, yes, flowers are expensive. During Valentine's Day, they double for the month of February, but we want to help you out. So we are introducing a curbside service. So Corey, all you have to do is roll up in your car. I'll deliver your bouquet. If you use our curbside service, we will use a prickly pear card.
Oh, from right next door.
From right next door.
Okay.
And then you could become a member of our Bud Club, which lasts all year long. So if you buy 6 bouquets at $55, you'll get the 7th free from us.
Wow.
And we'll keep you on track. We'll know your anniversary. We'll know her birthday.
Gotcha.
We will remind you the week before. We want you to win with the lady.
Well done. Oh, Murray Helm, and she knows what is what. Don't you love this, Celeste and Andrea? The clever
Beautiful. So beautiful.
ideas are just
Classy,
they just keep
too.
coming. Yeah. Well, congrats on your new shop too.
Thank you.
Easy to find. We're at the corner of what and what, so everybody
We're
knows.
at the corner of Ray and Higley.
Come see us at Bar None. See you soon, you guys.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Cor.
So pretty. There is nothing like the smell of fresh flowers.
All right, you guys, well, that was Corey giving us some great ideas for Valentine's Day this year. It's a great holiday, spreading love and joy. All right, let's take you to some other top stories here in the show. It's about 8:24 here in Phoenix, Arizona. appreciate you guys watching with me tonight. I am your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. Love the tweets. Thank you guys for tweeting me at Mary Kate Fox 10. Let me pull up. Okay. I wanted to pull up for you. So Corey went live at the Valentine's Day segment where he talked about Valentine's Day gifts, and then later on in the show he went live at this place, Rocket Burger. I know I always do this. I always talk about food here on the show. I think it's because it's, you know, it's like it's 8:25 here, and you start to crave a midnight snack or something like that. And I think, oh hey, why don't I show a food segment? And if you're at home or something, eat some popcorn and enjoy this food segment. Again, this is Corey live earlier this morning at Rocket Burger. Let me know what you guys think.
Rocket Burger. Sounds like a good spot. He had us all salivating with what he was showing us. What's this sandwich business?
Oh my gosh.
What's going on here?
Yeah, it is. It's just a good old-fashioned sandwich shop, burgers, subs, and an amazing array of sodas. We'll show you those too. But first of all, you got Amanda, you got Janice, you got Steve, you got Dennis, and Oliver. They're not sold separately. They all come as a set, but they're going to be making all the good stuff. Steve, come over here. As we walk, first of all, I do want to show off this amazing case of sodas. So what's the inspiration? You could be selling, you know, the usual. You got a fountain and you just pull off some carbonated drinks. Why'd you go this way?
Because this is so cool. Look at all this kind of stuff right here. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No.
All this selection?
How many do you think you have?
Over
have you
250 kinds.
Oh gosh,
Yeah.
I love that. You get all the good stuff too from Jones. I mean, all the old timers as well, right?
You bet.
Well, you got a lot of customers in here today. They're all hungry, but we want to show off the food first.
Fantastic.
So let's take a little tour. Let's start here in the front, and you kind of gesture so we can follow with the camera.
This is our Mexi Burger.
What's in the Mexi Burger, by the way?
Oh, it's got some homemade pico de gallo, avocado bacon, mustard ketchup mayo, and this is our
What are these
fantastic
beauties?
zucchini.
Oh my!
Hand breaded, nothing frozen.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Oh yeah, you're just saying that. Oh.
No, I'm not.
And these are our fried mushrooms. Don't put one of those in your mouth right now. They're molten.
Okay.
This is our Cali burger. It comes with Swiss cheese, just like a bacon burger, but it's got a lot of avocado. Our New York burger. This one made us famous right here. It's got coleslaw and pastrami. It's
I like to tilt its hat back just a little so we can see the excellence that lies beneath. Oh, that's fantastic. And here?
This is our rocket-sized burger. You can get any burger rocket-sized, 3 patties on a 10-inch sub roll. Our bacon burger.
For one person?
Well, you see it all the time. It's crazy.
Wow, okay.
Yep. And then over here we've got our Eddie Lopez. This was voted the #1 burger in the West Valley by Phoenix Magazine with some onion rings.
Oh, look what Eddie's showing off. Love the rings, too. And that looks like Philadelphia to me.
That's a Philly cheesesteak all day.
Oh, my gosh.
Some
All right.
fries and our awesome sodas, yep.
Okay. All right, everybody here, get up, boys. Come over here. Grab something delicious. This is the moving part. All right, you get the good stuff there. Next time we get together, we're going to take a little soda tour here and show off all the fun stuff. It is really, it's entertainment. It's not just food. And we got more coming your way from Rocket Burger and Subs at the corner of what and what?
Dobson and Chandler.
Boom.
Okay.
See you soon.
Boom. Boom sauce.
Love that. Thank
Well, what did you guys think about that segment? That looks good. Fried pickles are so amazing. I'm hungry now, everybody. I apologize. I know that I do that to you guys a lot here on the show. I always bring these food segments up. But hey, if you're watching at home on your laptop or something, get some popcorn. Enjoy the show here with me. We've got about 30 more minutes here on the show. Again, we stream 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. And it's almost 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, but we're going to have a lot of fun for the next 30 minutes here on the show. So we've been talking about the wall all day. We've been talking about politics. So why don't we get to some entertainment news? How about that? Let's get you all caught up in the entertainment world, everybody. Let's take you to this segment.
A celebrity scoop with TMZ's Casey Carver. Casey, I don't think I've spoken to you yet. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Nice to speak with you.
All right, Casey. So give us an update on what's going on with the Trump Tower in New York City. I know security, I'm sure, is still a headache, but what else is going on?
Yeah, so we're told several residents, there's like 238 units in this building, and some of the residents are not happy. In fact, 5 apartments have gone up for sale, 3 have gone up for lease this month. We're told it's due to, obviously, there's tons of security and Secret Service everywhere. And this is going to be ongoing at least through June because Melania and Barron are still living there while Barron is finishing a school year. But the problem is also all the barricades outside are an eyesore, and it's a problem for residents. It's taking them longer to get into their homes because they have to go through additional security. And also living in New York, most everything people get delivered from food to groceries to laundry, and now that's taking up to an additional 30+ minutes because all those deliveries are having to be searched before they're allowed to go into the building.
You know, I can only imagine, Casey, it's also because we have the, the camera right there in the lobby that is continually being streamed to stations all over the world, probably.
Right. That as well. Your life is not private anymore.
No.
And also that camera and outside, the news crews, the paparazzi, the people wanting to come by Trump Towers now and see it, and the crowds. But we got some photos of Barron actually going to school this morning, and it didn't look like it was too bad of a traffic holdup. There was only 2 cars taking them to school.
That's cool.
Well, hopefully he can try to keep some sense of normalcy, although that will be hard. Okay, one entertainment.
It will be hard, but hopefully for him.
Yes, one entertainment story we are talking about this morning, Shia LaBeouf, obviously no stranger to the law and breaking it, and once again, he got in trouble.
He has been arrested. So he started up a live stream on Friday, sort of a peaceful protest. They keep repeating, "He will not divide us." And if you listen to it, it can kind of drive you crazy after a while. I was watching it on our site, and they just keep repeating, "He will not divide us." That's all they're saying. But people are coming through, and it's been very peaceful up until last night. And excuse me, something happened between Shia and someone else. There was a little bit of a scuffle. Seems that Shia pulled the guy's scarf and scratched him and pushed him a little bit. Police did arrest Shia. Last we heard, he was still waiting to be booked. He was not booked yet, but he was handcuffed and taken in.
Wow. Well, let's talk about this. Malia Obama, she had an interesting experience, right, recently.
She's had a really cool experience. She's at the Sundance Film Festival. She has an upcoming huge internship with the Weinstein Company, which starts in February. But she took herself, not part of her internship, to go to the Sundance Film Festival and just kind of take in what happens. She's a huge movie buff, obviously wants to work in the movie industry, and getting to see all these films and what happens at these huge festivals. So she's been there having fun, and then her reality starts in February when her internship starts, and we're being told that interns for the Weinstein Company work from anywhere from production to finance, whatever they're interested in, and they're just thrown into it and they put them to work.
Okay.
How fun is that?
Pretty cool for her.
Yeah.
All right, Casey, always good to see you. We'll be making sure that
you too.
Check in with you guys throughout the day on social media, and of course we'll watch you later on today right here this afternoon. Thanks, Casey.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Well, it's almost time for the Miss Universe pageant. I have that on my calendar.
Oh, good. Well, it's coming up this weekend. Steve Harvey is back as the host, despite last year's mix-up with the winner.
Yeah, remember that? That went viral.
That was bad. We're hearing from him in just a few minutes.
Time.
Yeah, do you guys remember when Steve Harvey announced the wrong winner at the Miss Universe pageant? Oh, that was awkward, wasn't it? I just when that came out, I wondered if it was on purpose to make the show more popular. It did go viral and everyone was talking about it, but I don't know. Because why do that to those poor girls, right? Because one of them was stunned. Well, let's take you to that. Let's go over this whole. Do you guys remember this? Steve Harvey was supposed to be announcing one winner and announced the wrong one during the Miss Universe pageant. Let's take you to this segment.
Well, the Miss Universe pageant is Sunday, and you can watch it right here on Fox 10.
So comedian Steve Harvey is back as the host. Remember last year when he accidentally announced the runner-up as the winner, then had to retract it? I thought he did a really good job, though, don't you think, on kind of
handling it
right after, yes.
Okay, so this morning we hear from Steve Harvey and get a preview of the pageant.
I have to apologize.
At the last Miss Universe pageant, host Steve Harvey made news when he accidentally named the runner-up instead of the winner.
It was my mistake.
Well, Steve is back to redeem himself at this year's competition. And reigning champ Pia Wurzbach couldn't be happier.
Always when they show the clip again, I'm reminded, oh, that happened. I forgot about it already. But I'm excited that he's back. I think he's a great host. He brings a lot of, light into the competition because it's already so, nerve-wracking when you're there.
District of Columbia!
27-year-old Miss USA Deshauna Barber is a lieutenant in the Army Reserves. Her goal is to remain focused as she competes for the Miss Universe title.
To me, pageantry is more about the mental than it is what you actually do on stage. It's really about being as confident as possible. So I've been making sure to work with my interview coach, work with my walking coach, and everything I can do to really portray the confidence that I have for myself.
The show airs live Sunday from Pia's home country of the Philippines. She says whoever wins should be prepared for a 24/7 job.
It doesn't end during that night. I know it looks all glamorous on stage and you get the crown, but work starts right after, like the next day, and I hope that the new winner is prepared for that.
I am thrilled.
He's back.
Well, I hope that that doesn't happen again this year. Right, you guys? And at least Steve Harvey's a comedian, so he can brush it off. And that was so awkward, though, when he said the wrong name, and then you have to take the crown back from the other girl. That's no fun. But the runner-up gets some prizes too, so that's good. I want to take you guys to this other segment here. Let me pull this up for you. It is Thursday, and it's Thrifty Thursday, everybody. Okay? What is your one thing that you love to save money on? Is it nothing? Is it groceries? Is it getting gas to fill up your car? You like to get points? Let me know in the chat what you like to save money on the most. It's always nice when you get those Macy's coupons, or I'm trying to think what I like to save money on the most. Free food is always great. You know how on Halloween, Chipotle lets you get a free burrito if you dress up as a burrito? That's always fun, just to wrap yourself in tin foil, and they give you a free burrito on Halloween. Although the lines get so long, you start to wonder if it's even worth a free burrito. Yeah, getting free food is probably the best. I'm trying to think what else is good to get discounts on. Clothes, for sure. Electronics. I wish all apps were free. You guys, your answers in the chat right now are just, I can't read some of these on the air. The West saying next year's car. It's always good getting deals on cars. Yeah. Jared saying, I love saving money on my car insurance. Damien saying, why is she talking about burritos on Halloween? Good point. You're right. Let's get to the segment, everybody. Come on.
Thrifty Thursday.
So
much fun.
Especially because we love saving money. And if you want to stock up on warmer winter gear, especially at big discounts, this is the time to do it.
My Sister's Closet is starting their semi-annual sale this weekend. Anita explains how this progressive sale works.
Prada, look at how beautiful this one is. Oh my goodness, some of the most amazing designer dresses that you will ever find, all of them going on sale at My Sister's Closet. Let's meet the wonderful Tess, who we've met time and time before. This is a great weekend for My Sister's Closet fans. Oh, and the hat, don't forget hats, you need accessories.
You need accessories.
Okay, so what are we finding at My Sister's Closet?
We love this time of year because everything goes on sale. Starts 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, and then by 2 weeks, 70% off of already reduced product.
And the product here really is incredible. I love to shop. And so I'm not going to lie. I'm not just saying this, but the quality really is impeccable because you're very picky about what you're taking in.
I'm on a big campaign to buy quality because so many of our clothes are ending up in the landfills, and we're recycling, reusing, repurposing amazing things, amazing pieces.
Let's talk about the amazing pieces we have here.
This layered look. Look, you can buy denim. I love pieces in where we live because you can layer them up, layer them down, wear them all year long.
And denim is so in for spring and summer.
Always.
All the runways were doing denim, I noticed.
Good girl, yay.
And so I like the layering as well because in Arizona, like I'm wearing this big puffer coat from all morning long, but then it starts getting warm.
Yes.
You just take it all, and gingham.
Gingham is so hot as well, and gingham with gingham with gingham. And I love this jacket that she has over her arm, Marc Jacobs. It's now reduced to $50, but if it stays here till $70, think about that.
Wow, incredible.
You can get a coat for a cup of coffee.
And even if you don't need it this year, you save it for next year.
It's a fabulous
all right, so the leather jackets, always in style.
And the skinny pant, and then we're seeing a lot of buzzwords on clothing.
Yes.
And her entire look is under $30.
Oh,
and
my
if that's
goodness.
reduced, so even at 20%,
I don't do math, but I do shop, so it's a good deal. It's a good deal. Can't leave the guys out.
Oh, Louise, he's got on the drop crotch khaki. Khaki's the new black. Now keep in mind these are things you're buying for sale, on sale, that you can wear all year long.
Right.
And he looks magnificent for, a song, $30.
Khaki in Arizona, you can't go wrong. I like this next look. We have the skirt over the pants. This is the smart woman's look, as I've been reading about.
Dries Van Noten, edgy. And everybody needs a trench coat. This trench coat right now is $20. So as it goes on sale, it can be reduced to peanuts.
And then our next look, we have a little bit of the leopard, which I love, always.
We've got a good, casual mom running around, going from yoga to pick up the kids, that kind of thing. She's in Free People head to toe, under $40.
And Free People is not cheap, ladies and gentlemen. And then, of course, as we mentioned at the top, accessories, right? Okay, what do we have?
We have
Michael Kors.
Beautiful, beautiful backpack, right? This is what every busy woman needs. And this is one of our designer pieces that is now $445, and that will go continually down to 70%.
It doesn't even look like it's been used. Okay, so when, where, how?
It starts Saturday.
This Saturday.
And then it goes till the 11th of February when we reveal all the spring clothing. And this is at all My Sister's Closet and well suited throughout the valley. We have one Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Chandler, and of course here our flagship store.
We love it. Go shopping. Have some fun. Treat yourself.
Of course.
Thanks, Anita.
Especially when they're like giving it away. That hat looks cute on you.
It does.
All right, you guys. Well, that was the Thrifty Thursday segment that we just aired for you guys here. Appreciate you guys joining me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney. It's about 8:42 here in Phoenix right now. And I can give you guys a look. You can see all the feeds are right behind me right here. Let's see if I can give you a different look again. You can see that's the board with most of our feeds behind us right now, and we have more over here you can't really see, and there's all these monitors right now. I don't want to move the camera because that would probably mess everything up, but anyway, I just want to give you guys kind of a look. We have a little couch here in case we ever have guests on the show or anything like that. So okay, let's take you back to the normal camera now. So all right, we're back. I want to take you guys to, let me see what the next segment is that I wanted you guys to watch. Promise you it won't be another food segment, but maybe I can't promise you that. Corey back live again with Valentine's Day gifts ideas. This is his second live shot from earlier this morning. Oh, nope, that's the other look again. Let me pull up the right one here.
Well, Corey is checking out unique Valentine's Day gift ideas. He's a busy guy this morning.
He is.
You staying warm in there, huh? You're inside.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. We're in this beautiful building. It's that sort of a Quonset hut style, a round-roofed building at really on the grounds of Agritopia, which we love so much. We're at Bar None, which it's a community of craftsmen. Each one of these spaces is filled with someone who is devoted to something, and so this building provides the space for everybody to get better and to kind of focus on what they're up to. But how about this paper party. Look who's here, Lauren Elliott.
Hi.
Nice to see you, and thanks for
see you too.
Yeah, thanks for getting up early for us. Well, tell me first of all, what happens at Paper Party?
So it's prickly pear paper. We design and print our own letterpress stationery. We hand make all the cards you see here on the wall, and we do carry quite a big, wide variety of different
I just love the
gift
name,
items.
Prickly Pear Paper.
I know, it's
that is fun.
It's inspired by the desert landscape. We love color, we love fun, and this is our best-selling card, actually. I love you more than tacos. I mean, it's funny for
That's
a
saying
reason.
something.
We have some different assorted gifts for Valentine's Day. You'll find stuff that you can't find at the drugstore.
Yeah, and isn't that always nice to get a card that really is out of the ordinary?
Yeah, it's totally handmade, and you actually can see Mark right now printing some of our stationery as we're here right now.
Oh, this is great. Mark's working the King job or 220. Mark, what do you know about this press? It's really cool looking.
It's over 100 years old. It's made by Kelsey Press, and it presses most of the cards that we make here, as well as custom orders that we do for other people.
Yeah. So, boy, this feels like it's not only pressing in the ink, but it's also making an impression on the card.
Oh, exactly. And you can do multicolors. You just got to do one color at a time the old school way.
Oh, gotcha. Wow. How many hours a day do you keep Mark at this?
Oh, we do it all day long. I mean, wait. We love to print the cards and have people be able to watch us printing, which is something that's really unique about us here at Bar None. We're able to show our craftsman community and to have people be able to see us print the cards, cut the cards, package the cards, and then be able to buy that for their loved one. And it's all handmade by us, and it's all Arizona proud being made. And we do custom orders as well. So over there you can kind of see some business cards.
What a nice way to have your business cards presented.
Yeah, so we printed those for one of the other businesses here, and we can do custom stuff too. So if you're looking for personal stationery for your loved one to give for Valentine's Day, that's always kind of a fun, different gift as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks for the tour. And how do you describe your location? You're on the corner of what and what?
We're on the corner of Ray and Higley in Gilbert, and it's Bar None. We have 12 local businesses. We're all a maker's community, so everything here is small business, and it's all handmade, and we have a brewery, a winery, 2 restaurants.
You never have to leave the place.
Never do. I say that all the time. You can come get breakfast, you can stay until 11 o'clock, grab a beer, grab a glass of wine, and it's super fun.
Very good. Lauren, thanks so much. Come see us at Prickly Pear Paper, all part of the fun at Bar None. And ladies, I know you're looking at these cards and some of these sides. They're just fantastic. And want to get something special for somebody, yeah, come to Prickly Pear. They'll set you up just right. That's it for now. We've got more to show you from Bar None. It's full of people doing cool stuff, and we've got more coming your way in just a couple of minutes.
Sounds good. Thanks, Cor. If you get that card, I love you more than tacos, be pretty happy.
That's a cute card. That was good. So that was Corey live again with some Valentine's Day gift ideas. Appreciate you guys joining me tonight on the Fox News Now stream. It's about 8:47 here in Phoenix. I have a couple more things I want to show you guys tonight. Let me pull this up. I want to take you to this event here. This was nice, actually. Let's see. Oh, okay, I think this is it. Appreciate your patience right now. I'm trying to find, I've got all these segments in here that I wanted to pull up for you guys. Okay, I showed you that one. I can't bring you to any more food segments because I think I do it every night, showing these food segments to you guys, and you always say, oh, you know, now we're hungry. I want to take you... I thought this was sort of interesting. IUD increase at Planned Parenthood. Now the IUD is you can have it implanted in you, and it's a form of birth control. So instead of taking a pill, it would just be a tiny little, I don't even know what you would call it. It's implanted in you, and it basically helps you not get pregnant. So let's show you guys this. There's an increase for this at Planned Parenthood. So let's see what this is all about.
As President Trump moves forward with repealing Obamacare and defunding Planned Parenthood, the Women's Health Group says it is seeing an increase in the number of women asking for services. Linda Williams tonight with more on they're asking for one contraceptive in particular, the IUD. Linda.
Yeah, women who would have had to pay $1,000 for an IUD were either getting it for free or at a very reduced cost because of Planned Parenthood and Obamacare. With both of those in jeopardy in this administration, there has kind of been a run on IUDs.
IUD stands for intrauterine device, and it's one of the most effective kinds of birth control you can get.
Planned Parenthoods across the country, including the organization in Arizona, say requests for IUDs, a long-term contraceptive for women, began surging after Election Day in November.
64% up since Election Day here in Arizona, and then across the nation we've seen an increase of 900%.
Of requests for IUDs?
Correct.
Women concerned that Planned Parenthood will be defunded and that the ACA, also called Obamacare, will be dismantled, started looking at alternatives. Planned Parenthood says women are moving to get long-term birth control like IUDs.
It's definitely so much stress.
Rebecca Jenkins says she and her friends are scrambling to lock in their birth control long-term, either with implantable devices or IUDs, which can be effective for several years. The fear, she says, is that their out-of-pocket cost of birth control will skyrocket without ACA insurance or Planned Parenthood.
You need to pay hundreds of dollars for whatever kind of contraceptive I've been using, and I might not be able to swing that, especially being in college and having a lot of other stuff I'm already paying for.
Tucker says they are assuring all women that this fight